Test 1 for audio stream. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Audio test 2 for YouTube stream. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, coordinator team. Just doing a sound check, please.
I can hear you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jean. Good morning, Diane.
Good morning, Glenn. Good morning, Jean. Good morning, Teresa, if you're there.
Hi, Teresa.
Good morning.
Are you chairing today, Glenn?
I am chairing, looks like the morning part, and Scott will do the afternoon. So
Okay.
switch,
How do you break those duties up?
flip a coin sometimes.
Oh, good old fashioned coin toss.
Scott did the inclusionary zoning and renovations last week, and so Scott does a lot of the special meetings, and then today we have a nice split between policy and development review. So I'm going to do the development review, and Scott will do the policy, and gives these are long meetings, as committee members are well aware.
Yeah.
We've had some long meetings lately, so it's good to have the shared duties for this committee for sure.
For sure.
I'm just doing a sound check. Is this level okay? Thanks.
Yeah, sounds good. Morning, Kelly.
Good morning, Chair and members.
Kelly, normally I'm able to print out my my chair's notes, but my printer was not working today. So I'm going off of a PDF and switching back and forth between Zoom. So if I do miss any notes, please flag for me.
Will do.
Morning, Laura. Morning, Riley. We'll just wait for a few more members to join, and then we'll get started. Okay, welcome everyone. Let's get this meeting started. It is meeting number 66 of Planning Committee for Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, could we do a roll call, please?
Certainly. Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Cluche,
Présent.
Councillor Curry,
Here.
Councillor Dudas,
Present.
Councillor Hubley,
Here.
Councillor Kitts,
Here.
Councillor Leeper,
Good morning.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Co-Chair Moffat. I don't see on the call yet. And Co-Chair Gower. You have quorum.
Thank you. Yeah, and Co-Chair Moffat just let me know he's logging in now, so he's joining imminently. Thank you, Kelly. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 10 to 13 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on July 6, 2022, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. We have two meeting minutes to confirm. The first is minutes for June 3rd, 2022, the special meeting. Are the minutes for that meeting confirmed?
Confirmed.
Thank you. And for June 9th, 2022, it's a regular meeting of June 9th. Are the meeting minutes confirmed?
Confirmed. Confirmed.
Confirmed. Thank you. So we have a lot of items on the agenda today. We have kind of a split thematically. The first items 1 to 9, really fall under policy, and the rest of the items fall under development review, applications, and there's front-ending reports as well. We do have a few items that we need to add to the agenda today, and I know there's also a motion for deferral for at least one of the items. But what we're going to do, since we have most of the registered delegations are for the Largo Baffin item, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the development review applications, including Largo Baffin first, and then we'll consider the policy items number 1 to 9 afterwards. But we will go through our consent agenda first, just to see which items can be carried on consent. Then after that, any of the development review, we will move to the start of our agenda, just so that residents who are delegations who may have taken time off work or made arrangements to be here can be heard as early in the meeting as possible. So, Kelly, do we have a motion about the updated agenda or adding the items? Procedurally, which do we have to consider first before we go through a consent agenda?
You can go through the consent agenda, and then at the end of the original agenda, you can move the motions to add the 2 additional items.
Okay, perfect. So we will go through the consent agenda, and we'll hold any items for which there are delegations registered, or if there's any requests from councillors to hold for questions or debate. So the first item on the agenda is the Parkland dedication bylaw replacement and cash in lieu of Parkland's funds policy revision. Now, there is a deferral motion to defer this to July 7th, our next regular meeting of Planning Committee. Do we have that motion? And is Co-Chair Moffat here? Because I think his name is on that motion for deferral. And if he's not, then I'll read it into the record.
Just bear with us for a second.
I think Scott is in the waiting room.
I think he's just joining.
Thank you. Okay, so I can read it. Well, Scott.
I'm here. I'm good.
Oh, you're here, Scott. Excellent.
I finally got in. There was some snafus there. Whereas there are several technical amendments that are requested to be made to the Parkland dedication bylaw and cash in lieu of Parkland funds policy revision report. And whereas there is opportunity to submit a report that includes amendments, therefore be it resolved that Planning Committee defer the item until the July 7th, 2022 Planning Committee meeting and authorize that staff may submit a revised report to committee if required.
Right, on the deferral motion, is it carried?
Chair, just a couple of questions.
Yes, Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to carry this today, but just on the council meeting this would go to, would that be August 31st? Or which council meeting would it be going to?
Can staff confirm? There's Caitlin Salter McDonald from the clerk's office. Caitlin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the items that would rise from the July 7th Planning Committee meeting would rise to council on August 31st.
Okay. And I know we have some statutory timelines on this one. My understanding is, and please help me with some information, but the city needed to review the bylaw by mid-August to keep the alternative parkland dedication rates, which I think are broadly supported and strengthened in the new bylaw to meet that deadline. So is there any issue with meeting that mid-August deadline if this goes to council in late August, or is that deadline not as firm as I think it is?
Chair, the deadline that we have is for mid-September. And so with an August deadline or council meeting, we should be fine.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Chair, did the delegations, did they get a heads up this motion was coming, or are they just finding out now?
I believe they'd just be finding out now with the deferral motion this morning.
Okay, well, I just want to say thank you to the delegations that have signed up. And I know we've got a few amending motions to this as well. And rest assured, those will come forward depending on how the report changes before the 7th. So thank you to all those delegates that came out for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, any other questions on deferral? Then on the deferral motion, is it carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, item number 2 on the agenda is a Parkland First policy. Are there any requests to hold this one or any questions? Councillor Curry.
Yeah, I would like to ask, honestly, fellow councillors, if there's confusion, maybe Councillor Menard has something to say, because I did get a number of emails on this yesterday, people asking for deferral as well, because there wasn't enough consultation. However, being new to it, I thought that potentially those two motions were related. So I'd be interested to hear what Councillor Menard says about this. So I just wanted to make sure we just didn't fly through this.
Well, why don't we hold this one and come back to it later? If there are questions and some clarity, I think there may be some questions from councillors on what this policy is and how it does or doesn't link to the first item. So let's hold this one and we'll come back to it.
Well, just Chair, if I could just mention too, happy to hold it if we'd like, but I think Councillor Curry is right. I think the expectation from delegates was that this one was also going to get deferred with the other item, as I understand it. So that might be helpful given the relationship between the reports and the delegates that have signed up for this one as well.
So Kevin Wary is here. Kevin, could you maybe quickly give us the link with the first report and whether or not deferral, well, if we need to consider this, if we need to defer this, or if how related it is to the first report? Kevin?
Thank you, Chair. The item 2 is related to the first report only in the sense that it speaks to parkland dedication. Whether the first report alters the volume of parkland dedication or the percentage does not affect item number 2, which is the policy. The policy is quite specific direction to staff to consider taking parkland dedication instead of cash in lieu of parkland in a scenario where the development site is of appropriate size. The exact quantity of parkland dedication is always up for discussion. The report itself specifically states that it's for consideration. It's not a direction to staff to take land. And it is actually was widely consulted during the Park and Recreation Facilities Master Plan. This policy, and there's actually 2 policies coming forward next week at FEDCO that are a direct result of the Parks and Rec Facilities Master Plan. And this one is a internal staff policy that really affirms a practice that was put into place in 2016 into now a formal policy. It is not a new direction to take, for instance, the changes that we are proposing in the Parks and Recreation, or sorry, the Park Dedication Bylaw that aren't related actually to this. This is quite simply as a staff practice during development review.
So formalizing a practice that's been in place for a while rather than an entirely new policy or approach. I'm open to defer it. If there's any committee members who want to move to defer, we can certainly consider that.
I think, Chair, just given the first item and the Parkland relationship, it might make sense to do that. I'm just looking at the delegate list here too, to refer the 2 items to the next meeting. We're just heavy on the agenda today. And this is obviously a RCFS related report, just as the first one was. I support a lot of in the report. There's a couple of questions and changes I'm looking for, but generally I support it. I think it might make sense to bring the 2 together for the July 7th meeting, unless there's any other deadlines I'm missing.
Okay, so Councillor, you're moving to defer item number 2 to July 7th.
Yes.
Caitlin, any issues procedurally with doing that?
Mr. Chair, just put on the screen, we would suggest using the same language for the resolution. Provide staff with the maximum flexibility.
Okay, so on the deferral motion moved by Councillor Menard, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 3 rather is Bill 109 implications phase 1. We are going to hold that report. There's a presentation from staff, and I know some questions from committee members on that. Item number 4, resources for development applications review and approval. It's linked very much to item number 3. Councillor Fleury, you have a question or would like to hold this item?
Just clarification, Chair. I'm only here for Bill 109. So in what order will you be hearing it today?
We are going to be dealing with our development review applications first and the policy items second. So policy items will be number 1 to 9, and we're going to consider them later today. We have about 18 delegations for the Largo Baffin items, so it's likely we won't be onto those policy items until after the noon hour.
Could I ask for consideration for Bill 109 to be bumped up?
I can send you a text when we get to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I got to say, let's hold number 4 because number 3 and number 4 are closely linked. So we will hold item number 4. Item number 5 is amendments to the building bylaw number 2014-220. Any questions or requests to hold this item? Okay, then for item number 5, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Item number 6 is the zoning implementation report. We will hold this item. There's a staff presentation and a number of questions, I'm sure. Item number 7 is in addition to site plan control bylaw provisions to enable the high performance development standard. Do we have any requests to hold or any questions on this one? Okay, then for item number 7, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Item number 8, Stittsville Main Street Public Realm Plan. There is a technical amendment for this one. Adding reports. Oh, it's got my name. Okay. Whereas the City of Ottawa requires that all supporting documents related to Planning Committee reports that are publicly available on ottawa.ca be made accessible. And whereas the time of agenda release for the June 23rd Planning Committee, the 3 supporting documents pertaining to the report for item 8, Stittsville Main Street Public Realm Plan, were not yet available in an accessible format. And whereas the supporting documents for item 8, Stittsville Main Street Public Realm Plan, are now in an accessible format and have been uploaded on ottawa.ca, and therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, the Planning Committee accept the 3 supporting documents in accessible format as part of the report. Is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. There's no delegations registered. Any requests to hold this one? I would just very quickly like to say a big thank you to staff for their assistance in bringing this report to us, and also Parsons, who is a consultant that worked on this, and especially to the many residents in Stittsville, including the Stittsville Main Street Steering Committee, who provided input. We saw several iterations of this plan as it progressed, and I was really pleased to see how the public feedback was used to get to where we're at with this plan. And it's a really, really positive plan going forward to improve cycling and pedestrians and other streetscape elements on the street. So I hope I can get committee support for this one. Are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Item number 9 is urban design guidelines for low-rise infill housing, project status, and housekeeping amendment report. Are there any questions or requests to hold this item? There are no delegations. Councillor Leeper?
Just a quick question, if I may. What should I be telling residents with respect to what they can expect by way of being able to consult on further iteration of these guidelines?
Staff?
Yeah, it's Christopher Moyes, designer with the urban design section. Thank you, Chair. There will be an opportunity for residents to view a draft document that will be published on the ottawa.ca website. In moving forward.
So they'll be able to comment.
Chair, if I may add, the next phase of urban design guidelines are going to be closely linked to the zoning work. So in a sense, there's going to be a marriage of the two, and there's going to be so many consultations related to the zoning. I imagine there'll be multiple opportunities.
With passage of the comprehensive zoning bylaw review and new guidelines coincident with each other.
That's correct. That's why we have a housekeeping amendment now, just to deal with the most urgent things coming out of the OP review. But really, the next stage is very closely tied to the zoning bylaw review.
Exactly what I needed to know. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so for item number 9, the urban design guidelines report, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And the report also goes to ARAC, Agriculture and Rural Affairs, next week. Okay, item number 10 is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for Hunt Club Road and Sybarite, which we will hold. We do have delegations for that, so we'll come back to that one. Item number 11 is zoning bylaw amendment for 1837 and 1849 Maple Grove Road in Stittsville. There are no delegations. I know the applicant is here. I see Nico Church from Foten. Nico, if there are no questions from the committee, and we're able to carry it on consent. Do you still wish to speak?
No need to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So for 1837 and 1849 Maple Grove, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 12, zoning bylaw amendment for 3718 Greenbank Road in Rideau, Goulburn. There are no delegations registered. Any requests from committee to hold this item? Okay, we do have representatives from the applicant here, Tim Chatter, Melissa Pattern, and Ashlyn Seiji. If the committee is ready to carry this item, do you wish to speak? There's Tim Chatter on the screen.
Yes, no, Mr. Chairman, we're in agreement with the staff report. We do not need to speak to the committee.
Okay, thank you. So are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 13 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 6301 Campo Drive in Canada North. There are no delegations registered. The applicant is here. Are there any requests to hold this item? Okay, so for the, actually, I'm not even sure if the applicant is here today. Not seeing them on the list.
No, I didn't have an applicant registered.
Okay, well then, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried, okay. Item number 14, public consultation and design competition process for a landmark building at 210 and 224 Gladstone Avenue, 223 and 231 McLeod Street, 377 and 379 Metcalf Street in Somerset. There are no delegations registered. The applicants are here. Are there any requests to hold this item? Okay, if the committee is prepared to carry this, does the applicant wish to speak? I see Vincent Denham on my screen. Vincent?
No need to speak, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are the report recommendations carried for this item?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. All right, item number 15 is a front-ending report for a stormwater management Pond 5 and storm sewer oversizing for Pond 1 in the Riverside South community, Gloucester South Nepean. There are no delegations. Are there any requests from committee members to hold this item? I'm seeing none, and there's no applicant here either. So for item number 15, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried. Item number 16, status update planning committee inquiries and motions for the period ending June 10th, 2022. Are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
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 Received. Item number 17, designation. Actually, we have to add this one. So motion to add to the agenda. This is for designation of 501 Cole Avenue under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, coming to us from Built Heritage Subcommittee. Chair Moffat.
Whereas the report entitled Designation of 501 Cole Avenue under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act was considered by the Built Heritage Subcommittee on June 20th, 2022, and whereas staff recommended that council not proceed with designation and the BHSC approved a motion replacing the staff recommendation on this file with a recommendation that staff issue a notice of intention to designate 501 Cole Avenue under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, according to the Statement of Cultural Heritage Value attached as Document 4. And whereas in accordance with the Built Heritage Subcommittee's term of reference, only approval of staff recommendation for Part 4 designations may rise directly to council. And whereas the report must be considered at the June 23rd Planning Committee meeting in order to be considered at the last City Council meeting prior to the summer legislative break. Therefore, be it resolved that this report be added to the agenda for consideration at June 23rd, 2022 Planning Committee meeting, pursuant to subsection 89.3 of the procedure bylaw, so that this matter may be considered by council at its July 6, 2022 meeting prior to the summer legislative recess and prior to the expiry of the 60-day notice required under Section 27 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any requests to hold this item or questions? We have the applicant here, Murray Chown. Murray, I'm going to guess you're probably going to object to this report and wish to speak on it.
That would be correct, Chair Gower.
Okay, so we will hold this item and we'll come back to it later on this after, well, hopefully not too late, but it'll probably be this afternoon. So stick with us, Murray. Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Holding item number 17. Item number 18 is another front-ending report, this time for an oversized trunk storm sewers for Pond 1 in the Leitrim community in Gloucester, South Nepean. We will need a motion to add this to the agenda. So we'll bring that up on the screen and go to Co-Chair Moffat.
Whereas front ending report ACS 2022 PIEPS 0089 entitled front ending report oversized trunk storm sewers for Pond 1 in the Leitrim community seeks to amend an error in the 2018 front ending report ACS 2018 PIEPS 0005 where insufficient budget authority was approved for the Leitrim Pond 1 sewer oversizing. And whereas without sufficient budget authority, staff is unable to repay the applicant for development charges eligible cost incurred. Is that a bad thing? And whereas the adoption of report ACS 2022 PIEPS 0089 will lead to a resolution of ongoing development charge matters before the Ontario Land Tribunal. I guess it is a bad thing. And whereas the June 23rd Planning Committee and subsequent July 6th Council meeting is the last available committee and council meeting prior to the lame duck period. Sorry about that. Therefore, be it resolved that ACS 2022 PIEPS 0089 be added to the agenda for consideration at the June 23rd, 2022 Planning Committee meeting, pursuant to subsection 89(3) of the procedure bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Are there any questions from the committee or requests to hold this? Councillor Leeper?
Yeah, I do have questions about it. So,
okay, we can come back to this then. I know this is coming on late in the game, so probably fair to hold this and give staff a chance to answer questions. So we will hold item number 18. Okay, so that's our consent agenda. We've gone through the agenda. So once again, we have held items 3, 4, 6, 10, 17, and 18. We are going to go in this order. We're going to start with item number 10, and then 17 and 18, and then we'll do items 3, 4, and 6 at the end. So we're going back now to item number 10. Informally, this is known as the Largo Baffin item. Formally, this is known as official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1452, 1460, 1470 Hunt Club Road, and 1525, 1531, and 1545 Sybarite Avenue in Gloucester Southgate. We have a lot of public delegations registered, 18. We also have representatives from the applicant. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with a brief overview from our planning staff, and then we'll go to a presentation from the applicants, and then we'll hear from each of the delegations. Following that, we'll go to questions for the applicant, questions for staff. I understand there are a number of motions that may be introduced as well. We could introduce the motions off the top if they're ready. Would you like to introduce them now, Councillor Deans?
Mr. Chair, I was going to suggest that I introduce the motions after the staff and proponent have introduced this item and before the public delegations.
Okay, and that works. And do you have a mover on your behalf?
I do. Councillor Menard has kindly agreed to introduce all of the motions.
Okay, perfect. So we'll introduce motions after the staff and applicant presentation.
just as a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Leeper.
Just in terms of procedural fairness, would it not be better to have the motions on the table now so that the applicant is able to comment on those?
We do questions to the applicant after questions to delegations. So it's not like the former process where all of a sudden they would have missed that opportunity. They'll have that opportunity to respond, assuming a member of the committee asks them a question.
I believe we have shared all of them with them, but if the committee would prefer me to introduce them now, I'd be happy to do so.
Let's do them after the presentations, after the staff and after the applicant. Okay, all right. So Melanie Gervais is the planner, and Melanie, I believe it's you walking us through the staff presentation.
That's correct.
All right, good morning. Thanks
Good
for
morning.
being.
Right. Good morning, co-chairs and members of Planning Committee. I'm Mélanie Gervais, planner and trial lead on this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a 6-story residential care facility and future low-rise residential. Next slide. The subject lands shaded in red on the map are located south of Hunt Club Road and north of Severite Avenue. The subject lands are currently zoned general mixed use along Hunt Club, light industrial along Severite and within the interior of the site, and residential in the southeast corner of the site. The GM zone permits a residential care facility, permits heights up to 18 meters and limits height to 11 meters within 20 meters of a residential zone. The light industrial zone permits heights up to 14 meters and the residential zone permits heights up to 11 meters. Next slide, please. The applications were submitted prior to council approval of the new official plan, and therefore these applications are being reviewed against the current official plan. The site is designated general urban area on Schedule B, which permits a range of uses. Although the building height in the general urban area is predominantly low-rise, new taller buildings can be supported on sites that front an arterial road and that front on a transit priority corridor. Hunt Club Road is designated as an arterial existing on Schedule E and as a transit priority corridor with isolated measures on Schedule D. In the South Keys to Blossom Park Bank Street secondary plan, the site is designated general mixed use, the yellow area, with permitted heights of 6 stories, and is designated future land use study, the hatched area, for which land uses and heights need to be determined through a future land use study. Next slide, please. The OPA is required to review and implement a future land use study for the portion of the site located within the Severite Avenue future land use study designation, which is currently zoned light industrial. The blue line represents the whole area of the future land use designation, and the shaded area represents the area subject to this OPA. The future land use study must determine elements like the location that may be appropriate for higher or lower buildings, the appropriate land use, the appropriate zoning, the appropriate parkland dedication, etc. The OPA also serves as the implementation tool and as fulfillment of the public participation requirements. Next slide, please. The OPA will redesignate the northern portion of the lands to general mixed use with a maximum height of 6 stories, and will redesignate the southern portion of the lands to low-rise residential with a maximum height of 4 stories. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning amendment will extend the general mixed use zone further south, increase the maximum permitted height to 22 meters, and require a 27-meter setback to residential zones. The proposed zoning will also rezone the portion fronting Severite Avenue, areas C and D on the map, as residential 4th density with a maximum permitted height of 14 meters and a maximum permitted height of 11 meters within 20 meters of an R1 zone. Next slide, please. The applications were circulated to property owners within 120 meters from the subject site, and signs were posted on Hunt Club Road and Severite Avenue. The sign along Hunt Club Road has been subject to theft and had to be replaced multiple times. As shown on the slide, there were 5 meetings with the public held between March 23rd and May 18th. Next slide, please. The proposed development is located on a site with existing automobile sales, service garage, indoor-outdoor storage, and warehouse. The redevelopment to a residential care facility with protection for future low-rise residential in the south portion will better align with the uses, with the surrounding residential community. The proposal limits the use and the height along Severite Avenue to 4 stories residential, and therefore creates an adequate transition to the low-rise residential community to the south and east. A 27-meter setback from the residential zone ensures that the 6-story building is below the 45-degree angular plane. The 27-meter setback also creates an outdoor amenity area of over 2,000 square meters to be located between the 6-story building and the rear yards of the dwellings on Assam Private. The location of the building on the south side of Hunt Club and the 27-meter setback also minimizes sun shadow impacts on the communities to the north and east. The 6-story building proposal therefore provides an adequate transition to the adjacent low-rise residential. Given the vicinity of the existing Severite Park, the 2,000 square meter outdoor amenity area, and the possible remediation requirements because of historical land uses in this area, it was confirmed by the Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services Department that catching of Parkland was the preferred way of dedication. A TIA was also submitted and reviewed by transportation staff and was determined to be satisfactory. Next slide, please. In conclusion, it's staff recommendation that Planning Committee recommend Council approve amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 6-story residential care facility and future low-rise residential. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Melanie. We'll now go to the presentation from the applicant. The applicants is registered are Jacob Balduke from Foten Planning and Design, Michael Boucher from DCR Phoenix, Bill McCurdy with Kriva Group, Megan Torza, DTAH Architecture, David Hook from IBI Group. I'm not sure which of you is leading off the presentation though. Is that Jacob?
They're just coming into the room, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just before I got joined as a panelist chair, I believe you were asking for who from our team would be providing the presentation.
That's correct. That's correct.
That will be myself.
Okay. All right. We'll get your slides up and you can begin when they're on the screen.
Thank you. Good morning, co-chairs and members of the committee. I am Jacob Balduke, Senior Planner at Foten. I'll do my best not to repeat Ms. Gervais' presentation, but will instead take you through the public consultation, some details on the OPA, and briefly our rationale for the built form and land use before you today. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the purpose of the applications is generally to permit a 6-story residential care facility on the subject lands. This includes shifting the existing land use designation and zoning lines to the south to accommodate the proposed facility, as well as requesting a building height of 22 meters. The result of the rezoning is the existing industrial lands is to accommodate the proposal, and the balance of the lands are reserved for future low-rise residential development. And it should be noted that there is no site plan control application at this time. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the proposed changes, including the shifting of the line, the area to which is subject to the maximum building height increase, as well as the area that rezoned residential, which corresponds with the zoning schedule in the staff report. Next slide, please. With respect to the project timeline and public consultation, the project team first met with staff in the fall of 2020 and submitted the full application in October 2021. In January of 2022, the ward councillor requested a pause of the application to allow time for the councillor and staff to work through some of the perceived issues they and the public had identified. Following that, a working group meeting was organized by the councillor, and the project team attended a meeting in March 2022 to discuss the application. Following that, a full public meeting was held by the councillor's office with over 250 participants in April. Weeks after the public meeting, the project team also attended a site visit with the councillor and leaders from the community to walk around the block and discuss the proposal. And finally, the project team also attended a regular meeting of the SKGCA, that's the local community association, to discuss the future land use study, which is the foundation of the official plan amendment before you today. Next slide, please. The South Keys to Blossom Park Bank Street CDP and secondary plan identifies 2 future land use areas, one of which is on Severite Avenue and which comprises a large portion of the subject site, identified in blue on the slide. As the CDP and secondary plan make no recommendation for the land use designation or building height within this future land use study area, a developer may initiate the future land use study and make recommendations when submitting development applications. This is the purpose of our OPA, to establish land uses and building heights under the secondary plan where there is currently little to no policy direction for these existing industrial lands. Next slide, please. Due to its strategic location on Hunt Club Road, which already permits a large mix of land uses, our proposal extends the general mixed use designation south just over half of the depth of the block. The balance of the lands to the south are proposed to be redesignated to low-rise commercial, providing land use transition to the abutting areas to the southeast and the south. Originally, we had proposed the full study area be redesignated to general mixed use, but after consultations with the community and the councillor, we were agreeable to changing that to low-rise residential to increase the transition and buffer to the existing residential community. And while the existing industrial uses can remain, the goal is that they will eventually be phased out. And when seeking redevelopment, the other properties to the west will also be subject to a future land use study and subsequent planning applications. Next slide, please. The proposal seeks the continuation of the existing 6-story maximum building height on the site, just going further south, with the southern portion south of that blue line retaining the existing maximum building height of 4 stories. And to ensure appropriate built form transition to the abutting residential areas to the east, the zoning can restrict building heights further down to 11 meters within 20 meters of these residential property lines. Next slide, please. In any event, the proposed 22-meter building height is less than the smallest setback to the adjacent residential properties, which range from 27 to 37 meters from the edge of the proposed building. This meets the requirements of the 45-degree angular plane and ensures there are no undue adverse impacts associated with loss of sunlight or privacy. Next slide, please. Turning to the site plan, I would note that the 27-meter setback I just mentioned is shown on this plan, extending from the bottom left corner of the building on this image. That dimension is approximately 5 meters longer than our building is tall, which provides another dimension for understanding the 45-degree angular plane and the built form transition that we have worked so hard to achieve on this particular project. I do have a few more slides, but I don't think I need to go through them. They mostly repeat what we've already discussed. So I'd be happy just to get to questions if you have any later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. So we will go now to motions. If the clerk staff has them ready to put up on the screen. Councillor Deans.
I will read them. I have copies of them here. So I'm going to start with the deferral motion, Mr. Chair, because I think it takes precedent. It's a bit long, so bear with me. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development Department has received an application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1452, 1460, 1470 Hunt Club Road, and 1525, 1531, and 1545 Seaverite Avenue to construct a 6-story residential care facility. And whereas an official plan amendment was required in order for the applicant to undertake a future land use study for the subject properties on the north side of Seaverite Road, as outlined in the South Keys to Blossom Park Bank Street Community Design Plan. And whereas the CDP stated that the future land use study for this area must include public participation in addition to any required public process to implement the studies through secondary plan or zoning bylaw amendments, and will A, determine locations that may be appropriate for higher or lower buildings compared to the existing zoned maximum permitted building height, and in consideration of lot depth and proximity to and the existing character of adjacent residential areas and Bank Street. B, determine the appropriate land use and zoning for the area, and if light industrial uses should continue to be permitted. C, determine appropriate first-story finishes, windows, and doors for building walls to create a human scale along the roadway and to prevent blank facades facing residential areas. D, determine if parkland should be dedicated as land or cash in lieu in consideration of permitted uses of land. E, consider potential transportation impacts related to increased density and measures to mitigate such impacts. And F, implement any required changes to the CDP, to the secondary plan, and to the zoning bylaw arising from the study. Whereas the CDP states that the future land use study will be undertaken and implemented by the city or by a landowner in cooperation with and at the discretion of the city, emphasis added here. And whereas an applicant-led process primarily serves the interests of the landowner and not the future interest of the community, despite its long-term impacts on future development in the area, including allocations of parkland, height allowances, land use and zoning, as well as transportation impacts. And whereas the recommendations in the future land use study prepared by the applicant have not been subject to sufficient public consultation, and there was no opportunity for the community to provide meaningful input into the development of these plans. And whereas the community has requested that a separate consultation led by the city be undertaken on the future land use study for the subject lands on the north side of Seabright prior to Planning Committee's consideration of the application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for all of those addresses I previously outlined. And whereas the policy as set out in the CDP provides staff with the discretion to undertake a city-led process for the future land use study, therefore be it resolved that the application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1452, 1460, 1470 Hunt Club Road and 1525, 1531 and 1545 Seabright Avenue be deferred until such time as this consultation led by the city occurs. That's the deferral. And Mr. Chair, I presume you want me to read all of the other motions that would go forward in the event the deferral was not successful, correct?
Well, yeah, but I think we should pause on that deferral because we do have 18 delegations. And if we are going to defer this, I think it'd be wise to do that before we take the time with the delegations.
But are the delegations only going to be allowed to speak once, or will they be allowed to speak again if the deferral fails?
Well, that's just it. I mean, if we're going to hear from 18 delegations today, but if at the end of this, we're going to defer to another meeting, I'm not sure that's a great use of the delegations' time or of committee's time or staff time. I think it'd be wise to deal with this deferral motion now and determine whether or not committee is going to support deferral or not.
Okay, and if they don't, then the community would, that they can speak on deferral and then they'd be invited back to speak on all the other ones when I introduce them?
Oh, no. Okay, I see. That's what you're asking. No, we would be hearing from them on the report.
Well, then I think I should introduce the other ones in case deferral fails, so they have an opportunity to speak to any of these other ones as well, if they're only given one opportunity.
We will introduce all of the motions before we go to the delegations.
Right.
But I think we should deal with that deferral now. So we'll have you introduce all the motions, Councillor Deans.
Okay.
Before we go to
and then you want me to speak to deferral, but the community won't be given an opportunity to speak to deferral?
Well, no, the community would be given an opportunity to speak to the application as a whole.
Okay. Okay. So you won't be voting on it before we go to the others.
Well, I think we should. I think it would be a poor use of committee's time and of the delegation's time to go through a 3 or 4 hour meeting and then defer a decision indefinitely. So, yeah.
From a procedural perspective, you've actually just put the deferral motion on the floor.
Correct.
Therefore, it is before us.
What I'm trying to understand is, how does the community get to offer their input on why this should be deferred? That's my question.
They'll have a chance to offer their input on why we should vote against the application. We've never taken delegations on a deferral motion.
Okay. Shall I go ahead and introduce all the other motions?
Yes, let's go ahead and then we'll come back to that deferral before we go to delegations.
I'm just going to introduce them in the order I have them in my pile, if that's okay. Or,
well, if we could go with the order the clerk's office has on the screen, and then it'll be clearer for the clerk's
okay,
office.
I'll read them off the screen.
Okay.
So typo there. Whereas staff recommend approval of a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for 1452, 1460, 1470 Hunt Club Road and 1525, 1531 and 1545 Seabright Avenue. Whereas a future land use study was required as per the South Keys to Blossom Park Bank Street secondary plan. Whereas a FLUS, future land use study, was prepared by the applicant, whereas some members of the community have expressed concerns that the public participation in the FLUS was limited, whereas the OPA only redesignates 1470 Hunt Club Road and 1525 and 1531 Seabright Avenue, whereas the remaining properties within the future land use study designation 1501, 1517 and 1525 Seabright Avenue are still subject to proceeding with a FLUS. Therefore, Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this report, Planning Committee recommend that Council direct staff to lead the fuss for the 3 remaining properties and adding it to their work plan instead of permitting the landowner or landowners to lead their own studies. And therefore, be it further resolved that a hold zone be placed on the 3 remaining properties until such time as a city-led future land use study has been completed.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring the next motion up.
So the next one, and again, Councillor Menard is moving all of these on my behalf. Whereas staff recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for all of the properties that we have outlined. And whereas members of the community have expressed concerns of cut-through traffic through the Upper Hunt Club community, and whereas a future site plan control application will review accesses. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this report, Council directs staff to prepare a before and after traffic count within the community to assess whether the proposed development increases cut-through traffic within the community and to identify mitigation measures if issues are identified. The first traffic count shall occur prior to the start of construction, and the second traffic count shall occur 3 years after occupancy of the residential care facility.
Okay, thank you. Next motion.
Whereas staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment and of OPA for the addresses that we've discussed earlier, whereas warrants to require existing intersection of Seaverite Avenue and Bank Street to be signalized are not met, whereas the ward councillor has expressed safety concerns with the existing intersection of Seaverite Avenue and Bank Street. Therefore, be it resolved that the planning committee recommend that council direct staff to consider this intersection for inclusion in the intersection control modifications program during the next update to the development charges bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And the next one.
Whereas staff recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment and OPA for the addresses noted, and whereas members of the community have expressed concerns about additional traffic through Seaverite and the surrounding residential streets, and whereas a future site plan control application will review accesses. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this report, Planning Committee recommend that Council direct staff through the site plan control process to consider measures to minimize traffic through Seaverite and the surrounding residential streets by potentially including an exit-only access onto Seaverite, a key fob card access, and/or one-way traffic flow into the site, or relocating the access further west onto Seaverite Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And the next one.
Whereas staff recommend approval of a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment at the noted addresses, and whereas members of the community have expressed concerns about the height of the mechanical penthouse, whereas a future site plan control application will review the mechanical penthouse. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this application, Planning Committee recommend that Council direct staff through the site plan control process to work with the applicant to reduce the height of the mechanical penthouse.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and whereas staff recommend approval of a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for these noted addresses, and whereas members of the community have expressed concern about the height of the building, and whereas the councillor would like the maximum height of the area currently zoned IL2H14 to remain at 14 meters. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this the application be amended as follows. 1, Area B in document 3, zoning location map be modified from Area B to be rezoned from IL2H14 to GM16 to Area B to be rezoned from IL2H14 to GM16H14. And 2, the following wording be added to document 4, add an exception zone, quadruple Z, to section 239, urban exceptions with provisions similar in effect to the following. A, in column 2, add the text GM16H14 quadruple Z. B, in column 5, add the text, despite table 187D, the minimum interior side yard setback for the principal building from an R1 zone is 27 meters.
Okay.
Whereas staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for the noted addresses, whereas members of the community have expressed concerns of cut-through traffic through the Solera community, and whereas a future site plan control application will review accesses. Just need to scroll up. Not get it. Am I frozen or?
Oh, we can still hear you, but
The scroll up didn't happen. I've got it here though. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this report, Planning Committee recommend that Council direct staff through the site plan control process to consider measures to minimize traffic through Seaverite and the surrounding residential streets by potentially including an exit-only access onto Seaverite, a key fob card access, and or one-way traffic flow.
Councillor, I think
Was
that's
that the wrong one?
that was, you've already introduced that one. Yeah.
Okay, well, this one isn't scrolling up, so I don't have it.
Traffic count. Just give us a moment. We'll get that reset and we'll get it back up. Bear with us here.
Is it this one, Jessica?
It's the one that the Plan Committee recommend that Council direct staff to prepare a before and after traffic count with the Solera community, which is Cahill, Solera Circle.
Okay,
Dustin
so
Terrace, it's that one.
right? So it's therefore be it resolved that with
There you go.
respect to this report, Council directs staff to prepare a before and after traffic count within the community to assess whether the proposed development increases cut-through traffic within the community and to identify mitigation measures if issues are identified. The first traffic count shall occur prior to the start of construction, and the second traffic count shall occur 3 years after occupancy of the residential care facility.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dean. So that's 8 motions in total. And I'll ask that the clerk's office circulate to all our committee members if it hasn't already been done, and also shared with the applicant as well. We do need to deal with the deferral motion first of all. Councillor Deans, I'll give you an opportunity to introduce that, and then we can have questions for staff or any debate and discussion from our committee members if we need it. But on the deferral motion, Councillor Deans, can you just introduce that for us?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I introduce my comments on the deferral, I did want to begin by acknowledging that we are gathering today on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Host Nation. June is also National Indigenous History Month, and I think that it's important that we acknowledge the rich history, heritage, resilience, and diversity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people across Canada. On deferral, I'm asking the committee to consider deferring this application on a somewhat technical, but I believe important point of process as it pertains to the official plan amendment and the requirement for the applicant to undertake a future land use study for not only their properties, but adjacent properties along Seaverite Avenue. In 2015, the city undertook a CDP for this area and embedded within the CDP a requirement for a future land use study to take place on the lands north of Seaverite Avenue. The FLUS would set out land use and zoning for these. Just give me a second. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry about that. And I'm not sure where I left off because I have a different paper, but It's an unusual circumstance. The CDP, the South Keys to Blossom Park Bank Street CDP, was primarily focused on the development around South Keys, Greenville Transit Station, and Bank Street more broadly. The CDP did not pay a great deal of attention to the Seaverite area, and as such, an unusual clause was added requiring a future land use study to take place at a future date. However, the CDP set out a number of objectives that the FLUS must achieve, including the zoning on these properties, the height, future allocations, and was to be subject to public consultation. The FLUS covers a broad scope of land use planning issues and includes multiple properties that are privately owned, and clearly it should be a separate process given its community impact. This did not happen. Instead, what we have today is a study completed by FOTAN on behalf of the applicant that focuses primarily on their lands, and if you don't mind me saying, is quite self-serving in its conclusions, supporting their application despite its impacts on adjacent properties, including the residential community. In fact, I was contacted just this week by an abutting landowner on Seaverite, business owner, who was not even aware nor consulted on the future land use study, which includes this person's property. I hosted a community meeting on Largo Baffin application on April 26. FOTAN and staff presented the future land use study at that meeting, but I have to say, with nearly 300 people on a 3-hour call, the focus that night was firmly on the Largo Baffin application. It was not on the future land use study. I think that reasonable people can agree that this was an inadequate consultation on the FLUS. The community has not had time to digest or provide meaningful input into the FLUS, and there are a number of issues with the study's conclusions. For example, the FLUS sets out parkland allocations for this area. This study references a park that is on the north side of Hunt Club Road as the local park for this community, and therefore recommends that cash in lieu be taken as opposed to parkland. To me, this is unacceptable. Anyone who knows the area knows that Hunt Club Road functions as a major arterial, major highway, and it is a barrier to access to parkland. And to suggest that that should be taken into account in this application to support cash in lieu as opposed to the construction of parkland supports the application, but does not support the future residents of this building or the broader community. A future land use study should be a community-driven process, not one that is led by a private developer with private interests making impactful decisions for this community. And they were required to pronounce on all of the other properties in the study area. And I would suggest to you that this future land use study really absent of public consultation will be precedent setting moving forward. So I'm asking the committee to defer consideration of this application until a proper city-led consultation on the future land use study occurs. I'm certainly willing to facilitate that meeting in a timely manner as to not create any undue delay for the applicant. But I think in fairness, we have to recognize that this is a very unusual, and I think Steve Willis will concur with this, a very unusual circumstance that we find ourselves in, where when the CDP was done, there was a place card holder for a future land use study, but the city did not proceed with it over the past 7 years. And now we're in the position where it's being done, presented to the community as a fait accompli, received by the city with very little input from the community, and a real process problem for this application and for the broader community. So with that said, I ask the committee members to consider having a city-led proper future land use study for all concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So on deferral, we can have questions for staff or any other discussion or debate. Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, I just want to make sure of the legal grounds upon which we would be proceeding. My understanding is that the FLUS is a requirement of the secondary plan.
Chair, the councillor is correct. It is a requirement of the secondary plan, but I will also put before you that an applicant under Section 22 of the Planning Act, having applied for an official plan amendment, is actually not bound by that. They can ask for a committee to approve regardless of the FLUS requirement in the secondary plan. And the applicant has tried to find the route down the middle, which is addressing the FLUS requirement. And Mr. Herwar can talk to any specific questions about addressing the FLUS requirement, but they actually have the right, and the application is before you, and committee has the right to make a decision.
So you've answered my second and third questions, which is that it's up to the applicant if they want to get around the requirement for a FLUS to apply for an official plan amendment, and it is within the purview of this committee to consider that official plan amendment moving forward. So we're not bound to require a FLUS in this case.
Chair, if I may go further, I mean, Mr. Herwar can elaborate, but a FLUS requirement, and I agree with the Councillor Deans that this is an unusual land use designation, and this occurred many years ago, and we wouldn't do this again, which is basically not make a decision in a secondary plan. I think appropriately in the future, we'd either not include the lands in the secondary plan or make a decision. I think parking a decision to future is not ideal, but the applicant has a right under Section 22 of the Act to ask council to make a decision on a land use today. They have addressed the issues that a FLUS would normally address, such as the land use, height, transition, parkland, and offsite impacts such as traffic. It has been addressed. Whether committee is satisfied with the answers or not, we'll hear today. The public has had multiple opportunities for engagement. They have raised issues in 6 different opportunities legally under the Act. This is the public consultation today that's required under the Act. Everything else is optional for the city. And with 300 public comments on file and the matters addressed in the site plan report, we have not heard in subsequent meetings any new issues being brought.
That's the answer I was seeking. Thank you, Ms. Rillis.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Chair
Just
Moffat.
maybe a comment if I could.
I'll hold you there.
Okay.
Chair Moffat has a question.
Yeah, just for the purposes of this motion on deferral, just remind me, staff could remind me of the timeline for this application.
I'll ask Ms. Gervais to provide that information, please.
Yeah, so the application was submitted in October of last year and was put on DevApps. And there was, I believe, 5 meetings held with the community between March and in May. And now we're at now in June at Planning Committee.
And if it was deferred today with the conditions that Councillor Deans has assigned to that deferral, what's the likelihood of it coming back anytime this term? I mean, obviously the earliest it could come back based on Planning Committee schedule is probably September. But based on the conditions, what's the likelihood it comes back even then?
Well, usually we try not to do public consultation during the summer. So
Exactly.
it would have to be public consultation during the fall. And then there's elections and everything.
And then how far past the point where the applicant could appeal for non-decision would we be at that point?
Yes, I believe we're probably already at that point now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Deans, questions or
I just wanted to comment on one thing that Mr. Willis said, because the community can't, and I know they're listening, and I know they're probably frustrated right now because they would like to be able to speak to their reasons for deferral, and so I'm trying to speak on their behalf. But the community has very much been focused on the application, and the FLUS, although I mean it was apparently published, it didn't really come to their attention until the day before the public meeting. In the public meeting, they didn't have an opportunity to discuss it or ask the questions they wanted to ask because they were focused on the application, and there were almost 300 people on the call. So they did not get an opportunity to probe this official plan amendment, the reason for the FLUS. and get answers to their questions, like the one that I mentioned about the cash and lieu. It's a very large site. There's one park in this community, and this application will add possibly up to 500 residents at any one time for one park. And there's no requirement for Parkland development. They're suggesting cash and lieu instead. And it's issues like that that are very concerning to the community. It's just one example, and there are others. And that's why they would like to see deferral in order for a city-led, which seems like a more independent process. I mean, the representative Jacob from Votan, by his own admission, says that this FLUS supports their application. I mean, that was the intention of it. And, you know, from a community perspective on something that is significant in terms of its size and scale, an independent process just seems like a lot more fair process, and one that was certainly contemplated in the CDP back in 2015. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deans. Well, on the deferral motion, are there any other questions for staff? It's the first time I've seen this raised formally was about 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago, and this was introduced. Let's, Kelly, let's do a vote on this one, on deferral. So that we're clear from committee.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Cluche,
No.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor Hubley,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor El Shantiri,
No.
Co-Chair Moffat,
No.
and Co-Chair Gower.
No.
1 yay, 10 nays.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. For the rest of the motions, we will come back to those at the end of the item before the final vote. So we'll now go to our delegations. We have 18 delegations registered. The first delegation is Janice Lobo, and the second speaking is Sylvie Lee. So let's just give a moment for Janice to come into the panelist room here.
They are in the room, Chair. They might just have to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Janice, if you can accept the prompt to unmute, we'll be able to hear from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning. Thank you. And thanks for allowing the community to speak. So my comment will draw reference to the report that was shared with the city and the correspondence that was sent in. I would also like to make note of that last vote. The FLUS was only shared with us after community members asked for it, and it was the night before the meeting took place. So I will disclose that I reside in the community. I'm an advocate for ensuring appropriate supports are in place as a preliminary measure to adequately support users in need of those supports. Adequate social services within proximity are essential to building better, safer, and culturally competent communities. Ignoring these needs before approving new infrastructure and building proposals or rezoning is a risk that will translate to many issues if not addressed in advance. We have not heard from the city, its planning staff, or council members on how concerns related to health and safety, and I will reference my example earlier of needing social supports within proximity will be addressed before a decision is rushed through this planning committee. As such, I do not support the proposal being tabled this morning. I will qualify my last sentence by saying this: the official plan provides for the conduct of a social and environmental impact study and notes that such a study is requested to be done in many projects. Such a study for this project remains explicitly unanswered. In my view, this is a significant weakness and it dismisses the many concerns brought forward to the city. The rezoning supports added density and increases the number of residents, albeit temporary, and this added density requires added supports within proximity. This needs to be considered before taking any decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice. Are there any questions for Janice from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Janice, for your presentation this morning. We're going to move now to our second speaker, Sylvie Lee, who's with the Upper Hunt Club Community Association.
Oui, bonjour. Hello, everyone. So I do have one image that I would like to share while I'm speaking. Thank you so much, Kelly. So I'll start my 5 minutes. Thank you. Mesdames, Messieurs les conseillers, conseillères de la ville d'Ottawa, bonjour. I'm a naturalized Canadian of Chinese descent and I grew up in Africa. And I have witnessed the closed political climate in those countries. And I made a conscious choice to live in Ottawa because I believe in the goodness and transparency of the system in Canada. I have been living in the community for over 18 years, and I'm speaking to you not only as the elected president of our association, but also as a voting citizen of Ottawa. I'm here today to share with you my great disappointment in what has happened since November 2021, when we first heard about this proposal. Trust me, we would not be here if the application from the developer followed the zoning requirements. We would not be here if the city professional we trusted would do the due diligence on each file they put forward to this committee. We would not be here if we, the residents, were treated as and with as much importance as business developers. We would not feel such anger and disappointment if the city performed a proper public consultation and provided a safe space for the residents to voice their concerns. Over the last 7 months, councillors of this committee have received some of our correspondence, which shows efforts from our parts to alert you of irregularities in the process and concerns about the important massing and design issues, the interpretation of the use, and all of their implications, contrary to existing plans and policies that we believe are being ignored by city staff. I reshared these documents with you today as exhibits. These documents and many more represent countless hours of research and analysis from residents of our community, over 30 weeks of dedication by over 24 professionals in our working groups, and more than 12,000 professional hours dedicated to the file. They are professional in planning, architecture, legal affairs, engineering, project management, to name a few areas of expertise, and simply residents with no relevant expertise who have had to go through extraordinary efforts to understand all the impacts of this proposal and get specific questions clearly answered by the city staff. We therefore also know fully well how to interpret provincial legislations, city bylaws, and other legal documents. Based on this, I can affirm to you all here today that we have been looking at this specifically through the lens of ensuring the right process and reasonable assessment of the project proposal. We are not here to talk about the user of the building and their undeniable legal and moral right to access essential medical services. Myself and other residents take great offense to have been stereotyped and mislabeled by some press, some media, social media, and even insinuations from some political quarters as racist for opposing this massive project at this specific location. It's all about the city not following due process or due diligence with respect to various official plans, policies, and guidelines to forcibly fit a facility with a specific design in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and which requires official plans and zoning changes that would have a profound effect on the homes of many residents. It is about how the city staff have effectively dismissed City of Ottawa residents' real and well-funded concerns by promoting developers' views and desires. So I'm formally requesting you to not approve the 3 recommendations that are so dismissive of our valid concern that was set forth in the report submitted by the planner. I'm asking you to restore my faith in the Canadian democratic process and do the right things by the residents. I am calling on you to truly represent your constituents, reasonably defend them, and have the courage to be their voice. Your decision will either reinforce or destroy my belief that I have chosen the best city to live in, to raise my children, and to grow old. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. Merci. Just wanted to ask about the image you had up on screen. Is that an image that you created, or did it come from one of the staff reports?
This image was created professionally here with Google Earth and the Google Earth tool by one of our residents who do those kind of designs, and using exactly the specified dimensions that you have put into the application through DevApps. We believe that the rendering that was shared by the proponent were specifically done to dwarf and then to give the impression that the building is not massive. But in reality, when we're walking through the site, we could see how big. And so these renderings are very, very exact when we have compared the pictures side by side.
Okay, thank you. I don't usually do this as a chair, but I do think, I don't know if you'd call this a point of order or what, but could I ask planning staff just to comment on the accuracy of that drawing? Because I do think it's important in any discussion that what committee sees and what audience members see, that we have a confidence that it is accurate and representative of what's actually before us. Staff, can you comment on that, please?
Chair, if I may comment on that. The applicant's 3D rendering are produced by professional engineers and architects using technology that are very accurate, such as GIS and AutoCAD. So we trust the rendering that are represented by the applicant.
Okay. I'll just stop you there. We're not going to go back and forth on this. Are there any questions from committee members for this delegation? I'm seeing none. So thank you, Sylvie. We're going to move to our next speakers. We have 4 representatives.
Mr. Chair, I had my hand up. Am I allowed to participate?
You are absolutely allowed to ask a question. I did not see your hand up before, so go ahead, Councillor Dean.
Sorry, has Sylvie left?
No, I'm here, Diane.
Okay, because I know that she wanted to comment on the accuracy of that, so I just wanted to give her that opportunity.
So, thank you so much, Diane. And so I will give you an example. On April 26th, when we presented the pictures, you would say that it's accurate that a car has the size of the entire first floor of the building's rendering? I'm just asking you that question. But that's it, you don't have to answer. I just want you to go back and be precise in the way that it has been portrayed so other people could believe that the building is smaller than what it should be, or it's in reality is.
Councillor Deans, do you have any other questions?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvie. So we have a group of speakers who are up next representing the Solera Working Group. We have Farah Amini, Duncan Wright, Benham Benia, and Susan Bubb. And I understand they're each going to present one after the other as a joint presentation. So we'll let them all get into our panelist room here. So the first speaker, I believe, is Farah Amini.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to co-present with my fellow neighbors on behalf of the concerned residents of Solero neighborhood. And the next slide, please. Solero is a community of 125 single-family homes on the north side of Hunt Club Road. It extends from Albion Road to Cahill Drive. That is a picture of our neighborhood that was taken from the application site on the Hunt Club Road. You can see how close our houses are from this development. We are just across the street. So from day one, we became very engaged with this application. We have submitted multiple collective letters on behalf of our community. And we have raised many concerns with regard to various aspects of this application. Today, we'll have the chance to highlight some of those concerns, but we would also like to offer some recommendations to mitigate the impact. The next slide, please. Unfortunately, you can't see the picture, but that is the picture of the application site from our side of the road. Unfortunately, there is still no notice of the proposed development posted. Councillor Lynn and Sylvie Wright talked about some of the concerns regarding the process. This is another example of the grievances of the community. Unfortunately, again, the picture was not available, but we also wanted you to see what is the current height of the existing commercial buildings in that area. They are very low commercial buildings in the location where this proposed application will be. So that's a sharp contrast with the scale of this application. This is a mega complex comprised of 2 high-density structures next to 2 established residential neighborhoods, Solero in the north and Upper Hunt Club in the south and east, on a very congested network of Hunt Club Road and Bank Street that were truly not designed for the constructions of development of this scale and scope. Phase 1 of this development is a multi-usage, comprehensive institutional development for 350 beds for a resident capacity of over 400. This is not only a medical boarding for the residents, but it's also a community services cultural center for the non-residents. And that in itself has also traffic-related implications. We'll discuss this further in the next presentations. Phase 2 is a 4-story structure in the southern portion of the development of the site. The next slide, please. So as you are aware, in order to accommodate for the constructions of this high density structure in this area, the developer is asking for a major zoning bylaw amendment and a height exception. So for the communities on Hunt Club, such as Solero, we are currently a GM zone with a maximum permitted height of 18 meters. As you know, the applicant is asking for an increase of 4 meters beyond this maximum allowable height. Plus, they are proposing a penthouse of 6 meters, which is very significant for a 6-story building, for a total of 10-meter increase in height. This is very overwhelming for the affected neighborhoods. It is a massive structure. It's quite incompatible in terms of design, density, and usage. And we are concerned about the cumulative impact, not only with regard to the 2 phases of this development, but also all these other applications in this broader Bank Street and Hunt Club that will be, some of them are currently on the review and some have been approved, but that will be built in the coming years. The next slide, please. So very quickly, I notice my time is coming up, and this is the recommendations for this portion of our presentation. We are asking you not to approve this application in its current form. At the very, very minimum, this application has to be revised. in order to meet the existing bylaw requirements for the maximum building height for the Hunt Club Road, no exceptions to be granted. We are asking that the size of the penthouse be significantly reduced, and we are asking to apply a shrink wrap to impose clear height parameters around this building. This is not only important for the purposes of this development, because we want to make sure that there will be no future expansions beyond the approved building height, but also for future constructions in this area. As my neighbor, Sylvie, plead to you, this has been really very intense, very demanding, very frustrating 7 months for all of the affected neighborhoods. And we want some reassurance from the city that we won't have to go through this again for future applications.
Sarah, thank you for your presentation. That is the 5 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll go to the remaining members from your group, and then we'll take questions for your group together. So the next speaker is Duncan Wright, and then Benham Benia. Benham, you should be getting a prompt in order to join, if you can accept that prompt, so you can join as a panelist. And then Susan Bubb. So we'll take questions for the 4 of you after Susan. Next speaker is Duncan Wright, continuing with this presentation.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Duncan.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to talk a bit about traffic impacts. Just to note, the photo in front of you is a view up Hunt Club Road from Cahill Drive, and the Solera communities on the right. We're on a stretch of Hunt Club Road that is very busy traffic-wise, especially during rush hour, and at 2 intersections that have a very high accident rate. And this is actually a photo of the most recent accident. It was just a couple of weeks ago, which unfortunately resulted in a fatality. Next slide, please. So we're looking at very significant traffic impacts associated with this proposed new development. These include congestion, collisions, noise, air pollution, road vibration. So this new development, along with many others that are proposed for this community, will exacerbate the current condition. So the proposed development has a pool of 175 staff members, all of whom need to get to work in some way, shape, or form, many by car. There's over 400 residents with regular turnover proposed at the facility. A number of community visitors, volunteers, delivery trucks, waste collection, contractors coming. There's 8 on-site vans with a total capacity of nearly 98 seats, shuttling residents to and from the airport and other medical appointments, all potentially exacerbating traffic issues along a very busy stretch of Hunt Club Road. What we've seen so far in the applicant's TIA is that they're grossly underestimating the traffic impacts of both that are currently existing in the area, the impacts that the proposed site development would have on it, and the impacts of other developments in the area as well. Next slide, please. Just a bit of historical context. In 2014, the extension of Hunt Club Road was made out to the 417 in the east, and also in the far west to the 416. This has further exacerbated transportation impacts along Hunt Club Road, especially with large transportation vehicles and other pass-through traffic. We've had rapid growth in residential construction in the south end, including Finley Creek and the Greeley area, all of whom come through this area to get to and from where they're going. And this has created huge traffic impacts, especially in this corridor along where the proposed site is planned to be. There's also 6 other developments planned for the area, all of which are going to provide increase the traffic density in this area, and only one of them was taken into consideration in the most recent version of the TIA from the developer. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a bit about the principal site access. So there was a motion by Councillor Deans to limit the access to Seaverite by only exit only. This has an impact, basically pushing all the traffic back out to an in-out, an exit, right in, right out, entry, exit off of Hunt Club Road. And this is only going to exacerbate the traffic impacts. And that entry exit is only 100 meters from the Cahill Hunt Club intersection, 180 meters, sorry. And that means that traffic coming out of the site has to cross 3 lanes to get over to make a left turn or a U-turn to get back to the west or the north of the site. Next slide, please. So we're basically proposing that there be a secondary entry exit off of Seaverite to help deal with this, to basically share the load of the traffic, both from the Hunt Club side of the development and the Seaverite side, to allow traffic to get back up onto Bank Street. So, I mean, the development is fronting on both streets, and I think they should have the right to use both for their transportation needs. Next slide, please. We also have some concerns about a growing number of U-turns at Hunt Club Road and Cahill, high rates of collision, increased traffic volumes, which will result in pass-through traffic into the residential streets on the north side of Hunt Club Road, including Dunstan Terrace that is within the Solera neighborhood. And this is for anyone trying to get onto Hunt Club Road, out of the site, and to head either north or west. It's going to create a lot of problems traffic-wise.
Duncan,
so recommendations
you're at your time. Can you very quickly wrap up?
Yeah, recommendations very quickly. So I'm also suggesting that we don't approve the application in its current form, that it be deferred, that the city take more time to carefully examine the traffic impacts, that TIA should be updated to reflect this, that there should be a 2-way secondary access using Seabright Road to share the load. And the developer needs to apply more due diligence to address the valid concerns that have been raised by adjacent communities, so that this development and Largo Baffin can truly integrate into the surrounding community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Duncan. So we're going to move to the third of 4 speakers for Solera, but stay here for questions. There may be some questions for you after. Benem Benia is our next speaker. Is Benham with us?
Next, please.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, councillors. Traffic-related challenges faced by Solera neighborhood includes cut-through traffic, safety concerns, noise pollution and air pollution, and vibration. In 2014, city's measurement indicated vibration levels in some of the Solera houses near Hunt Club Road exceeded acceptable limits. The traffic caused by the new development further aggravates these problems. Next, please. A case in point is the situation of Dunstan Terrace in Solera neighborhood. This is a minor residential street that directly connects with Hunt Club Road and just across the new facility. Now, despite clear guidelines that residential street must be separated from main arterial road by an attenuation wall that functions as a noise barrier. As you can see in this slide, Dunstan Terrace does not have a protection wall. And as a result, then its residents experience a high level of noise pollution, as well as high level of cut-through traffic from Hunt Club Road that jeopardize the safety of its residents, particularly of children and older adults. Next, please. Therefore, we recommend not to delay the support for this approval for this project until the following 4 demands are addressed. One is to install an attenuation wall. The second one is to include Solera houses near Hunt Club Road in noise and vibration studies that will take place at site planning stage to complete resurfacing of this stretch of Hunt Club Road prior to construction of the new facilities. And the fourth one is to do traffic impact studies on this stretch of Hunt Club Road before the construction of the building, and another one after the completion of the construction. In that way, we can identify mitigation measures. Next, please. Now, a care facility of this size and scope needs more than 93 parking spots recommended by a developer. Now, just considering past pattern of Largo Baffin staff resident ratio and its growth over the year, the new facility at least need 250 staff rather than 175 suggested by developer. And this has a huge impact on both TIA and parking requirements. Next, please. Now, according to TIA studies, there will be 100 on-site staff at any time in the new facilities. And again, according to TIA, 80% of those staff will drive a personal car. So out of 93 spots, 80 will be occupied by staff. And then in the new facility, there are 8 vans, which means there will be only 5 parking spots left for visitors. That include not only the drivers that deliver service products, but also volunteers and family members, and etc. And it should be also noted that the current Largo Baffin on Richmond Road, with less than half the number of residents of the proposed development on Hunt Club, it has 14 visitor parking. Okay. And next, please. So we asked the committee to delay approval of this project until there is a significant increase in parking spaces. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go to the fourth speaker is representing Solera, and that's Susan Bubb. Good morning, Susan.
Thank you for listening to me. Sorry about that. Couldn't do the unmute button. That's a picture of the building height in our residential neighborhood. I just wanted to illustrate that as we talk about such a high building for the Largo Baffin Care Facility. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk about the footprint, the spacing, and the parkland. We feel that the building is oversized for such an area. It's so close to Hunt Club. It's been likened to the size of like the Montfort Hospital, and we're going to put it like right on Hunt Club Road. It's a negative impact in the proximity to such a busy road. The architect has designed a children's work area, outdoor play station, right next to Hunt Club Road. Now, the area will be monitored, it would be fenced. However, outdoor space is so important. We talk about COVID, how we all felt cooped up and going crazy if there wasn't an opportunity to go outside. And Ottawa Public Health made recommendations back to the developer about the negative impact of being so close to Hunt Club Road, particularly for, could they not move the play area to an area not on the north-facing wall, which is where it is right now, to a side wall, and then potentially there'd be a sense of community for the Largo Baffin residents if they were able to easily walk out and access the family or children's outdoor play area. Next slide, please. So we're recommending that vacant land on the south portion of this property that's reserved for future expansion, potentially move the building back a little bit, make a buffer zone between the building and the very loud and busy Hunt Club Road, give a better distance for more spacious and attractive streetscape. And I think that would be bonus for any driver trying to get out or in to that building if there was better clearance distance to see for traffic, etc., because it's going to be very difficult. It would give more green space for residents, and it would give a little less impact on the Solera neighborhood to the north across the road in the sense of less shadow. There's stairwells on the end of each of those parts of the X, stairwells that are going to be lit at night because they're glass. So there'll be light spillage over here. It would maybe give a little bit more privacy over here. And it would give less noise for the residents if it was a little further back from Hunt Club Road. Next slide, please. Next slide. So another recommendation would be, again, talking about Parkland, is to reject the city to reject proposal for cash in lieu. It's such a large multi-use care complex. Use a portion of the vacant parcel of land south of the building, because there'll still be land there, for Parkland and designated Parkland. Give proper seating and outdoor area for residents to feel a sense of community there with the people they're staying with, and to minimize extra demand on existing neighborhood resources. Next slide. So as a final slide for our presentation, we'd like the committee to consider not approving this application in its current form. We would like this development to better blend with our neighborhood in the sense of limiting its scale. Do not give any height exception. Look at reducing the height of the penthouse, apply a shrink wrap so that other buildings that will develop in the future on that site cannot go above a certain height. Minimize the traffic impact. Do a current transport impact assessment. And also use vacant space for parkland and parking. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much to the four of you. So the Solera Working Group, Farah, Duncan, Benham, and Susan, I'll just look to committee members to see if there's any questions for your group this morning. Chair Moffat.
Thanks. So just some of the recommendations that you have. Have you consulted with the group on SIV-RIGHT?
I would ask that Farah answers that, if possible, if we can unmute her. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have been working very closely from the beginning when the neighborhoods were notified of this application. We have reached out. The two communities have worked very closely. We have major overlapping and shared concerns. We have very close contact, yes. On most points, we are on the same page. The only point of diversion is the fact that our community feels that we need to have two-way access to this site because of the reasons that one of my neighbors pointed out in terms of the scale and scope of this application, the fact that it's housing vulnerable populations, because it is being built according to standards of long-term care for future repurposing. It has frontage on two streets. And because the second building, the phase 2, involves an application that's even farther away from the Hunt Club Road. We have several reasons and rationales to disagree on that point. But other than that, we support all the concerns they are raising. And we have worked very closely. It's almost like working like a coalition.
So they're supportive of your request to move the building closer to them?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Well, one of your recommendations
Oh,
that
yes,
you move the
so-
building further back, which
It
would
is-
mean that you would move it closer to Sivrite and you would then get away from your angular plane. They're supportive of that request that you have?
I think they will be in the better position to respond to that, but my understanding.
Well, that's why I was asking if you guys are working together. I figured you'd be able to speak to them.
Correct. Yes, I understand. So I'm sure they will have the opportunity to correct me if I'm wrong. But informal conversations that I have had, we are all in support of more space around the building, more parkland, more landscaping, more green space. Our understanding is that pushing this building a little bit further south will not affect the communities, given the way the building is situated right now with that buffer zone. They are already, unfortunately, very negatively affected anyway. It is not going to be getting closer to the east side of the building, so I don't think there is any concerns, but I believe that will create an opportunity for more space around the building. And I believe they are 100% on board with the proposal for more parking and parkland space within that parcel of land. And what we are suggesting is that perhaps a portion of that vacant space can be used for those purposes. So I hope that.
Just another question. One of your recommendations is that there be a complete resurfacing of a stretch of Hunt Club Road prior to approval of this application.
Correct.
Are you suggesting that the applicant should be paying for the resurfacing of that road?
I would leave that decision to the city, but I can tell you that's already overdue. In 2014, when we worked very closely.
That's fair, but I'm just asking. I don't need a long story about the condition of Hunt Club Road.
If I may,
I just need to ask the question. Do you believe that the applicant, I mean, in the recommendation, you're saying that you shouldn't approve this until Hunt Club Road is resurfaced? But that's a city issue. That's not the applicant. We should be treating all applicants the same here. We often don't. And for whatever reason, it's the Salvation Armies and the Largo Baffins of the world that don't get treated the same way as we treat other applicants at this committee. And I find that odd. But so just that question, do you believe that the applicant should pay for the resurfacing of the road prior to approval of the application?
So if I'm given the opportunity to elaborate, that's the point I'd like to raise. That slide indicated that we are asking for the application not to be approved in its current form, and we're asking for an overall traffic impact assessment that is objective as opposed to what has been done so far by the applicant, that is not omitting factual information, that is not underestimating impact. That was the content of that slide as I understood it. And the road resurfacing, it's a request. We are following up also with Councillor Deans because it is overdue. It was promised to our neighborhood that it will be done actually in 2020. And what we are asking is that before the construction of this massive development and all the further damage to the building, because some of us can't sleep at night. Currently, the condition of the road with the potholes is such that the noise and vibration wakes up people. My neighbor has had a major surgery.
Okay, that's fine. You're kind of going off away from planning, but thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for this delegation? Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I'm cognizant that today what we're being asked to approve is zoning, and an official plan amendment, which is how big a building and to what use can it be put. We're not being asked to approve a site plan today, I don't believe. The community is asking us to reject the zoning, partly on the basis of traffic considerations. And I am struggling with that because when I look at what is allowed to be built there today, without any further permissions from the city, you can build a community health center, which is a high traffic type of use. You can build a gas bar. You can build a drive-through. You can build a what I would characterize as urban-sized grocery store, like one of the Farm Boys that we see in a building downtown. These are all significantly higher traffic generating uses than what Largo Baffin is proposing. Simply on the face of it, it seems very obvious to me. An automobile dealership, a restaurant. Why would this committee say no to the zoning for Largo Baffin when, on the basis of traffic concerns, when a developer would need no further permission to build any of those other uses that would have a far higher impact on the community?
Perhaps I can take a stab at that one. The examples that you gave would primarily be, I'll say, businesses that would be frequented by local traffic anyway. The proposed development is actually bringing new traffic to the area, traffic that's not coming from existing residents. So if you put in a gas station, you put in a restaurant, it's primarily residents of the community that would be going there. They're probably driving down that stretch of road anyway, and they're going to turn in, get their gas, and go back out. You're bringing brand new traffic to the area with a facility of this size. It's people coming from other parts of the city to work, going in and out, primarily at a shift change happening in the middle of rush hour, etc. You've got shuttle buses taking new residents who don't live in the community now out to appointments, out to hospitals, back and forth to the airport, etc. You've got contractors, etc., coming in and out. That's new traffic to the area. That's not just diverting existing traffic in and out of businesses. It's a different scenario.
Traffic is traffic. You're at Hunt Club and Bank. It's a area that's used by people across the region. If you were to put a community health center in there, it would be used by people from around the community. We're not allowed to debate this.
Okay.
But I'm flabbergasted at that response.
Why?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a comment. I mean, the community are here today asking for improvements to this application and to express areas of concern. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. I have put forward a series of motions. There is no motion before this committee today, just to be very clear, to reject this application. This is not about rejecting the application. This is about looking for improvements. And the areas that we've focused on are, many are site plan, and they're asking staff to consider site plan issues as this process moves forward. But I don't know, Jeff, where you got the idea that there was a request to reject the application. I didn't put it forward. I don't know if someone is, but it wasn't me.
I think there are significant number of site plan issues that are to be dealt with at site plan. Rejecting the zoning on the basis of site plan concerns is, theoretically not within the purview of this committee.
Who is asking for the zoning to be rejected is my question to you, because it's not before you.
I would ask the community members to maybe make their PowerPoint presentation available to the committee, because it says right there the committee should be rejected in its current form.
Yeah, and in its current form, and we're asking for a number of amendments today.
On the basis of site plan considerations.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Are there any other questions for the delegations, which is the section we're in now? Questions for the delegation? Okay, I'm seeing none. So thank you to the group of you from Solera, Farah, Duncan, Benham, and Susan. Thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Janine Flood, and after Janine, we'll hear from Julie Hauser. Janine, oh, there's Janine. So Janine, you may have to accept the prompt to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to just start my presentation with a personal request to the Solera Working Group. In your presentation, particularly Mr. Bonilla's presentation, you used a photograph of the car accident at Hunt Club in Cahill. The woman who died in that car accident was Lori King. She was a good friend of mine, and she has adult children who live in this community and are eligible to participate in these consultations. I think they would be very upset to see their mother's car accident suddenly presented without warning in a slide presentation. So perhaps we could not use that photograph again. That's it. To begin my remarks, my name is Shannon Flood. I'm a member of the Gloucester Southgate Ward, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Largo Baffin construction. Many people are not aware that Inuit medical patients have been residents and visitors within the Gloucester Southgate community for over 70 years. They're so quiet and they're so integrated into the community that for a very long time, many people bought houses here and had no idea of the significant Inuit presence in the community. And Largo Baffin is a very special business, and this building is a very special opportunity for our community. We are uniquely placed that we are close to the airport and close to hospitals and medical services. And I think that we should welcome Largo Baffin into our community, and particularly this building. My day job working for Crown Indigenous Relations is working on the Nanilavut initiative. That is an ongoing process of reconciliation for Inuit, where Canada addresses the history of it removing Inuit from the north between the 1950s and the 1970s to receive medical treatment for tuberculosis in the south. This is a pattern of removing Inuit from the north to receive medical treatment in the south that has gone on for decades and has cast a very traumatic shadow over all Inuit and Inuit Nanangat, which is the Inuit homeland. Between the 1950s and the 1970s, Inuit were subjected to medical treatments and medical examinations by English-speaking people. They were brought south, where they were removed from their culture and their home. No one spoke their languages, and I will make an effort to significantly understate the trauma that they experienced with the family separations. And most tragically, there is a significant number of Inuit who died in transit or in the south while receiving treatment, where the government and healthcare providers did not notify families back home and did not make note of where people were buried. So we have Inuit TB patients who are in unmarked graves, and a part of the work that we do now with the Nanilavut initiative is helping Inuit find their lost loved ones from so long ago. Largo Baffin, as a medical boarding house, ensures that Inuit today are taken into care and they are transported, and then they live amongst their own people, where they can speak Inuktitut, where they have access to translators, where they're in a culturally safe home. And Largo Baffin is an established business. They know what they're doing. They will absolutely take care of Inuit medical boarding patients. And we already have an established history of Inuit being an integrated and positive part of our community, almost invisible to residents already. I believe that if Largo Baffin is permitted to build here, that we are going to have nothing but a positive experience, and that they will enrich our community. So I believe that as applicants, they are willing to modify the building as needed to meet residents' concerns. And so I really support this project, and I really hope that you will also look at this as being not just a building and not just a traffic concern, but as the end of a long-term cycle of trauma for Inuit that we can all be a part of by actively supporting this proposal. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janine. Councillor Leeper has a question for you.
Janine, thank you very much for the intervention. I believe it was the very first public delegate on this matter who suggested that before we approve the zoning on this building, there should be a more careful look taken at what social services and supports are available in the broader community. I'm struggling to understand what those might be. I think when many of us travel for medical care, you know, we'd like to know that there's maybe a Tim's nearby for good coffee, but that's about it. Can you think about what kind of additional supports would have to be in the broader community in order to make this successful for the people who are receiving medical care?
Well, thank you for that question. The thing about Largo Baffin is that it is at its core the accommodation. It is the social accommodation. Inuit fly down, they register with Largo Baffin. Largo Baffin equips them with home food, transport to and from their medical appointments, a place to stay so that Inuit don't need additional social supports from the city or from the region or from the neighborhood or the community. They don't need help figuring out how to use OC Transpo. They don't need help figuring out how to phone for a cab. They don't get lost and then need someone to help them find their way back to their boarding house or their hotel. Largo Baffin takes care of all of that. So the social supports for Inuit medical patients is built into the building itself. When I heard other folks speaking about, like, what about the broader considerations for the community and other broader social supports that will be needed, I was a little bit confused. I wasn't sure who they were talking about because that is Largo Baffin.
Thanks. That's helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Janine, for your presentation today. Just a point of clarity, the clerk's office has reminded me any of the slides from delegates today are shared in the council SharePoint site. So if anyone needs to reference those. Our next speaker is Julie Hauser, who does have slides.
Thank you and good morning. And thank you to Janine for your comments, because this certainly is an important project. But I too am going to talk about some of the concerns that I have with the traffic. And I will talk about the traffic on Bank and Seawright. Sorry, this flipped into full screen on me and now I can't see my notes. Let me see if I can get out of this. Just a second. I had my notes right beside it, and at any rate, as you can see on the first slide, the Bank and Seawright is also known as Highway 31, Bank Street. It's a very busy arterial truck route. Speed limit is 60 kilometers an hour. And Seawright is a local road used by approximately 250 vehicles during peak times. And the guidelines of the City of Ottawa actually are for a maximum of 120. So it's already over capacity on Seawright Avenue. And it also, if you go to the next slide, please, is a difficult one because of its topography and its access. In the layout of the land is difficult. There's a great slope and the sightlines are very poor. So it makes it very difficult for people to see as they are exiting, whether they're turning north or south. And it's even worse in the winter with snowbanks. It is used, sorry. I also wanted to let you know that Bank Street is, there's no OC Transpo bus service between Athens and Hunt Club on this section of the street, and many pedestrians walk or cycle to the nearby shopping plazas and transit stations. And if you've ever been to the Alta Vista Animal Hospital, that is on Bank Street, just south of Seawright, so very close to the intersection I'm talking about. And the community I live in, Upper Hunt Club, has 440 homes, but there are only two ways in and out. One is on Hunt Club at Sable Ridge, which is called Laurie Greenberg, north of Hunt Club. And the other way in and out is from Bank Street onto Seawright. And there are no traffic lights at this intersection. And at this point, there are no plans to install a light. So next slide, please. I mentioned, whoops. I mentioned already the elevation and the poor sight lines, and Oh, yes, and I should have mentioned the proposed development is anticipated to contribute an additional 8 to 13 vehicles during the peak hours. However, since the vehicles include 21, 15, 7, and 6-seat passenger vans, their length would translate into something closer to 24 to 39 vehicles. Service vehicles, including large delivery and garbage trucks, will also use Seaverite when exiting the site. And we don't know how many they use at the site because this information was not included in the TIA. In my opinion, the truck and shuttle bus traffic from this facility will cause gridlock on Bank Street North during the morning commute. And commuters may simply not wish to make way for trucks and buses pulling out in front of them. If bottlenecks occur here, Upper Hunt Club residents and other businesses on Seaverite will be forced to drive through the neighborhood so they can exit at Hunt Club and Laurie Greenberg. The next issue that I would like to raise, you're looking at Bank and Hunt Club, is that intersection, and one of the councillors pointed out that we're at Bank and Hunt Club, that intersection was not actually included in the TIA. I don't know why not, but since they will be transporting clients to the Heart Institute, the Civic, and possibly other sites to the west, they would likely go through Bank and Hunt Club to reach these locations. The City of Ottawa's traffic planner's recent presentation on Bank Street and Hunt Club noted that the existing intersection regularly experiences traffic congestion during a prolonged period, not just the peak hour. And the city's planner noted that the number of vehicles entering the intersection is relatively high. Now, next slide, please. Since it wasn't included in the IGI TIA, I used information from another TIA conducted for a proposed project at 2600 Bank Street, which would be across the road from Seaverite. This study by CGH Transportation, done in September 2021, found that the overall intersection of Bank Street and Hunt Club Road during the AM and peak hours is at capacity. Their report also found that during the afternoon peak hour, high delays and extended queuing are noted at the Bank Street at Hunt Club and Albion Road at Hunt Club intersections, and extended queues are noted at the Albion Road at Bank Street intersection. So in closing, the intersections surrounding the proposed facility are already at capacity, and the TIA does not adequately address the impact the traffic generated by this facility will have on the surrounding area and on commuters living further south or surrounding in Blossom Park, Emerald Woods, Finley Creek, Greeley, and other communities. Traffic congestion causes delays and frustrated drivers who may take aggressive measures that could cause accidents. For this reason, I would ask that you vote against this recommendation in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Are there any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. So we'll move on to Laura Olson, our next delegation. Oh, Councillor Deans, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I'm just a little slow on the button to raise my hand, but good morning, Julie. And I heard Julie say she wanted us to, she's asking the committee to reject the application in its current form for traffic reasons. And to the point that one of my colleagues raised earlier about more site plan control issues, I just wanted to ask you, Julie, are you aware of the motions that are asking staff to consider this when we get to site plan? And is that sufficient in your mind?
I heard those motions, and I guess my question is there enough information for people now to make a decision? You know, Councillor Leeper talked about traffic not being a big part, but where else is traffic considered? It's not considered by the Transportation Committee, but the transportation impact assessments are submitted along with all the other zoning applications. So I'm not sure, and the question is, like, if it's done at site plan, would this be adequate? I'm not an expert in this area. I just know how busy the traffic already is, and that I think we need more information about the possible impacts, because the way it is currently does not provide us with that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Deans. Thank you, Julie. Our next speaker is Laura Olson.
Great, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. I believe I have a presentation. Great. Okay, next slide. So councillors, I'm here today to ask you not to approve the recommendations put forth to you by the city staff in their report because 1, the proposed zoning and the actual land use are not aligned. 2, the large scale of the building is inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. 3, the traffic impact assessment is so flawed it must be redone. And 4, the future land use study is biased and its process was flawed. Next slide. I just wanted to point out that I live in a very diverse, family-oriented neighborhood. Next slide. And I have a lot of motivations for being here, but maybe the most important are these 3 creatures. My daughter was recently discharged from CHIO after 5 months and is now in a day program to live with her illness. As part of her recovery, we bike ride every day through the streets of our neighborhood, Upper Hunt Club. My lively and neurodiverse son can't ride a bike, and he's not ready to cross Hunt Club safely alone. So going to Severite Park on his own gives him a sense of independence that others have at his age. And last but not least, our dog. And while we live on an off-leash dog park, she's been attacked 1 too many times and prefers to walk the streets of Upper Hunt Club. There's 2 issues that I've been particularly active on in the past. As you may know, Severite Park used to be a well-known drug dealing location. However, since closing the parking lot, the neighborhood feels safer at night, crime appears to be down, and the park has become a vibrant community gathering place. However, as a second issue, walking and biking down Sable Ridge is dangerous because of the traffic coming from people cutting through the neighborhood, as well as others parking on both sides of the street to use the dog park and Toboggan Hill. Next slide. My neighbors will provide you views on the massive scale of this proposed building, and I support their views. I want to touch on the zoning. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding at the front end that has been perpetuated throughout the process, but one that needs to be corrected. The proposed zoning allows for residential care facilities, but does not allow for hotels. The Nunavut government calls the proposed establishment a boarding home, which does not exist in Ottawa's zoning definitions. Now, we can certainly say that this privately owned for-profit operation will provide transient accommodation, so it fits the definition of a hotel. A residential care facility, however, requires an establishment to provide supervised or supportive in-house care for those who need assistance with daily living. My layman understanding of daily living activities include personal hygiene, grooming, dressing, toileting, walking, and eating. Supervised care and supportive care are well-defined terms when it comes to medical care. And while I'm sure that this establishment will provide quality hospitality, it does not provide care. During my days at CHIO, I was able to ask several healthcare providers about the proposed establishment, and all were very supportive of the services being offered, but none considered it a residential care home. One doctor said, "It is a hotel. We hospitalize the patients if they need care. Definitely not a residential care home." Maybe you're thinking, what's the big deal? I would ask the question back. Why do city bylaws differentiate between the two? Next slide. Others will speak to the flawed transportation impact. I simply will say here that I urge you to ask officials to have an independent third party look at this before approving the zoning. Next slide. We are already dealing with dangerous roads in the neighborhood. With more time, I could provide you examples. This facility will increase the neighborhood traffic, and I expect we will also see significantly more collisions on Hunt Club and Bank, which will also lead to more detours through the neighborhood. Next slide. You know our concerns on the process and the content of the future land use study. The study was written to accommodate the proposal, and there were no accommodations. I am providing you with what the draft 2015 proposal for the community design plan was. Why was this not also an option in the FLUS? On the residential recommendation, why R4, not R1 or 2? Next slide. By rejecting this report, You are not saying no to a project on this land. We understand that this land will eventually be developed. Next slide. You would be requesting additional work on this applicant's submission to address our concerns and to fully examine the negative impacts on our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Laura, for your presentation. Are there any questions from committee members? I am seeing none. So thank you, Laura. We'll move on to our next speaker, Mariette Fife-Fortin. And then Luc Fortin will be next. Mariette, good morning.
Good morning, Councillor. I want to raise to your attention today a number of deficiencies in the report in front of you and ask you not to approve the recommendations set out in the report. First, I am of the view that the report appears to lack critical analysis by mirroring the applicant's submission, which systematically outlines the positive effects and implications of its proposed development, while abstaining to provide information and analyses that would bring out the negative impacts. The report also lacks a thorough and balanced analysis of the issues and concerns raised by the community in the context of the application process. Furthermore, the report contains numerous omissions and misrepresentations of facts, leading to misleading descriptions of various aspects of the application and the regulatory framework. This results in the appearance that the report was written with a view to recommending approval without due consideration of matters of concern. This raises a perception of bias. Second, I have serious concerns with respect to the report's recommendations relating to the Seawright Lands Future Land Use Study, referred later as the FLUS. In particular, the report recommends the removal of the lands that are the subject of the application from the FLUS. Such a recommendation to sever the Seawright lands disregards the purpose and intent of the FLUS to study the area as a whole, as planned by the city in the secondary plan, a statutory document under the Planning Act. Furthermore, this will deprive the city from having a proper zoning framework against which the application for zoning amendment should be analyzed. It would also reduce the size of the remaining land subjected to another FLUS, which would lead to different analyses and conclusions. Third, the FLUS prepared on behalf of the applicant was presented at the public meeting of April 26, a meeting held at the request of the ward councillor, Mrs. Deans, but its mention was absent from the meeting invitation. No advance notice was provided to the community that the FLUS would be presented. This raises significant concerns with respect to the adequacy of notice for public participation by itself. However, it is particularly injurious to the community because the secondary plan specifically contains a requirement for public participation in the FLUS. How can public participation be deemed to occur in the FLUS process when the participants are only informed that they are participating in a public meeting for another process? I submit that the genuine participation of residents in the April 26 public meeting on the development proposal by the applicant was misconstrued in your report as representing participation in the FLUS. Fourth, the report mentions a meeting of May 18th when the FLUS was presented to the board of the South Keys Greenboro Community Association. I am of the view that this specific occurrence represents the start of public participation, but only the start, as the South Keys Greenboro area is not located in the immediate vicinity of the Seawright lands. The Seawright lands are landlocked on Seawright Avenue. No other street deserves these lands, and they are adjacent to the community of Operon Club. Again, the statutory and policy documents contain numerous references to the consideration that needs to be given to the immediate residential surroundings of the Seawright lands in the execution of the FLUS, yet no resident of these immediate surroundings was ever invited to participate in the FLUS study. Councillors, for these reasons, I submit that the report presented to you is misleading and does not contain the information you need to make an informed and knowledgeable decision about this application. For these reasons, I ask you to not approve the recommendations set out in the report. And I also ask you to instruct the city to commission a proper FLUS of the full Seawright lands to be done by an independent third party with full and adequate public participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariette. Merci. Are there any questions from councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none, so we will move on to our next speaker, Luc Fortin. Is Luc with us this morning?
Definitely.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Committee. My presentation will focus on numerous procedural issues relating to the public process dealing with the applications which are the subject of the city report in front of you. First, the provision of notice of proposed development using posted signs is an important means of informing the public and ensuring public participation. I submit to you that the provision of notice on Club Road and Seawright Avenue is a major area of concern. City staff has advised that the sign on Club Road disappeared and that they were replaced. If there has been a sign posted on that street at some time, it has been absent for extended periods of time. As well, the sign posted on Seawright Avenue did not include the property located on 1545 Seawright Avenue, which is part of the application until it was changed a few days ago. Second, I know that the signs wrongly describe the intended use for the building as medical care, which is not the case. This constitutes a significant misrepresentation. The importance of ensuring that signs correctly reflect the development proposal cannot be underestimated. They are the only means of communication to inform the broader surrounding neighborhoods of the forthcoming development. The lack of posted signs for long periods of time and the incorrect description of the intended use of the facility represent serious flaws as to the adequacy of reasonable notice to all stakeholders in the community. Third, I know that the applicant has had numerous documents to the public file as late as May 18th, and that despite these late additions, no provision has been made by the city to change the date of June 23rd to allow adequate time for the public to participate in the process through comments. I raise to your attention that the combined effect of the applicant's late submissions and the unforeseen power outage resulting from the storm of May 21st should be taken into consideration to allow additional time for public participation and ensure a fair process. Fourth, a notice of correction was posted by the city on the website on May 2nd to amend the list of the applicant's properties subject to its proposal by including the 1545 Seawright Avenue. This property, although included in some of the design documents, was not included in the city application summary dated November 10th, 2021. The omission of this property from the application for a period close to 6 months caused confusion as to the boundaries of the development of the corresponding impact of the development. This is significant because the property is in very close proximity to the residential area and is the actual site of the applicant's proposed road access inside the heart of the Upper Enclave community. The addition of this correction raises again significant concern as to the adequacy of notice. Councillors, members of the Planning Committee, all these procedural issues are serious and have taken place throughout the application, withholding key information for the residents of Upper Hunt Club and the surrounding community, as well as preventing reasonable delays to fully understand the applicant's proposed development. For this reason, I request that you do not approve the recommendations set forth in the city report presented to you, and ask that you assign additional time to this file to ensure a fair public process with adequacy of notice and complete information in the review of this application. Thank you, members of the Planning Committee, for your attention.
Thank you, Luc. Merci. Are there any questions from the committee or councillors? I'm seeing none. We'll move on to, actually, our next speaker was supposed to be Nancy Abbey Qatar. She had to leave. However, the slides that she submitted are on file if councillors want to refer to those. So that means our next speaker is Angus McKay.
Apologies, Chair. Angus isn't on the call either.
Okay. Well, the next speaker after Angus is Mohammed Tayaran. Is Mohammed with us today?
Mohammed should be on the call.
Okay.
Might just need to unmute. He might need to accept the prompt.
Okay. We can give him a moment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Mohammed.
Hi, sorry about that. I just cut off guard a little bit. I wasn't expecting to start, so.
Yeah, no problem.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been living in the Upper Hunt Club neighborhood for over 18 years. My concerns relate to the Transportation Impact Assessment, or TIA for short, that was carried out for this development. There are a number of issues within the TIA that have been raised, that have raised concern from myself and other residents, as you have heard so far. Having an extensive background in transportation planning and engineering, being a registered professional engineer in the province of Ontario, and having reviewed numerous TIAs in my former life as a City of Ottawa employee, I can confidently tell you that one of the most important steps, if not the most important one in any TIA, is the proper and reasonable estimate of the number of trips that are generated by a proposed development. Any analysis that follows within the TIA, such as where this traffic is coming from or going to, which route they take, or how much delay they experience at a nearby intersection, for instance, they're all based on these first crucial steps. So the number of trips generated for this site were estimated using the Institute of Transportation Engineer Trip Generation Manual for a land use called nursing home. It is important to note that the consultant incorrectly called this facility a medical boarding home throughout the TIA, which it is not, and then noted in their report that they used nursing home because it's also applicable to medical boarding homes. So first off, we all know by now this facility is neither a nursing home nor is it a medical boarding home. The manual they use defines a nursing home as a facility whose primary function is to provide care for persons who are unable to care for themselves. This is clearly not the case for the proposed development. Moreover, the nursing home category that was used in this TIA is based on observation on only 3 case studies, with the average number of beds being around 120 beds in their observation. This development is 3 times larger. Secondly, unlike a nursing home, this development generates considerable number of trips by facilities users throughout the day, whether it's for going to medical appointments or for other purposes such as shopping, recreation, excursion, and so forth, none of which is captured in the manual for a nursing home category. All this to say that the TIA has most likely underestimated the volume of traffic generated by this facility significantly, which in turn has considerable impact on the TIA's conclusion, including the proposed mitigation measures. This is a unique facility. To provide a true picture of the volume of traffic generated by the proposed development, the applicant should undertake traffic counts at the existing Largo Baffin facility on Richmond Road. Even though that facility is much smaller than the proposed building, it is of the same function and type that will allow to provide realistic trip generation rates for the proposed development. Only after this step is done, they can continue accurately with the rest of their impact assessment. My other concerns regarding U-turns at Hunt Club and K. The TIA addendum that was done in May has noted that the site-generated traffic that exits the site access at Hunt Club and does U-turn at Hunt Club and Cahill could equally be accommodated from the Seabright access, where vehicles can turn right from Seabright to Bank with minimal impacts on the intersection performance. And then it goes to say that it is expected that the traffic will likely be split between these two intersections based on driver preferences. This is in complete contrast with the analysis and recommendations in the original TIA that noted, in order to eliminate the potential cut-through traffic, it is recommended that the access on Seabright Avenue be gate controlled and no through traffic signage be placed at the entrances. This was also confirmed at the online community information session on April 26 by the developers consultants. These two statements contradict each other. Should the development be approved by City Council, residents need assurance in the form of contractual obligation or any other appropriate binding agreements by the developer that the Seabright Road access will be gate controlled and used for emergency purposes only. Lastly, as Julie mentioned previously, Bank Street and Hunt Club intersection is a major intersection in the city that is already experiencing extensive delays and congestion during peak times, yet it was not included in the TIA. So councillors, to conclude, it is for all these reasons as well as other concerns raised by previous speakers that I ask you not to approve the recommendations in its current form. I'm also asking you to request additional work on the TIA to address our concerns and to fully examine the negative impacts of increased traffic in surrounding areas which have been mostly overlooked today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deans has a question for you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mohammed, for being here. I was just wondering if you could share with me a copy of your notes today so I can follow up with staff on the points that you have made.
We'll certainly do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no other questions, so thank you. Thank you, Mohammed, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Richard Jabera. Is Richard with us?
Richard should be on the call now.
Hello.
Hello, Richard.
Can anyone hear?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to be heard. I want to speak regarding lot 1545 Seabright. As it was stated before, this 1545 lot was not included on the agenda at the beginning or the notices. And I was disappointed because I did send requests to the city through email saying, is this lot part of the applicant's application? And they told me no, it was not. Not until after the meeting with the Largo Baffin and their proposal that we saw that the exit to Seabright is going through this lot. So that is a procedural fault by the city, and I was not happy with it. So regarding 1545 Seabright, this is a lot that was severed from a previous lot 1601 Seabright, and it's treated as a subdivision for 3 lots that myself built on and my neighbor. And what was left is this 1545 Seabright that should adhere to strict zoning to just build a residential home according to what was approved by the city. Now the purchaser of this land is well aware of that, and we have an agreement of purchase that states that he should only build a house similar to the others that were part of this subdivision, and also to build a fence that separates us from 1372, where the Largo Baffin building is being put. Both of these are legal obligations that whoever buys this land should adhere to. So before I get into the constraint of the severance, we were looking at what we can do with the land as well. So we had the option of building units other than this nice homes, but we looked at the community and we saw what kind of homes were built, and my wife and I were in love with the area, and we wanted to build our dream home on one of these 3 lots. So we did, and so did our neighbor. Going back to the severance, there was strict constraints, like they wanted gas, electricity, everything be put on all 3 lots before we sever. So that was part of the agreement or the grant to sever these lands. They weren't, severed so that they would have different uses, like a highway coming through it. There was a vision that the city and the community supported, and that was to build these residential units, even with characteristics such as brick layouts, not vinyl. There was specific what has to be put on these lots. In that point of view, we built our homes according to these rules and characteristics. I learned later that 1545 has exchanged hands through different purchasers, and one of them was the Largo Baffin. And I would just ask that they would that they would honor what was proposed and not take us into a different direction. They have a lot of land, and from what I heard, they have also proposed to do lower rise buildings there. So the lack of green space that they are not adhering to as well, that is a concern to me. This property is very close to where they're going to build, and I would like for it to stay as is, not rezoned, not repurposed, not to do anything else with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for your presentation. Do any committee members have questions? Councillor Leeper.
We can find the hand up button today. And sorry, Richard, I just wanted to understand a little bit better the conditions that you consider are on the 1545 parcel. Are you suggesting that there are conditions of severance that were imposed by, I presume, the Committee of Adjustment that are in place?
There is one that to build that fence between us and the other building that is on file on the committee. Okay. The other one is like they have asked for a specific building to be put on that lot, and that's how we got a grant to really sever the lands.
Is that just a handshake agreement, or was that written in?
No. I mean, there's a big file of what was requested: environmental, grading, sewer plan. That if you want, I have 2 numbers for you.
I won't be researching it, but it does sound like you have something. You have another avenue to pursue besides this rezoning process, because I don't believe, and we can ask legal, but even if we rezone parcels today, that still isn't going to overcome an agreement that was put on a severance. So, right. But we'll find out from legal in a little bit. Richard, thank you.
The thing is that, sorry, the legal 1545 was not on the agenda. Like I said, it wasn't even, I didn't even know about it till after May that it's being affected. It was like swept under the rug for some reason. And I have a big concern with that.
Yep. No, and you've outlined that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. I'm seeing no more questions, so we'll move on. Actually, a speaker who was unable to connect earlier is back with us, Angus McKay. Angus, do we have you online? You may have to accept a prompt to come into the panelist room.
He should be joining now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Angus.
They appear to be muted. Oh, and unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi.
I really appreciate your patience. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Angus McKay. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm a personal support worker, and I live south in a small town south of Ottawa. I want to speak in support of this worthy project, its request to increase its capacity. There's a lot of good that can happen downstream from projects like this. Through my 4 kids, I've come to know two others who came to this town at about the same time as we did several years back. Here's a little bit of their story and how they are helped by projects like Largo Baffin. These children came here from very remote communities. They came here with serious life-altering injuries. These are the kinds of injuries that resulting from things like a house fire and a subsequent building collapse. It's astonishing to see how young bodies and spirits can adapt, overcome, and heal. That is what has happened in a multi-year recovery process. The key ingredients have been stability, meaningful connections to extended family, along with good quality healthcare and education. This new housing increases and supports all of these beneficial ingredients. You are doing something important by approving this project. Each effort is an important link in the Canadian community chain. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. By way of conclusion, I guess I just point out that for the record, that the Indigenous population is the fastest growing demographic in Canada. Thanks so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Angus. Are there any questions for Angus? All right, I'm glad you could join us in the end, Angus. We're going to move to the next speaker on our list, who is Jeff Boole. It's Jeff with us today.
I am here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was going to say, councillors, I see we're past the noon hour. If I could have my first slide put up. I'm here today to speak about the zoning change that is being brought forward on these properties. I'm asking Planning Committee not to approve the request for the additional height on these lands. I've lived in this neighborhood for 22 years. I've spent my career in the construction industry. I've been involved in many types of buildings, which include retirement homes, apartment buildings, office buildings, and others. With my background in this field, I am able to understand and visualize the massive size and scale of this development. The ask here is just too great. These properties are surrounded on 3 sides by single-family homes. I do realize that this land and other lands west of this location require redevelopment, but this needs to be done on a scale and height that is reasonable, with a gradual stepping upwards of buildings moving westwards towards the LRT. The land should not start off with the scale and height as being asked here. My presentation today will have several visuals to assist the planning committee members to see what is so wrong about this building. Next slide. View looking from the northeast from Bank and Seaverite. Please take note of the red arrows as a reference point of a 2-story single-family home on the left of this massive building. The LG building is too high and too wide for this piece of land in close proximity to the surrounding areas. Next slide. I just also wanted to point out the LG building is going to be the second tallest building on Hunt Club between the 416 and the 417. The slide in front of you is a zoning map. The image on the left indicates the current zoning areas and the buildings straddling the zoning boundaries. The right image indicates a building with the current zoning height at the green level. The asking height indicated above in brown. Approximately 60% of the north building is in a GM zoning, and the ask is for a 23% increase in height, which is identified by the red arrow. The southern portion of the building is in an IL zoning, and the ask here is a 56% increase in height. Again, 56% increase in height. You can see the yellow area to identify that. The building height is going to be 72 feet, 2 inches tall. The hydro poles along Hunt Club, which are very tall, are about 52 feet, and I got that information from Ottawa Hydro. This building is going to be 20 feet taller at the parapet height on the main roof. The height of the penthouse is 19 feet, 8 inches. You can see this with the white arrow. The total height of this complex, 91 feet, 10 inches, and that includes the penthouse. Next slide, please. I like to compare this building to the size of a US football field that measures 300 feet in length, excluding the end zones, and 160 feet wide. The outer 4 corners of this building are going to stretch out to a dimension of 312 feet by 182 plus or minus. There's missing dimensions on the drawings. Next slide. This is Bank and Hunt Club. The left image is the Waterford building. The right image is the LG building on this site. You can clearly see how big the LG building is on this site. Next slide. Hunt Club and Paul Anka. Again, LG building is so much larger than the existing building. Next slide. This is Hunt Club in Prince of Wales. Again, the LG building is so much larger than the existing office building. Next slide. As we move further west along Hunt Club, you can see the Sandman Hotel near Costco. Again, the LG building far expands past the existing building hotel and footprint. Next slide. I'm sure we all recognize this building, as this is your home for your portion of your workday, counselors. This image clearly paints a clear picture of just how big this LG building is and what will be the overpowering visual impacts of this building at the Hunt Club and Seaverite lands, should this zoning change be approved by this planning committee. The ask is just too great. I urge planning committee members to just say no to the current ask and send this group back to the drawing boards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. So our next speaker will be Francois Malrec.
Yes, hello, I have some slides.
Okay, we'll get those up on the screen. Welcome, Francois.
So, hello, councillors. I'm here today to ask you to not approve the recommendations of the report. The recommendations of this report are based on the incorrect premise that the proposed use would be allowed in the zoning, but it is not. Next slide. Official plan policies are required for orderly development compatible with existing neighborhoods. Zoning bylaw implement these objectives and policies, and importantly, should provide a legal and precise way for managing land use and future development. and protect us from conflicting land use in our community. Next slide. The report recommendations are based on the incorrect premise that the proposed use is a residential care facility. When thoroughly evaluated, it is clear that the proposed use meets the definition of a hotel, and the zoning for the lands where it would be built does not allow such hotel use. The rezoning requested would also not allow this use. Next slide. The proposed use not classified as not-for-profit is described as per the report as accommodations for patients and escorts, full kitchen services, transportation to and from the airport and medical appointments and treatments, arranged return air transportation, interpretation services, and services for family of patients and escorts, including but not limited to craft rooms, computer rooms, etc. Next slide. In simple terms, these services would translate to temporary accommodation, restaurant food service, desk services such as interpretation help and coordination for transport, shuttle service, and entertainment for guests. Next slide. This proposed use definitely meets the definition of a hotel as defined by the city. It is a commercial use that provides transient accommodation with 220 units accessed by common space with the desk services and other amenities. Next slide. It is arguable if the proposed use meets the definition of a residential care facility, especially with the interpretation given in this report to the plain and ordinary meaning of the phrase in-house care for those who need assistance with daily living. Next slide. In the general rules of interpretation, section 15 specified that definitions are given to aid in the understanding and implementation of the true spirit, intent, and meaning of the bylaw. They should not be used to avoid obligations imposed by the bylaw, such as locating a facility in a zone where its use is allowed. Section 16 further states that interpretation should be good-natured and in a way that meets the intent. Next slide. In the true spirit, intent, and meaning of the residential care facility designation, we note that the city's new official plan considers them as long-term housing, which conflicts with the meaning as temporary accommodation. The report's interpretation of important characteristics for residential care is also questionable and seem not in the true spirit, intent, and meaning of the definition, especially that these services are also commonly offered by hotels and resorts. With this trivialized meaning, and any hotel could be considered residential care facility, offering food services to people who need to eat daily. Support service is different from supportive care. Next slide. And in any case, the general rules of interpretation, section 18 states that where a situation arises where two or more regulations are equally applicable, all provisions must be complied with. Or where it is not possible to comply with all the provisions applicable, the most restrictive provisions must be complied with. This would mean to me that no matter if it's interpreted to meet the definition of a residential care facility, and given that it does meet the definition of a hotel, the facility would need to be located in a zone allowing hotel use. Next slide. I could only touch on the most important issue with the limited time given, but there are numerous other problems with the proposed amendments as listed here, and this report does not properly and completely address them. Therefore, I ask you in the name of all the Ottawa residents that would be most directly affected to reject all the recommendations of this report, as they are based on the incorrect premises that this facility's use is a residential care facility and not a hotel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Chair Moffat has a question for you.
Thanks. We've heard this comment before, this analogy that it's more closely associated to a hotel than anything else. And speaker earlier referenced CHEO as well. Would you be surprised to learn that CHEO is not zoned for a hotel use?
I know it's an institution.
Right. Do you go to CHEO often?
Nope.
Okay, so there's a building on the CHEO property known as the Rotel. Are you familiar with the Rotel?
Yes, I know about the hotel, and I believe it's an ancillary use to the institution.
No, it's zoned, actually has separate zoning from the hospital because it has an exception, but it's it'd be categorized as a residential care facility in our zoning bylaw. It provides 50, I mean, even their own website actually refers to themselves, oddly enough, as a motel. Of course, rotel is a combination of the words rotary and hotel. They provide those types of accommodations for individuals that need care at CHIO. And then you can book a room, family members and things like that there. I can't just go stay at the rotel. Do you think you'd be able to book a room at the Largo Baffin?
I don't see the relevance of your comment.
Well,
Really.
I absolutely, it absolutely is relevant because you're trying to argue.
I disagree.
And to be fair, if Largo Baffin required a hotel use to use this property, they could just apply for that use on this property.
Well, they could,
but they don't need that use because that's not the definition of what this facility is. So it's a bit of a innocuous argument that people are making to suggest that this should be categorized as a hotel, because if it needed to be categorized as a hotel, which it's not, they would just apply for that zoning use, because what we're talking about here is a zoning bylaw amendment. Nice, thanks.
I disagree.
Hey, thank you, Scott. I'm seeing no more questions. Oh, Councillor Leeper, just in time. Jeff, go ahead.
Thanks. And I will, much as Scott did, just sort of step it back a moment in terms of what this process is. The zoning bylaw doesn't currently allow this use, no question. But what we're being asked as a committee is to approve a use that they're asking for. And the context for that, in my view, is that, look, you're already allowed to have a community recreation facility. You're already allowed to have a gas bar. You're already allowed to have an automobile dealership. You're already allowed to have a retail store. If you're allowed to have all these different uses, you know, we think you should consider adding this other use that wasn't contemplated in the zoning bylaw as being appropriate. And I guess my question for you is, setting aside the what the zoning bylaw says today, because we're being asked to change the zoning, why would this use be inappropriate?
Why would a hotel use be appropriate?
And I'm looking at Largo Baffin because we all have an understanding that, they're not asking to put a Holiday Inn here. They're asking for a very specific function.
Yeah, they have similar characteristics.
Residential care facilities, so that if Largo Baffin were to leave, it would not be zoned for a hotel. You wouldn't be allowed to put a Holiday Inn here if Largo Baffin left. It's a very worthwhile use that is ideally located in close proximity to the airport to be able to shuttle people around. The traffic impacts are significantly less than many of the things that are allowed to be done today. Why wouldn't this committee be amenable to accepting the staff recommendation to rezone this property to allow for a residential care facility?
Because it's a hotel use and not residential care, and the characteristics are very much different.
Okay, so even though you couldn't put a Holiday Inn here if Largo Baffin were to leave, you feel that the Largo Baffin is just, it's too similar to a hotel to be allowed to go in.
That's right.
Okay. No, and that's the big question, I guess, with which this committee is seized. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Merci, Francois. We'll move on now to our next speaker. I think our final speaker. It's Michael Zabarski, who's joining by phone.
I'm on the Zoom call. Can you hear me, folks?
Yes, we can.
Super. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to speak on some concerns I have with regards to traffic being generated based on this proposed development, particularly the lack of a comprehensive TIA. The current one does not take into consideration all the impacts generated by the development, and I see no attempts by the developer to engage with the community on this. From the TIA, I'd like to note that I took a little phrase, trips generated by, this is a phrase from the TIA, trips generated by residents are not being captured for this land use, and there's no information available to estimate the number of resident-generated trips. So I find that very curious that transit trips by residents are not considered. Well, residents are going to be shopping, dining, socializing, doing as much as any other person living in a neighborhood. And considering that there'll be close to 450 residents in plus 175 staff, I'm seeing congestion in the neighborhood being increased by a factor of about 35%. Also missing is visits to the site. Friends and family of residents will be visiting. And also the prime focus of the facility is to serve as transportation for residents to medical appointments, which is super, but is not being considered in the traffic assessment. Why is key data ignored? Just a question. My feeling is this entity will be constantly busy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Service vehicles, providing food services, deliveries, garbage removal, major generator of traffic. So this, I consider a major oversight. And the other issue I'd like to discuss is cut-through traffic. Currently, and I'm talking cut-through traffic in our neighborhood, Upper Hunt Club. Currently, many vehicles are using Severite to Apple Hill to Sable Ridge route to circumvent traffic at Bank and Hunt Club, Bank and Albion. And this development proposal will significantly increase the traffic, especially given that the development is showing Hunt Club to be a strictly right-hand turn. People from the east will seek all alternate routes and double back and get access to the Hunt Club gate access. So right now I go to my Google Apps and Google Maps, sorry, and they conveniently show Upper Hunt Club as a convenient way to access hospitals from the Severite location. So what I'm trying to point out here is this will have a negative effect on health and safety in our neighborhood. So going to my third point, student safety. The Apple Hill and Severite intersection and other parts of the route along Hunt Club Road is used as a school bus pickup and drop off zone for all the children in our neighborhood. There's currently 7 school boards that supply buses or provide buses in our neighborhood. So every morning for an hour and a half and every afternoon for approximately an hour and a half, there's numerous students and of various ages waiting and assembling at this key point, which there will be, if this development goes through as proposed, will have a negative effect on traffic and the safety of our children. So that's all I'd like to say, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you very much, Michael, for your presentation today. That brings us to the end of our public delegations. We are going to go now to questions for the applicant and then questions for staff, and then we will go through each of the motions as well. And we will take a break after this item is finished, so everyone can get a chance to refresh and recharge a little bit. So going now to questions for staff, questions for the applicant. Questions for the applicant. Councillor Leeper is first up.
Thanks. Vehicle access to Severite seems problematic. Why is any access to Severite required at all?
Hey there, I can take that one. David Hook with IBI Group Transportation. The access to Severite is essential for the proper functionality of this site. in any form, primarily due to the restriction of right in, right out on Hunt Club, and other restrictions in the area, no truck routes on Cahill, for instance. And so for any development to properly function on the site for waste collection or for loading and deliveries, an outbound access is required to get trucks out and service vehicles out to Bank Street and the broader area. The other important aspect of having the secondary access on Syvarite is, as others have noted, to distribute the traffic amongst the two access points, to not overload any one particular problem, such as overloading U-turns at Hunt Club and Cahill. I did want to point out that the original traffic impact assessment looked at a worst case in that all outbound traffic that would need to go west on Hunt Club would make a U-turn at Hunt Club and Cahill with minimal adverse implications. And we've even put forward through an addendum mitigation measures to deal with that and make that movement a little bit more safe. But the key point is that the secondary access to Syvarite is required for the proper functionality of this site in any way it's developed.
Operationally speaking, what could we expect in terms of traffic patterns then if this development were to move forward?
Regardless of whatever development is on this site, it's going to be subject to the same turning movement restrictions because of the Hunt Club median. And so I think it's irrelevant to this specific development proposal. That's just the nature of having access on a divided arterial roadway.
I guess maybe Jacob could address it. Operationally speaking, we know the types of vehicle movements that are going to be associated with this site. Shuttles, service trucks, they probably get a Cisco truck in there once a day or so. There's shuttle and staff in and out to the workday. Operationally speaking, what can we expect to see in terms of movements around this site?
I'm happy to speak to that, Councillor. With respect to operational movements, most vehicle trips in or out are going to be related to the shuttles. As we mentioned, there's 8 shuttles that I don't think the capacity of the shuttle necessarily matters because one bus is one trip. That would be my interpretation. Of course, you would agree that there are delivery trucks, Cisco or other food providers, maintenance vehicles that might require use of that surface parking. The rest would be the employees accessing the site. Based on our data from the existing facility, it was estimated that about 50% would drive to the site and 50% would take alternative modes of transportation. I think at the TIA, it estimates 80%, which is higher than what we've been told operationally is for the current facility. So either way, we're okay. The only other traffic that I would anticipate as daily operations would be taxi cabs if they were coming from anywhere not on the shuttles. Uber Eats deliveries, if anybody did not choose to eat a local meal provided through the facility. And I know there's some questions about visitors or guests as well. I would remind everyone that these are people coming in from the north. Some may have family in town, but it's our understanding that visitors are relatively uncommon for this facility.
And sorry, did you say it's 8 shuttles per day?
There are 8 vehicles in the fleet. So those vehicles may make multiple trips per day,
okay.
But there are 8 vehicles in the fleet.
Do you have, and sorry, what is the anticipated number of those shuttle movements?
I don't have that data on me. I don't know if David would be able to provide that answer. Alternatively, we have Bill McCurdy from Creva Group, representative for Largo Baffin. He may be able to expand on the operations a little more and provide a better estimate than myself.
I think one important point is it's only 8 vehicles as well. And, worst case is that all 8 vehicles holding a capacity of, what was it? Somebody did the math, 100 passengers or whatever, all coming in and out of the site within an hour is highly unrealistic.
Okay. And then the previous, or sorry, a couple of delegates ago spoke to something which is, I think, more germane to this discussion, which is the proposed land use, and suggesting that this committee should be considering whether or not to allow this facility as something more akin to a hotel. And that's obviously, you know, it's one thing to contemplate a residential care facility in this context. It's another thing to consider a hotel in this context. Can you provide any counterpoint to the delegates' argument that we should be thinking about this as a hotel, as the land use, which ultimately we'd be approving if we did?
I can certainly speak to that, Councillor. For one, I believe there was another councillor who mentioned that you can't book a room here. It's not open to the public. And therefore, that would be one of the primary functions of a hotel that anybody could attend. Hotels and motels are often arrived by vehicles or people who are using their personal vehicles or a rent-a-car on the site. I would note that the guests staying in this building don't generally have personal vehicles because, again, they're flying in. But more specifically as to why we consider this a residential care facility, I would note that there's sort of three main functions within the definition. One is an establishment providing supervised or supportive in-house care. And we would note that there are staff on site 24/7 to assist the temporary residents with services. And I would believe this qualifies as supervised and supportive. I'll come back to the definition of care in a minute. But with the second part of that is for those who need daily assistance with daily living that may also provide ongoing medical and nursing care, counseling, or social support services. Due to language restrictions and other logistical support for appointments, daily meals, Largo Baffin provides a lot of assistance for daily living for these residents who are being taken out of their communities and coming here to seek care. I did hear a comment that this facility doesn't provide care. And I strongly oppose that idea. I think care means a lot of things to a lot of people. And I would say that maybe a Western-centric definition of care would place that on operations or medical care. I would say language support services, meals, including country food from back home, support, healing circles, a lot of different cultural events on significant days. That's all part of healing and that's all part of care. And that's something this facility provides that a hotel would not. So this is more of a community for people coming in from the north, receiving care that I don't think is limited to just medical care.
Jacob, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for some comments. There was a slide previous where somebody did their own artistic rendering, but also made critical statements about the renderings provided by yourselves, the applicant. I don't think people are flying in the air, you know, the perspective that they proposed. So I just wanted to get your feedback on, you know, how well your architectural renderings are in relation to scale and size based on the comments you've heard today.
Thank you for the question. If I may defer this question to our project architect, Megan Torza, who is here with us from DTAH.
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you for the question. The renderings that were prepared as part of this application were prepared using AutoCAD and SketchUp software based on a legal documented survey of the property, also provided to us in AutoCAD format. So the renderings as well as the drawings that were submitted are accurate to the millimeter and do demonstrate the scale of the project. We cannot comment on the accuracy of the images provided by the delegates today, but the images that are prepared by the applicant, including 3D renderings and 2D drawings, are accurate.
Great, and thank you for that. As a matter of fact, my son's an architect, and you mentioned all these tools. They're standard business tools when doing renderings. This is the architectural standard for all applicants. Would that be correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, wonderful. So we've debunked that myth. Just real quickly, and I'll save this for later on, chairs, during wrap up. I do understand the importance. My good friend, Mayor Kenny Bella from up north, as well as former Mayor Redfern, how important this facility is for the people of the north that do have to come down here for services. So again, thank you very much for coming out and making your presentations today. I certainly will be supporting, and I will have some more comments based on the rest of the deliberation today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, Chair. And I know I don't sit on this committee, but I will be voting on this when it gets to council. So I have a question for staff. We heard a number of delegates refer to procedural inconsistencies or irregularities, process that wasn't followed, or studies that were required that weren't done. I'd like to be on firm footing when I vote on this at council. So I'm wondering if we can get a comment from staff as to whether they feel that any of the requirements either under city processes or under the Planning Act were not met by either the city or by the applicants to this point.
So Councillor Eglai, I'm just going to pause you. You had asked me earlier by text if we were on questions for staff, and I mistakenly said yes. So we'll put you first up with that question when we do get to staff. It's been a long morning, so I apologize.
Oh, we're not on staff yet. Okay, fair enough.
We're on the applicant right now.
Okay, fair enough.
But we'll come to you first for staff. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a couple of questions for the applicant. The first one is just following up on these competing 3D renderings. My impression of what the community was saying is not that there's a significant difference in what they have superimposed on the 3D rendering, but it is the images that the applicant has superimposed against them that create a different look in the scale. And they pointed out that the car in the image looks like it's an entire story of the building. So I guess to the architect, would you agree that the superimposed images are out of scale in your renderings?
I can try to answer that question. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by superimposed images.
The car, the image of the car depicted against the size of the building.
Yeah, so the three-dimensional views of the application created by DTAH architects include vehicles as well as people and other elements of context to help understand the scale of the building. Those elements are to scale. The particular vehicle that might be what is being referred to in that particular comment is a shuttle owned by Largo Baffin, which is a larger vehicle than the standard personal vehicle that an individual might own. It is one of the Largo Baffin shuttles that take residents of the building to medical care, and therefore it is a larger vehicle than the standard.
Okay, yeah, I know some of those shuttles are 22-seaters. I mean, it is deceptive in that it looks like a car. I just wanted to follow up with Jacob about the cut-through traffic issue. Jacob and I've had lots of opportunity to discuss this. I think we're pretty aligned. I can tell you, people are talking about hotel use. If this was a Holiday Inn being proposed here, I suspect it would be also recommended for approval because in the Hunt Club corridor, there are hotel uses along that corridor. But I can tell you for sure, if it was a hotel, I would be here asking you not to allow any access onto the residential street behind. In this case, I am willing to consider it because, after speaking with Jacob about it, I recognize that those shuttles in particular would have a much more difficult time going to the airport, which is a lot of ways that they're going to be going if they had to use Hunt Club Road exclusively. And that's why I'm sort of open to it. What I'm not open to is this very convenient cut through access between Hunt Club and Bank Street, avoiding the big intersections. So a lot of cars will try and access this site. And I can tell you, Largo Baffin doesn't want that either. So the recommendations that we're looking for, and I think Jacob, maybe you could just confirm this, is that we look for some kind of controlled access that will limit the uses that are necessary to use Seaverite as a secondary access, but not open up this, this whole site to convenient cut-through traffic. So Jake, could you just confirm that?
If I may, Councillor, I've seen some references to Seaverite as a residential street. I would note that right now the uses that front onto it are industrial in nature, and the residential properties on the south side of Seaverite back onto Seaverite with a tall fence and extensive landscaping and are even raised in some areas.
Oh, no, there are residential homes on Seaverite as well.
The portion of Seaverite from Apple Hill Drive to Bank Street, the properties back on. And I believe that fencing, that berm, that landscaping was set up due to a buffer of the existing industrial area that we are looking to replace as part of this development.
Wait, Jacob, we just have to get this clear. There are homes right beside the Largo Baffin, fronting onto Seaverite, that are residential. We heard from one of the owners today.
Correct, Councillor. As I specified, I'm talking about the portion from Apple Hill to Bank Street, which is the portion that abuts our site. But either way.
In this area there, it's residential.
Understood, Councillor. With respect to cut through traffic, we've already made some efforts in that sense to sort of snake the interior street layout or the lanes or the drive aisles, however you want to call them, in order to provide some traffic calming measures just through site design. Further traffic calming measures could be implemented at site plan, whether that's speed bumps or medians or anything else that would help deter cut through traffic. And of course, the extreme example of that would be offering a gate and restricting access through fob only access. That does complicate things for operations, including for deliveries. So we would be willing to discuss those items at site plan and come to an amicable solution, but I don't think we're ready to commit to anything today at zoning.
No, the motion I put forward is to, and I thought there was more of a willingness that I'm hearing from you today in the last conversation we had, but it is to make sure that that issue is adequately addressed through the site plan process.
I think we're happy to commit to discussions, absolutely. But any firm solutions we think are really a site plan issue that should be discussed as part of that application and the TIA and the development plans that would follow.
Thank you.
Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. Just one question. Your GFA. So in your presentation, you say your gross floor area is 15,000 square meters. What's your ground floor square meters?
If you'll bear with me, co-chair, I'll fill that information for you. The footprint of the building is approximately, the footprint is 3,700 square meters, and the total GFA after efficiencies is approximately 2,560 meters.
Okay, I only asked that because we're talking about all these different renderings and stuff, and there was a rendering where our beautiful Raymond Moriyama City Hall was enshrouded by your building, but the floor area of City Hall is 8,000 square meters, and your building is less than 4,000. Seems strange that the building you're proposing could somehow fit over top of our 8,000 square meter City Hall. Anyway, strange. Thanks, Jake.
There were a number of different numbers from the delegations. One referenced 400 residents on site, one referenced 450, but there's 350 beds. So is the number of residents 350, or is there some variation to that?
Apologies, co-chair. I'll come to that in a moment. I do want to correct my last response to Councillor Moffat. I was quoting a typical floor plan, but there is an extension of the ground floor at the rear of the building that occupies some of the operational areas, including deliveries. So the footprint of the building at the ground floor is 4,300 square meters, whereas a typical floor above that would be 3,700. So my apologies for that, and I wanted to correct that for the record.
But your footprint is still less than 8,000 square meters.
Correct.
Okay, far less.
My apologies, Chair. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, it was the number of residents expected to be on site, because I think there's 350 beds, but we heard a range of numbers for residents during the presentations today.
Correct. Yeah, it's 350 beds across 220 rooms. Some of those rooms are single rooms. Some of those rooms are double or quote unquote family rooms, depending on if someone is coming with an escort or perhaps a child with their parent or guardian or other escort. 350, I don't know where the 450 come from, but if I could speculate, I would assume that it would include peak employees, of which we're estimating approximately 100. But it's 350 beds.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. And how does the TIA, the traffic impact assessment, how does that take into account newer buildings or future buildings that might be built in the area?
If I may, Chair, I would defer to David Hook for that question.
Sure. Yes, the TIA process, as many on this call are aware, goes through a 4-step process reviewed by city staff. We firstly identify the scope of the study area intersections, and that defines the lens in which we look at other developments within that area, traffic impacts within that area, and that was agreed upon with city staff of the study area for this application, acknowledging that there are other developments planned in the broader area, and you know, this process followed the typical process that any TIA would, by specifically accounting for any known developments within that defined study area explicitly, and through any other background growth through a general background growth rate. That's not any different than any other study that's conducted in the city of Ottawa.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deans.
Thank you. Just following up on the issue of the number of residents that could occupy the facility at any one time. My understanding from conversations I've been involved is there are 350 beds, but they're not all single beds. A lot of the people that are coming with a spouse or a partner or a child, and that there are any double capacity beds in that facility. So I think the question maybe to the applicant is, what is the total capacity of this building?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to respond once again that we have 220 rooms containing 350 beds. If there are any further details with respect, are you referring to the sharing of beds, or do you just mean
the sharing of beds? Some of the beds are queen beds in that facility, and the rooms accommodate full families. So I think the community would like to know what the actual capacity is. 350 beds, as I understand it, does not represent 350 temporary residents.
I will defer to our project architect, who was intimately involved with Largo Baffin and the designing of this purpose-built facility. So I am personally unaware of any bed sharing involved. To me, it's similar to the way you would quote it for a hospital. A bed is a patient, but I may be wrong in that. I'll defer to Meg.
That is our understanding as well, Jacob, that the bed count is the total count of residents who would be sleeping in the facility at any one time.
The city staff, because that is not what the community has been told. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Jacob, was there something? I saw your hand there.
It was just a question through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Deans. I don't know where that would have come from. Every slide, every presentation I've done on this in all of the public meetings has referenced the correct numbers of 220 rooms to 350 beds. I'm unfamiliar with this idea of bed sharing or more than 350 beds.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done then for questions for the applicant. So thank you to the applicant team for being here. We'll move now to questions for staff. And I did promise Councillor Eglai, and your question would be up first. Maybe just restate it if you could, Councillor.
Sure, and thank you, Chair. Sorry about the confusion. Yeah, just to rephrase to staff, we heard a number of delegations talk about either procedural irregularities or inconsistencies, lack of proper and legal notice of the project, inadequate consultation time, studies that should have been done but weren't done or weren't properly reviewed. I'm just wondering, I'm not voting today as I indicated earlier, but I will be voting at council. I want to make sure that I'm on firm footing when I vote, that in staff's professional opinion, that all city processes with regard to this planning process and application, that all regulatory obligations under the Planning Act have in fact been met. I'm wondering if staff can comment on that.
Yes, thank you for the question through you, co-chairs. Yes, I can confirm that all Planning Act requirements have been met. So there was a 120-meter notice sent to all the residents within that 120 meters. That was sent at the beginning of the process. And for this application to go to planning committee, there was also notice sent to everyone who provided comments on the application. And there was also a notice in the newspaper stating the correct addresses. In terms of the sign on the property, when the application was transferred to myself, it was corrected in terms of the missing address, the 1545 Seaverite. That was corrected back in March. And we do have photos from the sign company proving that those signs were corrected. And in terms of the required studies through the pre-application consultation, city staff identified a list of studies that were required to meet our procedural requirements, and all the studies required were submitted and reviewed by city staff.
So thank you for that. As I said, I'm not voting today, but as I go into the vote, I want to make sure that we haven't missed something. And it sounds like, as the planner on this file, that it's in your opinion that everything that is required has been met. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Deans.
Thank you. I'm just going to start where we left off on the occupancy of the building. Perhaps the community has misinterpreted what was said, and perhaps I've heard it so many times now, I believed it to be true, but perhaps that there are all single beds. I think what is in the report speaks to family rooms, and since this is really a home away from home, maybe we've extrapolated somehow that there would be queen beds, because I know the community believes some of the rooms did accommodate families in that way. So Melanie, can you just confirm the capacity of this facility?
Melanie, before you answer that question, I would like to caution committee that under the Planning Act, we do not have regulatory authority on what happens inside the walls of a building. We have control on the exterior wall dimensions and space, but legally we do not. We had this discussion at the Salvation Army file, and I want to caution committee, although because it may be germane to the traffic analysis, I will ask Melanie to answer that question, but I think it's important committee is cautioned.
I'm just asking about the capacity, yeah.
So the capacity that the report quotes is the number of units, which is 220 units, and then the number of beds, which is 350 beds. There had been some questions from the community in the past in terms of, the capacity of the building, and the only numbers provided to the community that would be in excess of the 350 were when we were speaking to staffing. So additional numbers because of staffing.
A member of the community just sent me a message and said that the queen beds are written into the proposal. So I'm still a little iffy on that, but I'll take another look at it. Melanie, I wanted to talk about the signage on the property in the scheme of things, perhaps not the most important point, but still, posting proper signage is important. And I know there was a mistake on the original signage that referred to it as a medical care facility. It's since been corrected, although I'm not actually sure that sign's even up yet, that calls a medical care facility. It may have gone up a couple of days ago. But I have heard from many members of the community that the signage on Hunt Club Road has never been there. And, you know, that's a main arterial where a lot of people would see the signage. And I heard you say that there had been theft, vandalism of that sign, but I wonder what evidence that you could share with the community that that sign has actually ever been erected, because they don't believe it has. And nobody in that community apparently has ever seen it, nor have I. So I just wondered if you, like, when people go out there to put those signs up, do you actually take a photograph of them to show that they're there? And do you have evidence of each time that they put up the sign?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. And through you, chairs, I can confirm that yes, when the sign companies put up the signs, they do take a photograph and send it to the planner on file. So we do have photographs of the signs every time they've been replaced. I can say that the sign along Hunt Club was initially installed on the bollards of the car dealership with tie wraps. And on one occasion, I did go on the site, I believe it was 1 or 2 days after the sign was put up, and it was no longer there. So it didn't take long for the sign to be removed. The sign company did confirm for this last time where I requested a sign to be installed again, that they were going to be building a wood frame structure with sandbags to hold up the sign on Hunt Club, although I haven't gone on site to verify.
And have you seen the sign, like when you did your presentation this morning, I think you said there were 3 times the sign had been installed. Do you have photographic evidence of that?
Yes.
And how were they installed those other times?
So yes, we do have photograph evidence that the signs were installed. And as I indicated, they were installed with tie wraps on the bollards.
So that was done several times, tie wraps on the bollards?
That's correct.
And okay, so there's some indication that they were, can you send me those photos just so I can share them with the community, please?
I believe I can, unless there's some legal reasons why I couldn't, but I do think I can.
Okay, thank you. We heard from the community today a number of concerns about the parking on this site, and I wondered if you could just address the adequacy of the parking requirement.
Yeah, thank you for the question. In terms of the parking, we're reviewing right now a zoning bylaw amendment, and the applicant is not requesting a reduction in the parking rates for the specific use. So once we receive the site plan control application, the parking will be reviewed at that time and subject to the rates in the zoning bylaw.
But you can give assurance to the community that in your estimation, the parking is adequate for this use.
According to the concept plans that we received with the zoning application, they are showing that they are respecting the zoning bylaw rates.
Okay, and sort of a hypothetical question, but if somewhere down the road, Largo Baffin were to sell this facility to, say, the Holiday Inn, for lack of better term, would there be an opportunity to significantly alter the parking requirement if a different use came in there?
We would have to review that at that time, and they would most likely need a zoning bylaw amendment, and we would be able to review parking requirements at that time also.
And if it was a retirement resident or retirement residential facility that purchased that site, would that trigger a zoning bylaw amendment?
I would have to double check the list of permitted uses, but I do believe a retirement home is a permitted use in the GM zone.
So how would, if this site were to change hands, how would down the road the parking requirement to fit that new use be addressed by the city?
If there's no development application, it would not be coming to development review, but I would believe that they require some permit from most likely building code services, and zoning plans examiner would be doing a review at that time. But maybe Lily could provide more information if she's aware.
Yes, Chair. So if the land use or is going to be changed, or the property is going to be changing the hand, the new use would still need to comply to the zoning bylaw requirements in terms of minimum parking provision and visitors parking, etc. And currently under the site plan control bylaw, if the applicant make changes to the on-site parking for more than 10 space, they would need to subject to a site plan control process.
Okay, thank you for that. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So I've heard a lot from the community on traffic patterns, et cetera, compared to what is already there and what could go there. I'm reasonably confident that on planning grounds, the change in use is appropriate. I'm also convinced that the use for this residential care facility is also appropriate. The biggest planning grounds I have questions about are actually the height of the building. Going up significantly taller than what is currently, there's nothing like it around, and it's significantly taller than the zoning would allow. My concern is over transition from the immediately adjacent residential neighborhood. Can staff talk about transition from the residential to this more institutional use and why they consider it appropriate to amend the zoning to allow for a significantly higher building than would otherwise be allowed?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, Mr. Co-Chairs, I can confirm that we were looking at different aspects when we were evaluating the zoning bylaw amendment. And one of the items that we look at what's permitted currently on site. And right now for the GM 16 area, it is a maximum height of 18 meters with a required setback of 20 meters from residential properties. And that equals to a 42-degree angular plane. So the angle at the residential property line up to the top of the building. And in terms of the existing light industrial zone, there's a permitted height of 14 meters with a setback of 7.5 meters, and that equals to an angular plane of 61.8 degrees. So when we looked at the application or the proposal in front of us, they were proposing the 22-meter height at a setback of 27 meters. And that is actually an angular plane that is below what is currently permitted. So the proposal would be at 39.2 degrees angular plane to be exact. So that is one thing that we look at in terms of transition to see if it's appropriate transition to low-rise residential. And one other item also that we took into consideration was the outdoor amenity area. So that 27-meter setback effectively creates a fairly large amenity area of over 2,000 square meters, which is the size almost of an urban parkette, according to our park development manual. And we also have considerations for sun shadow impacts and the fact that this building is located on the south side of Hunt Club. And with that 27-meter setback, it minimizes any sun shadow impacts on the community to the north and to the east.
Yeah, like this building is to the west of those buildings that are on Severite. With that height, do we expect there to be a shadow impact, like for example in December? And I apologize, I haven't looked at the shadow studies, but it is to the west, so you've got that evening shadow potential.
Yes, that's correct. And as I indicated before, the sunset, there's currently permitted heights that are allowed on site for the GM and for the light industrial, and the sun shadow study compares what is permitted. So essentially they create a built form of what's permitted in their software, and then they compare that to what is proposed. And there's minimal changes. In some spots it's better, in some spots it might be a little bit worse, but in general there's no greater impact compared to what's currently on site or permitted on site.
Okay. And then so the required setback is 20 meters to the In which direction? To the east from those homes on Severite?
Yeah, so the current setback of 20 meters for in the GM zone, the existing GM zone, is to the residential zoning. So that would be to the east.
And so they're proposing 27.
Exactly.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Deans.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I wanted to ask one more question about the TIA, and in particular, the intersection of Bank Street and Severite. And just wondering why we heard Jacob say earlier that, we know that those vans will heavily use that intersection. Doesn't meet the warrant right now, but it has a significant, serious sightline issue. And I can only imagine 22 passenger vans trying to turn onto Bank Street with cars flying at a high speed over that hill. And I do think it does present a real safety risk. And I'm wondering why the TIA did not include the intersection of Bank and Hunt Club.
I can confirm that we have Patrick McMahon, our transportation project manager, on the call today, so he could be able to answer that question.
Melanie and Councillor Deans. The TIA did not include the intersection of Bank Street and Hunt Club because it was outside of the goal typical radius around this kind of development. So within 400 meters in this area, usually we would take a look at the intersections, and this was outside of that bound. With respect to Bank Street and Severite, this intersection was reviewed within the TIA as well for capacity and for storage for the train movements.
Just seems really odd to me that something so critical to the movement, safe movement of those passengers and people at that intersection with the development of this size and scale wouldn't just, even if it was beyond the 400 meters, not be included when it's clearly an important intersection for the safe movement of people through this site.
One more comment I may add is within recent TIAs in that area that have examined Bank Street and Hunt Club, we use a 0.5% background growth rate was applied, and so the amount of volume generated by this development would be less than that 0.5% background growth rate. Therefore, it would reasonably be accommodated within that for future analysis.
Within what?
So within other TIAs, other developments use 0.5% background growth rate along Bank Street as well as on Hunt Club. This development, as a percentage of the total volume on Bank Street, would be less than that background growth rate increase.
Not sure I entirely understand. There's a lot going out there right now. Whole property on the other side of Bank Street that is developing, and it's not quite aligned to that intersection, which is just more problems. We know that there are other properties to develop in that worry about how all of this gets taken into account. And it would seem that this one, using that intersection, would just you would want to include it.
Sorry, I cut out a little bit. I may have missed some of what you said, but we did notice, or after community consultation, we did have the consultant include the development at 2600 Bank Street within their addendum. This is something that was not. This is something that was not initially requested because the application came beyond the scoping date, but they did accommodate us by including that in their analysis.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, I'm seeing no other questions for staff. What we're going to do now is we're going to go through the motions and we can have a discussion on each of the motions as required. After the motions, I know there are a few councillors who may wish to do a wrap up comments. We'll do that before the final vote on the report recommendations as they may be amended. So we'll go through the motions in the order that they were read into the record by Councillor Deans earlier. These are all being moved on behalf of Councillor Deans by Councillor Menard. And the first one is on a holding zone until such time as a city-led FLUS has been completed. Councillor Deans, can you introduce this for us and just a bit about what your intention is here?
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair. This motion speaks to the OPA amendment. As I referenced in my comments on deferral, back in 2015, the CDP was undertaken in this area and embedded in the policy the requirement for future land use study for the seabright lands. The FLUS could be triggered by the city or an applicant, whichever came first. In this case, Largo Baffin's application triggered the FLUS, which provides guidance on how land in this area should develop. This was a confusing process for both staff and the community. And while I appreciate this is no fault of the applicant, this motion directs staff to set aside any recommendations in the FLUS that do not pertain to the applicant's property and requests that staff conduct a city-led FLUS on the balance of the lands. This would allow for more fulsome community consultation on these lands. It also requests that a hold zone be placed on the balance of the properties that would remain in effect until a city-led FLUS was completed. And I think, Mr. Chair, you heard today the frustration from many members of the community that they do not feel that an adequate future land use study was conducted. I put a motion earlier to defer until that could happen. Committee rejected that. So this basically says, okay, we're dealing with this one because we've received an application, but let's not repeat this flawed process for the balance of the lands. Let's place a hold zone on it. Let's have the city lead future land use study for the balance of those lands before we repeat something similar to what we saw here today.
Okay. Want to give staff a chance to comment on this motion. Mr. Willis?
Chair, first of all, I would like to defer to Mr. Mark, first of all, about the legality of imposing a holding zone on a parcel of land that's not subject to the application and what due process would be on that. And then Mr. Herwire will turn over to him to talk about the implications of a city-led process.
Mr. Chair, if only to my fellow staff, I have expressed a concern about including in rezoning parcels that were not subject to the zoning application. I recall there was something in before Councillor Leeper was a councillor, there was a parcel where amongst a very large parcel, the city did include a one, which was an upzoning. That is the only time I can recall that parcels that were not subject to the notice have ever been included in a rezoning, Mr. Chair.
So clear, Mr. Mark, on what you're saying, because FOTAN were required, again, through no fault of their own, but as part of this application process, to pronounce on what their vision for the balance of those lands that are not in their ownership as part of that FLUS. And even the landowners of that property, as I understand it, were not consulted. So there is some direction that just left unchecked today, a guidance for the future based on this future land use study. And so what the community is saying is we want a separate process for the balance of those lands. So leaving aside what you're doing today for the balance of those lands doesn't have to be included in this zoning, but the city should lead a process and they should put a hold zone on it until such time. So are you suggesting that's not possible?
Mr. Chair, there's absolutely no difficulty, of course, with a separate process, but removing zoning rights, which was what a hold will do, would say the zoning rights that you have today, you cannot give effect to. Removing zoning rights without it actually being part of the application, yes, I have concerns about, Mr. Chair.
Here, if I could be helpful to committee, which I try to do every once in a while, my advice to the councillor and committee is that the councillor withdraw this motion, work with staff between now and council to come up with something that we would be perceived as legal. Because I understand and staff understands the councilor's position about setting aside the conclusions of the FLUS as it relates to the adjacent sites. I have some sympathy for the councilor's position on that aspect of it, but changing an adjacent site zoning when they're not in the room representing themselves without appropriate representation, staff strongly counseled this committee not to do.
Okay, I'm prepared to withdraw this and work with you to bring it back to council. I think that's fine.
Okay.
I would provide just some slight to make sure that you consult the 3 property owners as well.
Are you talking to me, Scott?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I just because whenever it comes through, whenever you work with staff and whoever it is, that just give a heads up to the 3 property owners so you don't end up in a situation where they're coming to committee and saying that they oppose the holding provision. I don't dispute the merits of what you're doing.
That commented on the property didn't consult them as part of the issue, but
we're different though. We're different, right?
We should do that. So I'll work with Steph on that.
Steph, thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on then to the second motion that was introduced. I believe it is the before and after traffic count.
Well, as you know, traffic is another major issue, and while I acknowledge that the residents of this facility will not have vehicle or visitors, or very many visitors anyway, there will be more than 100 employees as well as large passenger vans accessing this site daily, and maintenance facility vans as well. This motion directs staff to undertake a pre and post traffic study in the Upper Hunt Club community to identify any mitigation measures needed. The post study would be 3 years after the site is operational.
Okay, can I get staff to comment on this motion?
Thank you, Chair. Staff do have some concerns with this motion. From a couple of different aspects. One of them, and primarily, we've just completed a transportation impact analysis associated with this development that has reviewed the traffic impacts resulting from this development. We feel that they're minor in nature and that they don't on their own warrant additional traffic counts. We have consulted with our traffic services department, who have also raised concerns with respect to the resources required to undertake this study and you know, both from the doing the study, but also if there was issues identified in 3 years' time, that there is not an existing program or funding available to rectify any issues that may come up. So in a sense, we would be setting some sort of false expectation for the public.
Can I ask for clarity then, is there not neighborhood traffic calming that could be done? Like, wouldn't a traffic study be part of that? If a councillor wanted to request that 3 years from now, is that not a route that could be taken? It's a little bit different than what's in the motion, but to say there's no opportunity for traffic counts 3 years from now, I don't think that's quite right.
Councillor, I see Vivi has joined the call. I'll invite her to answer that.
Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, there is the temporary traffic calming program that Traffic Services is responsible for in transportation planning. Staff would look after the permanent traffic calming solutions, but before any of that's done, of course, there's a request that's submitted, and then staff would review the information, and then the project would be prioritized for the study as well as implementation. So there is a process that can be used that way rather than imposing more on this development or tactic onto this development.
Councillor Deans?
Mr. Chair, if I can just respond to these comments. I mean, I think what you heard today from the community, by and large, is huge concern for cut-through traffic and the potential for it in this neighborhood. And whether it's real or perceived, it's real in the minds of the people that live there and experience the traffic issues that they currently experience every day in this neighborhood. I can tell you I have extensively used my ward budget to add the traffic calming features to this community already that are currently at our disposal, and they have been quite ineffective, frankly, in addressing the concerns of cut-through traffic in this neighborhood. As for the main traffic calming, you all know this as well as I do, that the request for neighborhoods studies far exceed our ability to ever do that, ever. And it would be creating, frankly, a very false notion to this community that I could just ask for it 3 years from now and it would happen. So what this motion basically asks for is just do a traffic count now, do another traffic count 3 years from now, and tell us if the perception of the community that there's going to be a lot more traffic is real or not. And then we'll address it at that time, but they want to know the impact, and I think they deserve that in a development of this size and scale in this neighborhood. So I would just ask, for the sake of like 2 traffic counts, I don't think that's asking a lot, and maybe something you could do to show some concern for the real concerns of this community.
Chair, if I may. I have some sympathy to the councillors' concerns about cut-through traffic. Staff feel that Largo Baffin and their activities does not in and of itself create cut-through traffic. We're talking about a very low volume of traffic, particularly if you can compare it to other permitted uses on this site. Staff have committed and are willing to support a motion the councillor has moved related to the site plan instructions about restricting access on the Seaverite side. And we do feel that that motion is very much in order and very appropriate as a mechanism to address the issue of cut-through traffic. We feel this motion is not needed, and we have expressed resource concerns and other matters because we believe it can be addressed through the other mechanism in site plan.
Councillor Leeper?
Yeah, I'm absolutely full of sympathy with the desire to get some traffic counts, you know, pre and post going into service or operation. Dan, the only piece of this that I'm a little bit concerned about is identifying the mitigations, because that starts to get into real staff resources. I think all of us have had significant success getting counts. They can run out and do traffic counts fairly easily, but if they start studying the issue, then we're getting into staff resources. And I have numerous streets in the ward where I've asked staff to consider traffic mitigations. I get into the screening in process for a neighborhood traffic calming study, and I don't get the traffic calming study. So I'm a little hesitant about voting in favor of a motion that devotes those staff resources now, when I don't know where this is going to wind up in the priority list. That's the result of the screening process that you are free to ask for. The traffic counts themselves, though, I mean, that should be easy to request, and I think you have some confidence that staff will go out and do it.
Chair Moffat?
Yeah, it's simply along that same line. I think that because the motion does speak to identify mitigation measures, it makes it a bit more than just a traffic count. I'd have to assume, so just to staff, if the ward councillor goes ahead and upon approval, I mean, there's no point to do a traffic count now. I would say do a traffic count after site plan's approved. So you have site plan approval, and then 3 years post construction, the councillor asks for a traffic count just to get that data. I have a hard time believing that we wouldn't be able to deliver that upon request.
Chair, I think Vivi's probably the best to answer that one.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, that's right, Chair. We've done traffic counts at the request of councillors in the past, and so my colleagues in traffic services would be actioning that request.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, if you could approve the motion if the motion just said the dates at which you would do a traffic count, but I also think that the councillor is well within their right at the time to ask for a traffic count, and staff will deliver. So I'm not necessarily sure the motion is necessary, but I think it's important that we have had this conversation to express that the community can then have some understanding that this is what can occur.
Chair, again, we're willing to work with the council between now and council to formulate a direction that would reflect that. And I think the cutoff between doing the traffic counts versus the mitigation is an appropriate line. I'm willing to be helpful to the council on that.
Okay, Councillor Deans.
Thank you. Okay, based on the conversation, I'm willing to delete the line and to identify mitigation measures if issues are identified. but it will give some assurance to the community that there will be counts done before and after.
Okay, we've got it up on the screen.
Chair, if I may request that we park this while we have a chance to consult Mr. Landry's shop, because he's not in the room and his shop is responsible for actioning this. And if we could come back to this motion after we've had a chance to talk to Mr. Landry and deal with other motions while we wait with the committee's indulgence.
Okay, that's fair. So we'll pause this one for now. We'll come back to this one. The next one is the motion on intersection control in the next DC bylaw.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. This motion speaks to this concerns raised with regard to the intersection of Bank Street and Seaverite, which is a significant concern. This intersection is currently unsignalized and poses a significant safety concern due to its topography and the speed at which vehicles travel on Bank Street. Since the signal is not in our DC bylaw background study, the DC charges collected from this application will not fund a traffic light. I recognize that this application alone may not trigger a warrant, but Largo Baffin will be regularly transporting patients with large passenger vans at this intersection, and I am deeply concerned for the safety of those patients. It is in their best interest to have this intersection signalized. This motion asks staff to look at adding this intersection in the DC background study for inclusion in the intersection signalization program.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. Just quickly to staff, and maybe Vivi has this answered, that where is the warrants currently at this intersection?
I'm sorry, I will have to look to Mr. McMahon for that answer. Patrick?
Currently, the neither of the main warrants are met, and there would need to be an addition of likely a few dozen vehicles in the critical movements to warrant this.
What's the percentage? The only reason I ask, I had an intersection to the DC bylaw a few years ago, Shea and Perth, and it was at 56%. Now it's up to 68%. But the benefit is that the plaza that's right next to it, that's feeding it, has the ability to fund it. So similar to what Councillor Dean's asked. I'm just curious what the percentage is at.
Okay, so the current percentage would be 34 and 24%.
Okay, so it's okay, and then adding it, of course, doesn't bump anything. It still has to meet the warrants. It doesn't actually take away from any other projects, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, sorry, Patrick, if I may, Chair, staff agreed to this motion as it's written because it's looking at the feasibility and putting it in the queue related to development charges. While I'll reiterate, we do not believe the Largo Baffin project in itself creates a significant traffic issue. The councillor is right. There's a lot of activity in this area. There's a unique intersection configuration, and staff are willing to put this in the queue to be looked at amongst others. So staff do support this motion.
Okay, thank you. So can we carry this motion? Carried. Thank you. Motion number, well, I shouldn't say the number because my numbers are different than what staff have. This is the exit only access at Seaverite. Oh, no, I shouldn't have jumped ahead. We'll go with the one that's on screen here. This is good, Eric. This is the mechanical penthouse height. Councillor Deans, not sure this one needs much of an introduction, pretty straightforward.
Throwing me off my order, but basically the mechanical penthouse, this motion seeks to reduce the height of the mechanical penthouse, which brings the total height of the building to 28 meters. The applicant has agreed to work with staff through the site plan control process to look at ways to reduce the height of the mechanical tower, which is currently adding an additional 6 meters to the total height.
Okay, does staff have any comment on this one?
We have no concerns with this, Councillor. We're happy to work with the applicants to see if there's an opportunity to bring it down in height.
Okay, thank you. So is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. All right, I will let the clerk's office put the next motion up so I don't jump ahead and confuse everyone. This is the 14-meter one. Councillor Deans, if you want to introduce. You are on mute, Councillor Deans.
Okay, so one of the major concerns, and we heard Councillor Leitrim ask some questions about this, is related to the height of the building, particularly as it transitions south into the residential neighborhood of Upper Hunt Club. This applicant is asking for 6 stories, 22 meters across 2/3 of the parcel of land. While the front portion of the land currently allows for 18 meters, the back only allows for 14 meters. Allowing 22 meters on the back portion of the site is an increase of more than 50% in height. This is a significant height increase request. And then, as you just heard in the last motion, there's also 6 meters on top of that in the mechanical penthouse. So I'm asking Planning Committee to limit the back portion, area B of the site, to the current 14 meters in height. This would provide for a better transition into the residential community and still allow the applicant to have 6 stories and 22 meters on the front portion. Size and scale as depicted by the community's 3D modeling tells the story of the enormity of this building. Stepping it down as it approaches the residential neighborhood seems reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get staff comments on this one?
Thank you, Chair. This is a substantive change to the proposal, or would result in a substantive change to the proposal. Staff ultimately don't support this motion, in that we believe that the setback from the residential homes on Severite to the back of the building as it's proposed is significant and provides for an adequate separation. We also recognize that in time, as the portion that's identified as Area C on the zoning map will further provide additional screening with a building there that would be at 4 stories. So, for those reasons, Chair, staff are not supportive of this change.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this motion?
Sure.
Yes, Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, I'm guessing that would reduce the number of units that are there. And I think the priority should be to serve the clients who need to be served, where the impact of reducing by 2 stories against Severite and those homes that back onto Severite with significant buffer is just not, it's not meaningful enough for me to be able to support this one. I would rather have more units serving clients who need that service rather than making what ultimately is going to be a fairly small difference to homes that are at some considerable distance from the development.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I guess, can we do yays and nays on this motion then? Kelly?
Councillor Brockington, Councillor Cluche,
No.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor Hughley,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor El Shantiri,
No.
Chair Moffat,
No.
and Chair Gower.
No.
10 nays.
Okay, let's move to the next motion. We'll wait for it on screen. Oh, yes, this is the other before and after traffic count on the north side of Hunt Club. Councillor Deans?
And right, and this motion directs the pair to eliminate the next line to identify mitigation measures, as was raised in the one in. And I suppose we have to wait for Mr. Willis's feedback on both of those now.
Right, so this is for the north side of Hunt Club, whereas the other was for the streets on the south side of Hunt Club, basically.
Correct.
Okay.
And the issue, just so you know, Mr. Chair, on the north side of Hunt Club is the community of Solera perceived that what's going to happen is instead of people just doing a U-turn, especially if there's significant vehicles, they'll make the turn on Cahill and shortcut through the Solera neighborhood to come back out on Hunt Club Road. So that's the concern that they would like to see addressed through these traffic counts.
Yeah, because of the median. Yeah. Mr. Willis?
So Chair, to go back to the previous motion, staff are now in a position to support the previous revised motion. My concern with this motion, and if council wants to do this, staff will, of course, provide support. The problem with this motion is we cannot distinguish whether any cut-through traffic has anything to do with Largo Baffin or not, and therefore what mitigation would be appropriate. Whereas the other motion is more site-specific, and it is actually easier to know. So ultimately, we'll take committee's direction on this issue, but I just want to express that concern.
Okay. Chair Moffat.
Thanks. Now it would be a different traffic count, right? Because you wouldn't just be able to do a traffic count. You'd have to do an origin destination study on both ends, correct? Before and after?
To get useful information. I mean, a traffic count with automated counts is one thing, which we regularly do. As I said, it's very difficult to determine who is actually cutting through the traffic as opposed to background stuff from Hunt Club or traffic in the general area. I used to work in the area. I know that what the concern is but again, I don't think we can attribute it to Largo Baffin without something more sophisticated, such as an OD, which I don't know how we do on the small scale. So the practicality of this second motion is troubling to us.
Have we ever done an origin destination study at Hunt Club and Cahill?
I'm going to ask Vivi to answer if we've ever done something on the small scale.
It's a lot of effort. You look through, get the license plates, and you do it at several locations. So it is more than just getting traffic count.
Oh, I know, because we've done them and we proved that we had a cut through issue of 40%. We couldn't do anything to solve it, but we were able to prove that it existed. But have we done one here? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councillor Deans.
Mr. Chair, I understand and appreciate that on the north side of Hunt Club Road, the issues become a little bit different. But I can tell you that this community has expressed a lot of concern about this, and their perception, be it real or perceived, is that there will be an impact, and they're concerned about the residential neighborhood impacts. And so all I'm asking for is just traffic counts that would provide some information. And of course, 3 years down the road or whatever it is, by the time it's built, we can address what that information provides and maybe look at, I think one of the things, if there's a big cut through traffic issue there a number of years from now, perhaps there's an opportunity to close the access from the Solera community that is directly onto Hunt Club, which would address the issue. But having the traffic counts will be important for that community. And I think it's relatively low cost to do traffic counts. So I think it would give some comfort to the community, and I appreciate your support.
Well, if we could amend that to take out that mitigation measure like we did for the previous motion. And
I've agreed to that, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. All right. Well, then on this motion, without the mitigation measures, just the traffic count, is this carried?
Carried.
Carried.
There's also on this, I don't want to give a direction or a motion, but a suggestion, working with the applicant to work with it's easy with the shuttles. Shuttles, you've got to use these approved entries and exits, but also education and awareness with staff. And in some ways, this is an easier development to try to control some of that unintended traffic, because you've really almost got entirely staff vehicles or shuttles. It's not like you've got the general public. So I do think there's some opportunities for some education and advocacy there by the applicant. Okay, what's the next motion, Eric? Going through the motions, as they say. Okay, the Sybarite controlled access. Councillor Deans, can you introduce this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant is asking for 2 access points to the facility, one from Hunt Club and one from Seaveride Avenue. My concern is with the latter, as Seaveride Avenue is a local residential street and was not intended to carry institutional traffic. I can point to many examples along Hunt Club Road where we have large institutions and not a single one has an access point onto a residential street. 2 access points to the site also make this an attractive cut-through option for vehicles wanting to shortcut from Bank Street to Hunt Club Road. The applicant has acknowledged this is a real risk and is willing to consider physical measures to prevent this issue. This motion directs staff to work with the applicant through the site plan control process to seek physical mitigation measures with consideration given to controlled access at Seaveride, with one-way only access being the preference. And as you heard Mr. Willis say a few minutes ago, the staff are in support of this resolution.
Okay, do we have any questions from committee or any comments from staff?
Just to reiterate the councillor's point that staff do support this and are happy to work with the applicant to implement measures that would be determined through site plan.
Okay, is this motion carried then?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. And then just to be sure, we'll go back to that motion we paused, which was 10-2. So we never actually carried that. We paused it. The first of the traffic count ones. So is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. And I believe that is all of the motions. Is that correct, Kelly and Eric? Councillor Dean's shaking her head. Thank you. Okay, let's give an opportunity now for any committee members who want to do a wrap up on this item. Councillor Cloutier.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff and Councillor Deans and for all your good work on this file. Merci à tous pour votre travail. Thanks to the delegates for the discussion, les délégations qui sont venues nous adresser aujourd'hui. And I attended and I listened carefully in the public meeting that Councillor Deans hosted on April 26th, and of course again today. We mostly heard about traffic, and it seems that most of this file's concerns from the community is from traffic. And as councillors and as members of the planning committee, we hear that on most applications. I appreciated Councillor Leeper's comments earlier a few hours ago about the potential alternative as of right uses of the property, and that would have a substantial impact on traffic on surrounding streets. And I think he's absolutely correct. As an example, the car was previously used as a car lot, and I don't know if there are any traffic concerns with respect to that, but I'm fairly certain it wasn't just the local community that was test driving cars in the area. Speaking a bit as a councillor whose ward has the facilities that many of the Canadian residents from Nunavut will be attending. It's CHEO, it's the Ottawa Hospital, it's the Rehab Center, it's Rotel and Ronald McDonald House, and other services at the hospital complex. And those shuttle buses will be coming from Hunt Club and traveling through Alta Vista to attend those essential care services. We live in a big city, in a complex city. Staff and volunteers are traveling to and from the hospital complex and using the roads, all the roads in my ward and other roads. And that's what arterial roads are for, like Smythe and like Conroy and like Bank and Hunt Club. We didn't hear much today about the economic benefits that this will have in our community, the jobs that this application will create, because there is a need for healthcare service. The application will bring jobs to the community and people who might very well likely live very close to the facility in the surrounding community, or who already do. There were a lot of questions about the issues of use and care versus the hotel. And we're here today to approve a zoning to accommodate a facility for people who are traveling thousands of kilometers from the north. People who need medical care, people who need support, people who need that care in an environment where they're comfortable, and who are leaving their families and their home communities, and they're there to receive this care. And this application has to do with Ottawa opening their arms to people in need, and I empathize with how important this facility is. It provides such holistic reports to such a person who's vulnerable, a vulnerable time in that person's life. Jacob spoke to that earlier, and I appreciated his comments and what a dramatic and positive difference that can be. And so with the impact that density, as I said, we're in a complex city, buildings everywhere, density increasing, traffic, but this to provide the best of care and the appropriate space needed for people in need. And so I will certainly be supporting this zoning application and proud to do so. Thank you, Chair. Merci.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cloutier. I appreciate that. Any other one on wrap up? Councillor Deans?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we've heard today, this application is for a purpose-built for-profit Largo Baffin residential care facility that will serve the housing, transportation, and food requirements that many Inuit residents from the Baffin region of Nunavut, while they're in Ottawa, to access critical medical services available through our hospital system, will need. These services are important, and we're proud to host these types of facilities in our city and in our communities. While the merit of this facility is acknowledged, it is not related to the land use planning, zoning, and potential site plan issues that we have focused on. Whether it be an application for Largo Baffin or a high-rise development in Kitchissippi Ward, it's critical that we allow residents to voice their legitimate planning concerns and not pass judgment or assume they have ulterior motives. I have dealt with several large-scale residential institutional uses along Hunt Club Road. All have garnered considerable concern regarding their impacts on the surrounding communities. This one is no different. That is why I believe that the legitimate land use planning concerns should not be diminished. I, for one, feel strongly about Inuit people having access to medical care in our community. I have lots of personal experience, as you know, with the trauma of a major health concern, and can only imagine the additional stress of being forced to leave my community, my family, and my support system to access medical care. And I am very happy to be welcoming to the people of Nunavut as they come. When I was going through chemotherapy treatment myself, the woman in the bed across from me was from Nunavut, and she had an escort with her. And I have to tell you, it tugged at my heartstrings just to think of the impact that would have on me if I had to go there for that kind of treatment. So believe me, I am very sympathetic to this use, and I want these people, all of the residents of Nunavut that come here for medical care, to have the absolute best experience possible when they get here. By anyone's test, this is a significant development. The motions that I put forward today are to help improve the application and to address the community's concerns. I have not asked this committee to reject this application. Many of these motions are staff supported and do not pose any undue hardship on the applicant. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for your support on many of the motions that you supported today. Thank you again to the delegations and to the committee members for allowing me the floor. I'm confident that we can work together to ensure the best interests of both the applicant and the community are met, and that the many people who will stay at Largo Baffin during their time in Ottawa for medical care is positive and welcoming for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we'll move now. Let's do yays and nays on this. So this is on the report recommendations for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1452, 1460, 1470 Hunt Club Road, and 1525, 1531, and 1545 Syverite Avenue. The report recommendations as amended by the motions that were in front of us earlier. Yeas and nays.
Councillor Brockington, Councillor Cloutier,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney. Yes. Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Chair Moffat,
Yes.
and Chair Gower.
Yes.
10 yeas.
Okay, thanks everyone for the discussion on that. And it is 2:04 p.m. I think we need a break before we continue. So let's take a break until 2:30 p.m. And the next item up is 501 Cole Avenue. So we'll see you in about 26 minutes. Thank you.
I had a quick ask from one of the residents. We're going to go from Cole to 109, right?
We're going to go to Cole next, yes.
But that's all that's between us and 109, so 109 will follow Cole.
Oh, pardon me. Well, we've got we've got that front ending one as well.
Oh, I held that.
Yeah.
Why did I do that?
Well, because it was brand new and it involves hundreds of thousands of dollars. So
I'm doing my job.
You're doing your job.
Oh, I was trying to figure out okay, yeah, just I know staff are probably listening. What I'll be asking is the motion characterizes the change as an error. And I was just wondering, is it an error or is it unanticipated inflation in construction costs? And if it is an error, why did it happen?
There's also that the mention in the motion of the OLT consideration as well.
Okay. So I'll repeat myself at the appropriate time.
Yeah, so we'll be doing 501 Cole, we'll be doing the front ending agreement and then going to Bill 109.
I should draft my text to Councillor Fleury so I can press send.
Yeah, don't forget that. Don't forget that.
Read at him.
We should all text him at the same time.
Imagine if I did. Imagine if I did forget. Like he would never forgive me.
Mathieu.
Well, I think we have quorum. Quorum is 6, right, Kelly? Okay. So let's continue then where we left off. We are on item number 17, designation of 501 Cole Avenue under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act in Kitchissippi. This is coming to us from Built Heritage Subcommittee. We have staff here who can answer questions. I think we can skip the presentation in the interest of time. Leslie Collins is here and we'll be able to answer any questions. We also have the applicant here, which is the main reason why we held this, because the applicant wishes to speak. That's Murray Chown. I just want to make sure Murray is back with us before. Oh, there he is on my screen. Hi, Murray.
I'm here, Chair Gower. Thank you.
So the floor is yours, Murray, to address the committee on this item.
Well, thank you, Chair Gower, members of the committee. Chair Gower, you'll recall that this item was before Built Heritage Committee on Monday. It feels like it was an eternity ago. It's been a long day, and we've got a long way to go before you're done. I just want to do a quick recap for the benefit of the members of Planning Committee that don't sit on Built Heritage Subcommittee in terms of what transpired on Monday. Built Heritage Subcommittee was presented with a report from Heritage staff recommending that this property not be designated. The staff position is based on the criteria for designating buildings. There are 3 criteria set out in the Ontario Heritage Act. Staff came to the conclusion that this property only met one of those criteria, and the report indicated quite clearly to Built Heritage Subcommittee that it is not the practice of staff to recommend the designation of buildings when they only meet one of the criteria. Built Heritage Subcommittee also heard a presentation from Julie Harris, a qualified heritage expert who appeared on behalf of our client. First and foremost, she concurred with the staff position that they shouldn't be designating buildings that only meet one of the criteria. But furthermore, Ms. Harris is of the opinion that this property does not meet the contextual criteria as suggested by staff. So Built Heritage Subcommittee was presented with the professional opinion of your heritage staff and the professional opinion of Julie Harris that this property did not merit designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. Built Heritage Subcommittee also heard from a number of residents who supported the designation. For the record, the Community Association had filed a request with staff last fall to designate this property. So staff have been looking at this property for some time. and still came to the conclusion that it should not be designated, that it doesn't warrant being designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. Built Heritage Subcommittee, on the urging of the ward councillor and the community associations, or community representatives, amended the staff recommendation to actually designate the building as a heritage property under the Ontario Heritage Act. So what you have before you this afternoon is a recommendation from Built Heritage Subcommittee to designate. I would urge the committee to consider amending the recommendation from Built Heritage Subcommittee and endorsing the original application or recommendation from your professional heritage staff that the property not be designated. And Mr. Chair, those are the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Murray. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Chown? Okay, I'm seeing none. Are there any questions for staff? We had quite a long discussion on this on Monday, so covered a lot of ground there. Any comments or wrap up from committee members? Councillor Leeper.
I will just reiterate the comment that was just made by Chair Gower. We had a long discussion on this property, which was on the cusp. City staff recognized that it does have certain heritage value. They felt that it didn't quite meet the bar for heritage designation, but the subcommittee unanimously made the determination that in fact this is a building to which heritage protection should be extended. There are a relative paucity of these types of heritage properties in Kitchissippi Ward. There is a cluster of them in Highland Park. This structure does tell the story of Cole's subdivision of Highland Park. A lot of these buildings are starting to be torn down, and if we're going to preserve one, this is the most likely candidate, since it is immediately adjacent to the Cobblestone House, which this committee designated with heritage protection in the last term of council. I would be very grateful if Planning Committee could support the motion to waive this on to council.
Thanks, Councillor. Kelly, can we get the actual recommendations that we are voting on or considering up on the screen? I don't know how handy they are, how quick that can come up.
Just bear with me for a second.
Okay, thank you. I know I was swayed by Councillor Leeper's arguments and the committee members' arguments at committee on Monday. And I think it was a unanimous vote in the end by committee, was it, Jeff? Yeah.
It was unanimous, for which again I'm grateful. I think that reflects the importance that the community puts on this particular home.
Okay, we'll see.
Let the record show I was not present, so I'm still a bit of a wild card on this whole thing. So we'll see how this goes.
This is true.
Chair, I'm just pulling up the report. If I'll have a moment, please.
Yeah, I just want everyone to be clear here on committee and watching at home what's in front of us.
It's always important to be clear to our dozens of viewers that we have so frequently.
Well, it's the long tail, Scott. Dozens of viewers in the moment, but potentially thousands. Look at Gangnam Style and how many viewers that has had in the subsequent years.
It's true. It's true. We could be the Justin Bieber of committee meetings.
Okay, here's the report recommendations in front of us. That the Built Heritage Subcommittee recommend that Planning Committee recommend that Council issue a notice of intention to designate 501 Cole Avenue under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act according to the Statement of Cultural Heritage Value attached as Document 4, and direct staff to undertake further analysis of properties in Ward 15 listed on the city's Heritage Register to establish a proactive approach for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So we've got two recommendations in front of us. Are the recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, so that's 501 Cole. So the next one we're going to is 18, item number 18, which is the front ending report for the oversized trunk storm sewers for Pond 1 in the Leitrim community. Now we held this, at least 2 members had their hands up for questions. So we could go right to questions for staff. Councillor Leeper is up first.
I apologize, my mouth is full. So I did ask that this one be held. The motion characterizes the differential in pricing as an error in the original report. I'm just wondering, was it an error or have there been unanticipated construction inflation costs? Or was it actually an error? And if it was an error, what was the nature of that error and how will it be prevented from happening again?
Chair, through you. So to answer the councilor's question, yes, it was an error. It was not an inflationary cost increase. The error was the staff at the time just misquoted the wrong number. The pipe segment had a list of item numbers, and it included pipes on both the east and west side of bank. I think the staff at the time was trying to add in the east side of bank into the entire project list and misquoted the gross capital cost where it should have been the net capital cost, because the developer pays their local share of the service. So the purpose of this report is just to correct that error. And it has been vetted by legal and finance as well as the applicant, who all concurs with the recommendation. And that's what we'll try to do in the future to prevent it, is to run it by finance a little bit earlier.
Thank you. I mean, who among us has not misquoted a gross versus net capital cost? I appreciate the reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. My understanding with these sorts of front-ending deals is that the developer executes the infrastructure work and then bills it for us afterwards. And in my conversations with staff and our office's conversations with staff, we've heard that that typically ends up being a higher figure than had we, I guess, taken the work on ourselves. Can staff just elaborate on what I've just said? Just I'm looking for just a deeper understanding of, front-ending agreements as an option right now, and whether we'd be likely to pay less than the $14 million plus applicable taxes if the work was procured directly. So I'll start with that.
So, Chair, if I may, that is sort of a broad characterization that I don't think is necessarily a fair characterization for every case, and every project may be somewhat different. We do review costs to ensure that we're getting good value for money. There are provisions within the front-ending agreement policy to require the proponent to follow the principles of our procurement process so that there is a competition process happening. And so, I think it may be something that's easy to point to, but harder to actually to specifically confirm that that's the case. These projects are in this case complicated, and go through a tender process for construction. The development industry may have an opposite perspective where they think they can deliver projects more affordably than we can. And so, I appreciate the dynamic. In this case, it is also, I think, worth noting that this is a special area charge. So it's the projects, the area that's collecting these funds is the area that's, the funds are being collected specifically to this area to specifically fund these projects. It's not coming out of the citywide development charge.
Okay, that was my next follow-up, was just the DC, the relationship to DCs. So it's a local area DC, or is this just DCs at large?
So typically with any stormwater project, they're almost exclusively area-specific charges rather than the citywide collection.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm interested in a broader philosophical discussion in the future on front-ending agreements versus the city procurement. Not that something we can have today. So Oh, I don't know if Steve wants to jump in.
Just to provide the council some information. So we are actually scoping the work plan for the next term of council and the development charges renewal, which needs to be done in 2024. And if the council wants to talk to me offline, I'm more than happy to talk about some of those questions, because it's a good chance to ask some policy questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good. Okay, thank you. Kelly, can we get the report recommendations up on the screen? So we are being asked to recommend to council approve the following: authorize the city and delegate authority to the general manager. I don't need to read this all, do I? You guys can have a look at it on screen. I just want to make sure, because this is a late add to the agenda, I want to make sure people are clear about what we are voting on. 2 recommendations to council. Are these recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, so that is it for development review. I'm going to pass the torch to Co-Chair Moffat to take us through the policy items that we held. Scott.
Well, hello. Welcome back. So I did text. I did my job. I texted Fleury, so he's aware. And we will start. I believe we have a presentation from Emily Davies. Is Emily here?
Actually, Chair, I'm doing a presentation, and it's a combined presentation for the next 2 items. We made it short and sweet because we know
that makes sense. Right, so the 2 items then are the Bill 109 implications phase 1, and then item 4 is resources for development applications review and approval.
Sure, and just if I may, Emily will be here to help me answer any questions on the first one, and Charmaine will assist me on any questions on the second one as well. So if the clerk's office is able to put the presentation up, as I said, I'm trying to keep this short and sweet. I know you've had a long day.
It's actually only 2:47, so it's not really that long at all. I usually chair 10-hour meetings, so okay, take the time, take all the time you want there, Steve.
Okay, thank you so much. So next slide, please. So we call this Bill 109 high-level highlights, and I think probably it's appropriate to say it's no longer Bill 109. This is law in Ontario now. It was passed very quickly before the provincial election, and the provincial government made some pretty substantial changes to the Planning Act Ontario that will change the process and the way we do business. The major areas of change in this legislation, and you'll recall this comes out of the Housing Affordability Task Force. It's a first set of recommendations the province dealt with from that task force. The substantial change to the site plan control process in Ontario, and that is now fully a delegated authority decision-making function by staff in every municipality in Ontario. So this does take council out of a decision-making role in site plan approvals. Very similar now to a building code approval. I think it's the best analogy of what we're getting closer to. There are timeline changes to site plan control and zoning bylaw amendments. Site plan amendments now site plan control is now a 60-day approval or 8-week period. And the zoning bylaw timelines are 90 days. And not immediately, not July. So the changes to the delegated authority start July 1st, but the beginning next year, if the city doesn't make decisions within the mandatory timelines, depending on how much longer we take, we will be liable to refund the fees to the applicants under the new provincial legislation. There are some changes to appeal rights, and Mr. Mark and others can assist in any deep questions on that. And there are also some ministerial powers related to the timelines related to an official plan. The minister can suspend the timelines on approval of official plan and refer certain parts of it or all of it to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a decision. Next slide. So this is a big re-engineering of the planning process in our organization. It's not going to happen in one tranche. Staff have taken a close look at this and broken it into 4 tranches, I should say, to manage to bring the changes through in a manageable way. As I said, there are certain provisions that take effect in just over a week. And so we do need to change our site plan control bylaw and the delegation of authority bylaw to be compliant with the new legislation. That's the the immediate changes before you today. We are also making further process changes in phase 2 to try to address the timeline challenges we have before us. And then there will be additional bylaw elements for that about how we process and manage the requests for or the refunds when we don't make a decision within time. And then there'll be additional Bill 109 requirements that we'll process in a 4th stage later on. Next slide, please. So phase 1 is amending 4 different bylaws or policies. The first is the delegated authority bylaw. So it's entrenching the fact that the decision goes to the Director of Planning Services, which is Mr. Moody's position, will be the delegated authority for approving site plan control. We also have a development application study policy bylaw that we're updating to update. That's a housekeeping amendment that reflects the change in the official plan of additional studies we're now requiring. There are many examples such as the high performance guidelines and other things. And this is into the way the legislation works today. It ensures that we have more teeth in what a complete application looks like. And as you can imagine, if we're under very compressed timelines, we want to make sure we have very complete applications before those timelines start. So we need this tool to help make the other part work. There is a public notification and consultation policy that's in place, and we have to make the changes to it to reflect the changes as a result of Bill 109. And again, the site plan control bylaw itself has to be changed. And one of the significant changes in the site plan control bylaw that I do want to point out, which is not driven by the legislation, but it is driven by the problem we have about meeting the new timelines, is we have changed the threshold for site plan exemptions for buildings with 6 units or less within the urban area, aligning with the existing outside the Greenbelt rules. So inside and outside will now have the same set of rules. And this is about taking lower risk projects out of the site plan control system so that we can have a fighting chance of meeting the timelines and not having to refund all fees. Next slide, please. Delegated authority updates, as I said, it appoints Derek's position is the approval authority, compliant with legislation, and councillors no longer provide approval or concurrence. So it doesn't come to committee, it doesn't have councillor concurrence. Next slide, please. The study policy, as I said, updates the complete application. And we can go to the next slide, please. So one of the things that we did, we tried to find a happy middle ground, and this comes to the discussion previously by council. So in the current process, we list all the different steps of where there's a councillor involvement in or public involvement in. There are municipalities in Ontario that have rigorously managed site plans in the past with no council input. Matter of fact, we're one of the few in Ontario that had a councillor role, and many municipalities don't even have any public input. Matter of fact, most municipalities currently do not have any public input into site plan. We're trying to find the happy medium between the old system and the new one. So while we're removing the 2 approval functions that council currently has, or councillors currently individually have to be compliant with legislation, we are still giving a heads up to councillors that applications are in the system. We are still welcoming comments from councillors, and we are still welcoming comments from the public and giving notice. Although we are going to do some template forms to get those comments so that the comments come in within the scope of what site plan deals with under the legislation. So people feel that their comments are they're well targeted to what we're actually allowed to deal with under site plan. So we're working on improving that. Next slide, please. As I indicated, the issue on changing the threshold is that, right now we did a rough math that if we applied the new Bill 109 rules about refunds to site plan applications in 2021, where we had a complete year's worth of applications, 89% of the applications would have failed to meet the provincial timelines and would have been liable for refund of applications for site plan. And that would be over a $2 million hit to the department. And that, those revenues are gone, and ultimately they would have to be made up through, the department would be in a deficit position and have to be covered by tax in this. So in order to bring, this is not just about the money, it is just about the basic capacity in the system to meet the timeline. So we are focusing on putting site plan where it matters most. And as I said, the new official plan is trying to encourage more smaller scale developments. We're actually trying to make it more possible to do that and easier to do that to meet our housing needs and infill. So we are, as I said, lining this up as a capacity issue and consistent with the new official plan. Next slide, please. So I'm also just blending the two reports together because there may be some overlap in this. We've identified previously to council, we needed to do some quick win items to address, the high volume of applications, resource issues, and this will not fully address what we need to address Bill 109. We will come back to you later with a more fulsome analysis of the impacts of Bill 109. But these are the quick wins we already knew about that we already had to address whether Bill 109 came along or not. And there are matters with respect to both building code and planning services in development application review. So next slide, please. So we are recommending changes to resource levels for development application review, approvals and building code services, and the business and technical support functions that help get reports before you. It also includes legal services and finance services that are essential for both the process for approvals and also the downstream agreements that we get that happen as a result of those approvals. The objective is to positively impact application processing times, and that's the focus of this report. Next slide, please. So I have been before council almost every year at budget time with questions about whether or not we have adequate capacity within building code services. And recall that building code is entirely paid for by fees. Its budget is segregated from the rest of the city. And any surpluses or deficits are managed by a reserve that handles the building code alone, and that's by provincial legislation. Will recall I was asked at council once before if we needed more resources than we were asking for, and my response at the time was we had a high number of vacancies already, and I wasn't going to come and ask for more resources until we'd actually filled the vacancies we already had. I want to give Mr. Buck, our chief building official, and his management team a lot of credit. We've had a lot of success in the last year filling those vacancies, but the application count continues to go up considerably, and the group is stressed on capacity to deliver both the permit approvals and inspections and address issues that come as a result of construction. So we are seeking additional resources, and this chart shows we've had a stable, steady increase for several years, and then the last year we've had a major jump in the number of applications. So we are looking at 10 additional FTE positions, and it is about meeting the statutory timelines in the Building Code Act, which also has timelines, and it'll be funded directly from the building permit revenues or reserves. There is no impact to the general tax base. Next slide, please. In planning services, we've discussed this at planning committee a number of times. We've had a steady increase in the number of applications, and it's not just the last 2 or 3 boom years. It's been steady really in the last decade, and it's a mix of both minor applications and major applications, and the complexity of applications has gone up a lot, and more infill will mean more complex applications. But our staffing levels have stayed the same with some minor adjustments over the years, but very minor adjustments, and we do need additional resources. Next slide, please. This report converts 11 existing temporary positions that council previously approved. We did that as a part of a cost control exercise at the beginning of COVID because we were uncertain where our financial position would be. So council had just approved those 11 positions. We made them temporary as opposed to permanent. We now think it's appropriate to make them permanent. And that addresses the turnover in staff we get, because people who get hired in temporary positions will look to go to the first permanent position they can. So it's created a lot of instability in staffing levels in the department, and applicants, counselors, the public get frustrated when we change staff on a file too frequently. So we're trying to add more stability to the system. We have 4 positions that exist within the system that we want to reclassify to a higher level, and that has a very minor budgetary impact. And what it means is we think we need more senior people handling those types of applications, and it's outlined in the report. And we are adding 6 additional positions, and I'll talk about that shortly, including provision for corporate overhead, which is part of there is a council policy already about that we should be collecting overhead for various services that are fee related. Next slide, please. So there is no impact as a result of this on the existing development application fees in 2022. We as we do every year, we reevaluate the fees based on our budget requirements at annual budget time. There will likely be further requests as a result of Bill 109, but we'll address that later in the year and address it through the 2023 budget. There is no negative impact on the tax supported budget, and it will make us in a better position to deal with recruitment and retention challenges, and immediate actions are needed to address service delivery. Next slide, please. So that's the end of my presentation, chairs.
Thank you very much, Steve. Question from Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have a couple of, well, I think there's at least one developer in my ward who's been sitting on an open-ended site plan application for months and months and months. And I think they might be waiting for that July 1st change of rules to resubmit and remove any kind of friction from me as a counselor. What would the process be there? Would they have to withdraw and pay again to restart the process? Or I'm just looking for how that would work if there was a builder trying to do that.
Mr. Markin, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding of the legislation is if you're in the system now, you follow the rules in place right now. But if you withdraw and resubmit a full brand new application, you can benefit from the new legislation. And Mr. Mark is nodding that I've got that right.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I was curious about, take this morning as an example, but it happens often on planning committee. As committee, we often give directions or conditions to staff to include in site plan. Are we still going to be able to do that post July 1st, or will there be anything that we should be watching for as we go forward at this committee?
So chairs, I think it's still within bounds for committee to give us direction for matters to consider during site plan approval. That will be what we do. There's also, I think in fairness, I may be jumping the gun, but Councillor Fleury has a direction that he's requesting about what he sees as repetitive issues that have been raised in his ward. And he has a staff supported direction or motion before you that has us go back and look at those things that he has typically provided comments on a repetitive basis to us to see if we can embed some of those ideas either as zoning standards or in the urban design guidelines. And I actually put the offer out to any other councillor that if you're seeing repetitive issues that you would normally comment on the same thing over and over again, like reach out to staff. We'll take a look at those and see what those, as I said, we have a zoning bylaw review process. We will have new urban design guidelines in the next couple of years, and maybe some of these things can be built into that. Specifically, Councillor Fleury, I give him credit. He gave me a very specific list of about 12 items. So sorry, Council, I don't mean to jump the gun on that, but I want to say that it's helpful that we got this because we're going to have to change our business processes. And this may be where we seek information through other means.
Right. So it's not that we can't have input, and we can still have very meaningful input. It's just that piece of the process around concurrence and bringing a site plan decision to committee that's really the change. The last question I had was about any kind of public engagement or awareness activities. For example, will the planning process information on the city's website, will that be updated before July 1st? Are there any plans to do outreach to community associations so they're aware of this? Because I think it's, as much as we are focused in, I think it will still come as a surprise for a lot of people who are engaged in the planning process in the community.
So if Ms. Forgey's on the call, she's a good person to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we will update the website, and I will put out something to the community associations to advise them to look at the report and also to update the website, and if they have any questions or concerns. But this is, as Emily can speak to, this is phase one. This is the beginning of the things that are urgent that have to be done. There'll be much more dialogue and conversation as we get into phase two.
Okay, thank you. I've been trying to talk about it as well, to community meetings and my regular updates. I feel like people's eyes glaze over whenever I start to talk about delegated authority and site plan process, but I do think it's something we're gonna have to keep, keeping front and center for people in our community so they understand. Thank you to staff for all of your work and updates on this.
Keeping with the theme of awareness and public engagement, I lacked awareness in going to the public delegates on this file. I'm still getting used to this whole chairing committee thing. You know, I'm still new. So just give me a few months. I'll get the hang of it. Cheryl Parrott.
Motion to change chairs.
Motion denied. You've tried that before. I don't know why you keep doing that. I'll never accept it.
I'll succeed one of these days, Scott.
Yeah, maybe November 15th.
Okay, I'm ready to go if you're ready for me.
I am now. Sorry for my my neglectfulness.
No problem. So good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Parrott with the Hindenburg Community Association, and I've been working on a project of construction horror stories in Hindenburg. So what we're concerned about is that site plan will only apply to developments with higher number of units. And the issues this may create, and that's specifically in 3 areas that we've come across: drainage, garbage, and a concern about perhaps no pre-construction meetings. So drainage, we have 2 infill developments that were not subject to site plan because they were under the threshold, and they've created drainage issues for the abutting properties. In one, the neighbor now has a stream running through his basement when he never had one before. The other one has his yard flooded since a new infill was built behind him, and his own building is an infill just built a few years earlier. So we understand you're working on a bylaw to deal with drainage issues from infill developments that are not subject to site plan. As we heard in that presentation, it seems that where most of the issues of drainage come from are ones that do not meet the threshold for site plan. However, if I remember correctly, that bylaw would not be coming forward for another year or 2. And so we've got this huge gap where now we'll have a lot of buildings not subject to site plan, especially in our community. And we're concerned that there'll be a lot more drainage issues and much more work for city staff, councillors, and the residents in trying to deal with this after the fact. So more rigorous plans, examinations, and inspections during construction is needed to reduce these issues. So we hope you can put some resources towards this to reduce the incredible workload for everyone when these issues arise. Mr. Buck and Mr. Allen came for a walkabout to talk about some of these issues. Garbage is another area that we've often tried to have input at site plan. So even a 6-unit building will have enough garbage. And when you store it all in the rear yard in an enclosure that vents the smell to the abutting neighbors, it creates problems. So through site plan, we've been able to have a little bit of input on that and make some modifications that have been beneficial. But just telling a developer or owner that garbage shouldn't smell has not been successful in making it not smell. So please ensure all venting is directed away from neighbors and towards the subject property. Then smells will be taken care of much more quickly if the tenants have to smell it. We're also concerned about placement for pickup of garbage. So for 6 units, it won't fit in a 1.2 meter or less walkway. That is the required minimum, or 0.6 meter. So please pay attention to where this goes when staff are looking at this. Again, we've been able to have some input through site plan, which now we won't have because these buildings won't need site plan. Pre-construction meetings, our counselor has asked for this during site plan, and it's been extremely helpful at decreasing problems during construction. So if there's any way to require or at a minimum strongly suggest this to developers, that would be extremely helpful and would reduce calls to the city and your workload. I was interested to hear Mr. Willis say that you finally have enough building code staff, and that's really a good thing, because when I talked at budget meeting, it was astounding to hear that you had been sort of 15 to 20 staff short for several years. And that's a real concern when you have the amount of building going on. So I'm pleased to hear that and hope that you are actually able to hire the number of staff you're hoping to increase to with the labor shortages that we're seeing across all sectors. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Question for you from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Cheryl. I don't have a ton for you here. I am also concerned about the reduction in threshold from 4 stories to 6, because site plan, a lot of the buildings that we have issues with are things like fourplexes, where we have garbage issues and we have drainage issues. Just to make sure we're being precise, though, the drainage issues that we have, I feel as though I'm back to those first few years after I got elected, when the drainage plans were being inadequately looked at. Is the problem that the plans are inadequate, or that the enforcement of what they're supposed to build according to the permit are inadequate?
I think it's both. On the units, less than 4 units, they don't have to be examined under site plan, and there seems to be less rigor there because we heard from the people working on the bylaw, the drainage bylaw, that it seems to be the ones not subject to site plan, and perhaps under site plan they require more drainage studies. I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but what we've seen it is on ones that are not subject to site plan. And yes, sometimes it's a grading issue and sometimes it seems not to be a grading issue. But anyway, that whole process, whatever the problem is, it takes a year or 2 of nagging everyone to get a possibility of a solution. Yeah. Which is just not appropriate for neighbors to have to put up with. And the option of just going and suing the neighbor isn't helpful. So we had one where a new inspector came out and said, I can see the drainage is, or the slope is wrong. No wonder. But we still haven't heard, that was a few months ago, what the solution, will the solution ever happen?
It's it doesn't seem to be a regulatory problem so much as it is a resource problem for some of these. And you and I are, like, obviously tearing our hair out about the length of time it's taken to get some of these fixed. Cheryl, I appreciate the input as always, and I'll be asking Mr. Willis about these. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Gower also for Cheryl.
Yes, really quickly, not a question, but 2 thank you, Cheryl. 1 for your patience. You've waited, I think, almost over 5.5 hours to speak. So thank you, but also for the work that you and the Hintonburg Community Association have done on the Builder Code of Conduct. It's something that we've adapted here in Stittsville and used as a template for some of the community, fostering better community relations, let's call it, between builders, smaller and larger infill projects with neighbors. So thank you for the work that you've done on that and for sharing your thoughts today.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl, for your time here today. All right, so back to my list. I had Councillor Fleury and then Leeper and then Councillor Menard. So Councillor Fleury, you're up first.
Monsieur le Président, I do have a direction who I believe either yourself or Councillor Gower will move. Wonder if the clerk could put that on the screen. Can
I never received anything, but I think Eric was reaching out.
Yeah,
we didn't. I hadn't received a direction, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Gower, did you thought the? Oh, I can pull the email. Do you want to share?
Just sent it to clerks.
I apologize. Everyone. I thought that was done. I can read it as we wait, Mr. Chair.
Apology not accepted, but yeah, I will let you read.
Okay. That staff in planning, real estate, and economic development review a list of standardized site plan issues raised repetitively from the councilor's review of files in the special Sandy Hill site plan control area to see if they can be addressed as standard site plan conditions and or as elements in the low and mid-rise urban guideline updates in the department's work plan during the second phase of implementing site plan process changes as a result of Bill 109.
Ask for staff to comment on that.
Chairs, I actually think it's a helpful direction, and I invite other councillors, if you've seen repetitive topics that you'd like us to look at in other regulatory tools, Ms. Davies is more than willing to get that information from you and can chat with you if that's helpful.
Sounds good. So direction provided and accepted. Thank you, councillor. For anything further, Matt?
Just making sure Kelly is good. So Kelly, if you need something from me, please reach out. I do think, as Mr. Willis.
Mr. Willis, he did send it to me, so we're good.
Thank you.
Kelly's always good. She's the best. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. For Mr. Willis, I guess two areas of question. One, I'll ask you in a moment to respond to Ms. Parrott's concerns. But one of the things I'm not sure it's well known right now, we are requiring of infills we are starting to require engineer approved shoring plans for the excavation. I've had just a nightmare past couple of years, and we're keeping your building inspectors extremely busy with emergency situations on shoring problems. Is that a function of site plan, or what is your mechanism by which you're imposing those?
So chairs, I thank Ms. Parrott. We have a regular dialogue, and we talk directly through email many times, and she brings issues to our concerns. And I did ask Mr. Buck and his team to meet with them and go to site tour directly to see some of these live issues on the ground. Right now, when you apply for a building permit, you are required to submit grading plans, and those grading plans are to address drainage issues. There are problems with respect to our ability to enforce compliance with the submitted grading plans and shoring plans. Shoring plans is a bit more straightforward. We didn't always consistently require engineered stamped shoring plans in the past. That is now a requirement in infill development from building code services when they're in close proximity to the property line. That's now new. In the last several months, we've imposed that as a new condition, which will hopefully address concerns in Councillor Leeper's ward, and Councillor Moffat has a particularly ugly one in his ward as well. It's in the same category. We're trying to, again, enforce that with stamped engineered drawings. As it relates to drainage, there are some tools in the Building Code Act, but the enforcement powers under the Act are not great, and that's why I'm talking to Mr. Rogers and the infrastructure planning team in Infrastructure and Water Services Department about the drainage bylaw concept, and we are looking at the possibility of another layer that would give us some enforcement tools, because as I said, the people are submitting the plans. It's just a question whether the people are building to the plans or not. So that's the issue we frequently run into.
Okay, and I guess it's in answer to my question today about whether or not we should be resisting or not the shift from the threshold from 4 units to 6. It doesn't sound like the shifting of that threshold will have much of an effect on the issues that we've been having with drainage.
Yeah, Chair, it's my opinion, first of all, units below 4 are currently not subject to this, and we have drainage issues on some of those infill sites as well. It's a function of infill. So site plan isn't the best tool to use to try to resolve this. So we're looking at the alternative tools, and it's very much top of mind, because as we do more infill, we're going to need more mechanisms to deal with this, and the resources on the inspection side to address this. And that's why I'm asking for more staffing support in building code services today.
That's helpful. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I say that as a courtesy. Thank you, Chair, but.
No, I know. It's just formal. It's just the formality. I fully understand it. I know there's no respect between the two of us. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. So thank you for the report. A few just questions I wanted to zone in on. It seems to me that one of the most obvious paths to, I guess, maintain some of the oversight that councillors and the public have, I think it's important oversight, on planning applications is the deemed completion definition. That when something is deemed complete, that's when the trigger for the clock starts. So how, without needlessly delaying an application, how far can we go with that to make sure councillors and communities have input prior to that deemed completion point?
Ask Mr. Mark to take that question because it is very much a legal question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The city, one of the reports in front of you is to establish the studies and reports that the city can require to be submitted with an application. For zoning, and not that it's relevant to today's proceedings, but official plan and subdivisions, there's actually a very wide scope to require studies because there's a wide variety of items that can be dealt with under official plan amendments, zoning, and plans of subdivision. The scope of site plan is much more limited. The Planning Act is prescriptive as to the conditions that can be imposed for site plan. And the risk that one runs if one asks for studies that push the envelope too far, Mr. Chair, is that that request can be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And if an applicant is successful in their appeal and a study is found not to have been required, the decision is retroactive to the submission date. And while the Ontario Land Tribunal is actually getting very good, certainly with 1 and 2 day hearings, getting them rapidly scheduled, rapidly 4 months, that's going to eat up the whole 120 days. And so if an applicant challenges a study, a requirement for a study, and if the applicant is successful, it will be deemed complete retroactive to when they submitted it. And I am certain that in almost every case, 120 days will have passed, so they'll also get all their fees back. And so there is a risk, particularly with site plans, in being aggressive with respect to study requirements. Proper studies should be required, and proper decisions should be made on deemed completeness, but aggressiveness may be penalized, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It does sound like that's a risk writ large, not just the process I'm kind of talking about, but in all of this, that sounds like it's a risk to the municipality. Because I know in the report, staff say they will explore the prioritization of review, streamlining of all parts of the process, and a potential shift towards pre-consult as the main tool to deeming applications complete. So that pre-consultation, that pre-consult has been a useful tool in my view. It creates less fights and usually results in better outcomes for the development and the community. So I hope that statement in the report is something we do because my experience is those usually end up in better end states. I wanted to ask as well about the commitment in the report to council that there will be a role for the public and councillors as part of the process. In the commitment, we say that we're going to keep that public notification, the heads up, and the notice of decision. And it says it qualifies it with saying at this time. And I guess what we're saying is you're going to look at the value of staff time invested into these consultation components that are in and above that of the Planning Act requirements. And so it's good to hear that this part will be maintained in some aspect, but despite the sort of foreshadowing there that the city may change its mind down the road, I just wanted to, talk about, I guess, the value of public consultation and councillor input as part of the process in this case. It is very important to our community associations that city staff ensure that community organizations, so community associations, are contacted by the assigned file lead when there is an application. It sounds like that's going to continue to happen. Can you just confirm that's the intent right now, is the file lead would contact the community association and the councillor?
That's correct, Chair. The current processes in that regard are not changing.
Thank you. And it does say proponents, so the application proponents will be encouraged to contact the ward councillor prior to application submission. That's a necessary condition. But can I just add, Mr. Willis, that can I urge you to require proponents or at least advise them to contact community organizations as well, so that it's not just going to the councillor. Sometimes there's hundreds and hundreds of emails a day, and so it's helpful to have community organizations, the proponents be encouraged to contact community organizations as well. Is that something we can include in that kind of direction?
So, Chairs, I don't think a direction is needed. It's current business practice in the department to strongly encourage. We can't require it, but we strongly encourage. And actually, in the recent updated guide to being a good neighbor and doing a development project, we put that right up front. I mean, I agree with the councillor. Early dialogue with the community by development proponents makes the process work so much better. And frankly, before they spend an enormous amount of money submitting application studies to us, it's good that they try to deal with these issues up front so that they're not redoing work. So it's in their interest to do it. So I don't think a direction is needed. The department strongly supports people doing that work.
I used the wrong word. I didn't mean an actual direction. I just meant the direction the report is heading in, not a formal direction. So no, I appreciate that. I think that the point is that what the province is trying to avoid is too much time taken and not having development happen fast enough. But I think often that can be slowed when we don't reflect community organizations' perspective because of potentially little effort made by that proponent to reach out. And that is also can slow the process and cause a lot more, I guess, internal strife. So just to say that that's the piece we're all trying to work towards, that would think help the process and streamline our speed. So appreciate that context. The report recommends altering the site plan control bylaw to align the interurban site plan exemption with the exemption threshold for applications located outside the green belt. And this is our own recommendation, right? So the bylaw would permit buildings with 4, 5, 6 units to be exempt from site plan control. I guess the issue that arises with this is oftentimes SPCAs for buildings with 4 to 6 units are often where they're most needed. So the smaller builds, typically abutting and within other sensitive neighborhood contexts, often most likely to need the larger consideration and aspects like we heard about from the delegation on waste management and landscaping and tree preservation. Those smaller builds are usually, more likely to be executed by smaller developers as well, and some of the less experienced than some of the bigger players. And so just, I guess the question about it is how much of a change is this going to be? It seems to me that, if, as an example, the exemption that we're saying would exist now would have reduced the site plan control applications that staff need to review in 2020 by 7. I think that's our calculation, right? So that would be $139,000 in fee revenue, assuming the standard fee of about 20,000, just under 20,000. So just with that example, provided by staff, we would see 7 fewer SPCAs in a year and a loss of 139,000. But is 139,000 or 140,000 not enough for an FTE that could review those 7 SPCAs under a new streamlined process that we're putting in place within the year? Is that not something we would want to see happen, given the importance of these smaller site plan control applications?
Sure. There are parts of what Councillor Menard is raising that I go through my head as well. I ask myself some of the same questions, and the reality is we have to hack a problem that I, to be frank to committee, don't know how we're going to hack. When we look at the current situation of 88.5% of the 2021 applications would not meet the provincial deadlines and would be refunding $2.4 million in fees. I don't know how we do this without starting to cut some things out of the site plan control process. Staff had previously suggested, and council didn't accept it at an earlier date, I think back in 2019, that we changed the thresholds to make them do this. This is one we thought was an easy one to revisit. You know, in the dialogue I had with Councillor Leeper, a lot of the issues that are raised are issues that site plan might not even be the best tool to solve those problems. We have to look to other tools to address them because the concerns are real, but we just don't have the capacity to upsize the department without a significant change in investment in staffing. I mean, we'll come back with some changes, but we may also be recommending other site plan changes. Staff know that I'd like to look at some of broadening some of the rural exemptions. I'd like to broaden some of the commercial exemptions on lower risk projects. I don't know how we're going to hack solving getting 88.5% of the applications in line with the timelines. And I wish I could speak to committee with more confidence today. I like to bring you solutions, but today, Ms. Davies has to spend the next couple of months looking at everywhere we can to re-engineer the process. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the concerns the council is raising. This is a very big problem and we need to start somewhere.
I appreciate that. Chair, do I have time for one last quick question? Okay, thank you. The site plan application is sometimes where negotiation occurs between the proponent and council or staff on some items. And I think back to areas like, traffic calming in the immediate vicinity or even abutting the site. On the ins and outs of the site. We've even had discussions at that stage around affordable housing and mutual agreements there. So there was a point of negotiation with all of this that was, I think, helpful and beneficial. How would staff propose replacing that, I think, good faith negotiation where both parties agree in this process?
So Chair, again, we're in early days of figuring out the process, but just my early thoughts. And first of all, getting applicants in, having these discussions before an application is ever filed is one step, and having more of that. I think the file we just dealt with earlier today was an example where a lot of site plan oriented issues were discussed at zoning and they were forwarded to site plan to dealt with, but with committee and council direction on it. So the Largo Baffin, we had several today that I think are follow-ups on those sorts of things. And I know how busy councillors are, but if councillors can give us the information in the circulation timelines that we're going to have to set to meet these deadlines, we're more than willing to try to action what we can. But again, the timelines I'm showing my frustration, Chair, about what staff have to try to accomplish through this change in legislation. And my colleagues around Ontario are also going through the same thing. We're not unique in Ottawa. We're all sharing ideas amongst each other. We are frustrated with what we've got in front of us, but we're willing to work with councillors, but the law is the law.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that candidness. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And I'm sorry, one other consideration around site plan that I just want to make sure I understand the implications with respect to changing the threshold is trees. So you have urban foresters now who are taking a look at applications of a certain category, like a variance triggers a forestry review that leads to a discussion with the proponent to see how more trees can be preserved. Is changing as we move in. We've got the Westboro zoning, we've got the new R4 zoning, many more buildings are going in as of right. So there's no variance application to trigger a forestry review. If we change the threshold from 4 to 6, does that have implications for reducing the number of applications that get subject to that new forestry review process?
So Chair, I'm actually meeting next week with our colleagues in Public Works Department and our team to again ensure that we continue the good work we've done in the last year. I mean, we've upped our game a lot And I want to give Ms. Copestake and Ms. Young specific shout outs for the good work they've done. Last year, we've done a lot better work on trees. We don't want to lose the gains we've had, and we care deeply about keeping that momentum forward. And yes, this is a procedural change. We're going to find other ways. Right now we're commenting on minor variance applications and other things. We generally become aware of things when an application is triggered. And then it also comes down to the urban design guidelines and a review of zoning, and we're going to have to look at front yard setbacks and some of these other sorts of things. Everything is intertwined. So we have a broader tree strategy that we're trying to work our way through.
So does the change in threshold, to your mind, start to lose some more applications that might be looked at by staff?
Chair, staff currently comment on building permit applications. So when we're brought in, sorry, Ms. Copestake is actually sending me some information here. So if you bear with me for a second.
I hear the notifications.
Yeah, so bear with me. Both Ms. Davies and Ms. Copestake reminded we do look at building permit applications. And so, and building code staff do flag issues to us too, to make sure we're aware of certain problems. And again, if counselors become aware. So this is a process we already have. We're just, I don't think it changes current practice.
Councillors will lose awareness of more things. So as a result of the change in threshold, there are going to be applications for site plan control that councillors were previously receiving a heads up on that we won't anymore because it's not part of site plan control. Just to build, Sean was talking a moment ago about early consultation. One of the things that I've leveraged site plan control to do has been to ask for that pre-construction meeting. So, a month before they begin constructing, a few weeks, meet with the adjacent neighbors. Where are the trucks going to go? What are the hours of work going to be? What can people expect in terms of phasing? How long is it going to take? All that sort of stuff. There will be, again, a diminishment in the number of developments for which I can leverage the site plan process to get a commitment to doing that meeting. I would just ask that the department suggest in strong terms, and I think Sean used similar language, that they continue to do so, because those meetings are very helpful in terms of trying to understand what the construction is actually going to look like. Okay, that's it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions for staff on the two items, 3 and 4? Seeing none. So we'll ask that committee approve that this goes to Agricultural Affairs Committee on the 30th as well, but that planning committee recommend Council 1, receive the approach to implement the provincially mandated changes resulting from Bill 109. 2, approve the amendments to the Delegated Authority Bylaw 2022-29 as per document 2 of this report. 3, approve the repeal and replacement of the Development Application Study Policy Bylaw 2001-451 as per document 3 attached in this report. 4, receive the amendments to the Public Notification and Consultation Policy as per document 4 attached to this report. And 5, approve the amendments to the Site Plan Control Bylaw as per document 5 attached to this report. On that item, is that carried?
I will happy to carry it, but I'll dissent on the 5th one, which is the 4 to 6 units piece, I believe.
Oh, sure.
Am I right on that, clerk's office? I don't want to dissent on something that I'm not sure of, but I believe that's the one.
Would make sense that it's in the Site Plan Control Bylaw.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Okay, we'll get that documented.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so on that, with his with Councillor Menard's dissent noted on the part of item 5, Carrie, thank you so much. And item 4, that plan committee 1, approve the addition of 10 full-time equivalent building code services positions at an approximate cost of $1.44 million, funded entirely from building permit revenues, and the conversion to permanent of 1 temporary finance position supporting building code services funded from within existing resources to address the continued increasing number of building permits issued and the complexity of building application inspections and reviews to enforce the Building Code Act. 2, approve the conversion of 11 existing temporary positions to new permanent positions to be funded entirely from within existing resources, affecting service areas including planning services, legal service, and finance services. And 3, an improvement of an approximate cost of $1.395 million funded from within existing planning services revenues to A, the following additional 6 full-time equivalent positions representing a total of $870,000. 1, the addition of 2 permanent co-op student positions in planning services. 2, the revision of the classification of 4 existing permanent positions to higher levels in planning services. 3, the addition of 3 new full-time equivalent positions in planning services. And 4, the addition of 1 full-time equivalent position in business and technical services. B, the second phase of the allocation for corporate support of $525,000, with the remaining allocation to be phased in through the 2023 budget if required. On that?
Carried.
Carried, thanks.
Great.
What else do we hold? Remind me, it's been so long. We carried
Number 6.
amendments to the bylaw. So on to number 6, zoning implementation report. And we have David Wise and Carol Ruddy. No delegations on this one. I actually checked that, so I didn't screw that up again. David, hello.
Hello, Mr. Chair, councillors. This is with respect to item number 6, the zoning implementation report to implement the new official plan. So I have a presentation to walk you through. We'll try and make it as abridged as possible as we go along. We do have a lot of meat to cover. So I'll just kick right in and just move along. Before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge that I do have Carol Ruddy along with me. And also Tim Moorman, as well as the senior planner, also did an excellent job in terms of helping me prepare this report as a real team effort to get to this point and a really good launch point. So thanks very much to both Carol and Tim. Moving on to just the first slide, please. So what I'd like to do is just do a quick refresh in terms of the challenge that we have with respect to the new official plan. We need to implement a plan going forward and implement the zoning to make sure that we've got the capacity for what the new official plan projects us out of. We've got over 400,000 new residents that are going to be coming into Ottawa over the next 25 years, and they're going to be looking for the housing that is necessary for them to accommodate that. So we've got a big push and a big pressure along with that. But we also have a significant number of employment that we're going to need to make sure that those people have the jobs that they need. And we need to make sure that we're identifying the land that's there, and also for those employment prospects in place. So when we talk about the zoning bylaw implementing these things, we have a lot of different pieces and moving targets that we've got to move forward with. Now, the next slide also, in terms of the challenge ahead of us, next slide, please, Tim, is the official plan also set out a new transect strategy. So rather than looking at the city as more of a uniform envelope, particularly the residential areas, the existing official plan considers that just general urban area with up to 4 stories low rise. The new official plan does break that down and looks at different character areas. So an inner urban residential neighborhood is not the same as an outer suburban neighborhood. So that's something the zoning also has to reflect. Next slide, please. And then within neighborhoods itself, the new official plan provides that extra fine-grained direction between what's inside a neighborhood and then what's on the edge of a neighborhood, and how policy and how zoning should in turn react to those things as well. Next slide, please. And then finally, the new official plan provides that direction for 15-minute cities to evolve our neighborhoods across this city gradually towards an expectation where communities and residents should be able to achieve the majority of their personal services and immediate needs within a 15-minute walk from their home. The expectation is not that all neighborhoods will get to that point within 25 years, but certainly we want to see them starting to progress along on that approach. Next slide. So as we put it all together and we look at what we need to do, it's the zoning bylaw really comes into play as the next step of this whole big piece. That is the document that is available to council to regulate development. And it's a legalistic black and white document with very little room for interpretation. And it does provide that primary instrument by which council can implement the official plan and the intents that you've laid forth. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw is going to have 3 main objectives. Efficient. We want a bylaw that's going to be clearly written, concise, and understandable by everyone. I've made the quip before that the current bylaw really requires a team of PhDs to be able to understand. And the reason for that is because it is an amalgamation of a number of former municipalities that all came together back in the 2000s. And much of those zoning regulations carried forward into the existing document that we have today, and then have been layered on top of by successive plans, regulations, and amendments over the top to make a very unwieldy document, over 4,000 exceptions and a huge number of zones. We'll get into a little bit more detail about that later. We also want a document that is also going to be much more effective in carrying out council's will and in carrying out the intent of the official plan. And really reduce the number of issues where it's not clear what the direction is of the neighborhood, and match those directions much more consistently to where the official plan wants the city to go, but also where the neighborhood is right now. So more of a pairing and more of a transition so we can get to where we need to be. We also want the zoning bylaw to be an equitable document. We want the document to provide diversity in housing and in choice, to provide permissive opportunity and reduce barriers for both housing and economic development as well, to allow that entrepreneurial spirit that's within Ottawa a greater opportunity to flourish rather than running into some of the regulatory barriers that we see today. Next slide, please. So when we talk about an efficient bylaw, we're really talking about really improving the clarity and ease of use for industry and the public. It should be that anyone should be able to open up the zoning bylaw and understand what they can or cannot do with their own property. Same thing, a community should understand what is the likelihood and what are the frames of reference for how development is going to happen within their block to a reasonable degree of comfort. And so there's a lot of things that we can do to help improve that, certainly consolidating zones dramatically, fewer zones, exception schedules, and compressing it and flattening it down, but also creating much more interactive mapping experiences and data analysis experience as well, so people can understand and visualize what the zoning means for their community as well. Next slide, please. So we did do a municipal best practices review, and that review, not to our surprise, revealed that Ottawa is the champion in the number of zones and subzones, over 446 of them, 153 residential zones, which is way more than any other city. Again, that's a product of that amalgamation exercise that we went through and the customization of zones and subzones that have happened. When you layer on schedules, overlays, exceptions, that number magnifies exponentially. So that's actually just the starting point. It actually gets worse from there. Next slide, please. So when we look at the zones writ large overall in terms of where we are, we can also see that when we look at those 153 residential subzones, in a lot of cases, there really isn't a lot of difference between them in terms of what they allow for permissions. Sometimes it's little tweaks to heights, little tweaks to density, setbacks, things like that. So there is certainly opportunity to consolidate and to flatten that structure and make it more efficient. What we also have to have regard though as well is the density targets that the official plan sets out and how we're going to achieve our housing requirements as we move along. And so we can see that the existing zone structure also does not do a very good job in providing for that middle room of density that we so desperately need in order to move our way towards our housing targets. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of that interactive mapping experience we talked about, we have been producing a digital twin of the city. And that is going to be something that we are going to be working very closely with within the zoning bylaw framework itself. So we are going to be creating a new analysis tool that we'll be using internally as we develop the land use framework to understand the existing conditions and how that's going to affect the future. But our expectation and our hope in the future as we move our way through this process is to be able to give this tool to communities as well. So the public will be able to see and they will be able to engage in a very different way with the city going forward. So that's a partner project that we have going along, but it's the zoning bylaw that is really the impetus behind this whole thing, and it's very exciting. Next slide, please. When we talk about an effective bylaw, we have a number of strategies that we need to do. Of course, we need to manage growth responsibly as we go along in conjunction with the council-approved growth management strategy. We want to make sure we're planning for those resiliencies of neighborhoods so that neighborhoods can grow and evolve with time, with changing demographics, with changing building age over the time, but also make sure that we're also balancing those other needs that we need as well. The urban forest canopy, stormwater, all of those things. We need to make sure that we're doing what we can to address the climate emergency, being inconsistent with the climate change master plan, with energy evolution, and doing what we can with the zoning pilot to help manage our climate impacts. The housing emergency, affordability, 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 affordability. So important for us to think about how it is that someone is going to be able to have that affordable housing, but also how we are going to have housing affordability as well going forward across the city. And we know that we have an urgent need, and unlocking that missing middle is going to be a significant part of addressing that urgent need. We also want to be able to push that density and push those housing permissions where there are already services. Rather than building greenfield development, we want to be able to maximize our transit infrastructure, maximize our parks, maximize our existing service capacity, and also promote that equity and fairness angle to make sure that residents have the opportunity to choose where they want to live rather than where they can afford to live. Next slide, please. So in terms of what the new official plan requires, it does require us to provide 92,000 net new units across the city within the urban area. Half of those units need to be large household units, units that are suitable for households with more than 2 people in them, households that are suitable for families. That's very difficult to do in the high-rise context that we have because of economics, some of the stuff we talked about in the inclusionary zoning discussion last week. The low-rise environment really is the low-hanging fruit for where we can provide those excellent opportunities for family-type homes and larger homes that are more suitable for larger households to occur. The official plan also requires us to zone for that density and that diversity within the neighborhoods. So the official plan explicitly says putting everything into that high-rise context and leaving the low-rise alone is not an option. We do have to provide that diversity within the neighborhoods as we go forward. The official plan also provides us with those criteria in terms of maximizing the quality expectation of this. It's not enough for us to say that a neighborhood must assume X number of housing units. The official plan also directs us to make sure that those units are going to be quality as well, that they are going to fit in as reasonably well as they can, appropriate to the context, whether they're on the edge of a neighborhood or whether they're in the interior. And the official plan also requires us to look at and set the parameters to allow for that evolution of 15-minute uses by allowing non-residential uses and matching us and supporting us with the infrastructure master plan, transportation master plan, parks and recreation master plan, and so on. Next slide. So we've talked a little bit about closing the missing middle gap. And part of that challenge is we're going to have to rebalance those zones across the city and look at expanding that permission so that we're not being so spiky as we go along. Next slide. So when we talk about the challenge that we are all facing here, when we look at that existing zoning framework, only 10% of lots right now allow more than 3 units per lot. So 90% of the city does not allow multi-unit buildings to really go forward. Next slide. And only 6% of those that we actually build are actually 4 units or more. So we certainly have a big mismatch. And when we go to the next slide after this, then we can see that over the last few years, we've done very, very well in pushing housing units towards those very high cost, high value, high-rise apartments. And we've also built quite a few singles and semis, but it's that missing piece in between where we look at the housing affordability segment that we need to be able to do a lot better in order to meet our housing goals that are provided for in the growth management strategy going forward. Next slide, please. Now, we're not going to be starting this process from scratch. We are going to be building on from where we started from now. We are going to be consolidating. We are going to be streamlining. We are going to be revisiting regulations to see whether or not they've actually been effective. But we are going to carry forward a lot of really, really good work that we have done in the past. We are going to continue to provide for soft landscaping in front yards and ensure that we're emphasizing the tree canopy, both in the front yard and also looking at where we can expand that tree canopy in rear yards as well from a blockwise context. We are going to look at and carry forward the articulation and the facade requirements we put in place for low-rise apartments to make sure that they fit in well. We are going to keep looking at how we're going to manage parking as we go along through that. So we're going to build on all of those great works that we've done over the past few years across these neighborhoods and carry those works forward. Maybe not in the exact same format, but certainly the intent will keep moving its way forward. Next slide. And when we talk about moving forward, the expectation is to move towards a form, function, and density approach. It's what the new official plan requires us to do. And that means looking at and managing what is the form of that building going to look on the outside, and paying less concern over what number of units are inside. So rather than focusing a bylaw that's based on typology, it'll be focused on form and then ensuring that we have that appropriate functionality in order to make that happen. Next slide. And when we talk about the functionality of it, we're talking about a series of parameters, such as making sure that we are providing and retaining room for trees. We want to make sure that we are doing what we can to accommodate stormwater controls as much as we can through zoning. That might include controls on lot coverage, permeability for surfaces, and of course, again, some of those soft landscape areas that can provide soak-away pits for that. On-site parking is going to be a challenge that we're going to have to continue to wrestle with, making sure that we're balancing the needs of parking, but also understanding that neighborhoods are for housing first, and all of these other elements, parking, trees, soft landscaping, stormwater, these are all support structures that are necessary for zoning to consider to make a livable neighborhood great. After all, a building doesn't exist in isolation. It is part of a block, and that block also needs to function well. And that lot needs to manage its own impacts as much as reasonably can. So the zoning is going to have to set that line of baseline expectation of quality that a development can then use to make sure that it's hitting all the bases as it moves in and being a good neighbor. Next slide, please. So the overall approach that we do intend to follow across the city is summarized in this slide, which is really that we are going to be looking at using that evolving overlay from the official plan to provide us with the guidance for where we are going to be more aggressive with the changes to form, height, density. That will mainly be concentrated more towards the edges of neighborhoods. And then as you move more towards the interiors of those neighborhoods, we expect that change to be more moderate, gentle form and density change. There will still be change. There will still be a difference in the size of the units that might be there, but the change will be more contextual to what is already there. So it should be a little bit less apparent than what you might see currently going on in some of the info parameters today. Next slide. And then finally, an equitable bylaw. We want to make sure that we are looking at how we are treating equity and fairness in land use regulations, and understanding as we craft these regulations who is affected and how they're affected by these things, and make sure that we're providing for that fairness. A big thing, a part of that, is to spread that opportunity for housing, diversity and opportunity across neighborhoods, so that residents have the ability to age in place within their communities without necessarily having to move out and move somewhere else when they need to downsize their home. And so that the children that we have today can also have the opportunity to live in those neighborhoods that they grew up in, which is something that is unfortunately not always available as we go through today. And then we also want to, as we go through this, is understand and appreciate that as we go through a zoning bylaw process like this, we are going to be affecting people's homes. We're going to be affecting their livelihoods. We're going to be affecting the things that they hold most dear, and affecting things that might be affecting their family. And so we want to approach this with a lot of empathy, a lot of care, and design a public engagement process that is going to reach out to as many people as possible, but touch in not just people who live there now, but also takes into account the people who might be the future residents of that neighborhood, and also those whose voices we don't necessarily always hear from through a zoning process such as this. We plan to expand from the official plan process and elaborate on that. Next slide, please. So just in terms of that engagement objectives, we want to ensure that we're outreaching to all communities and demographics. We want to be as open and transparent as we can. The zoning is a very technical exercise. Again, the opportunity is not to revisit the vision and directions of the official plan process. This is much more of a how are we going to implement this process. But at the same time, there is still that opportunity to engage with communities and understand how we are going to move these policies and these intents forward from the official plan and put them into the ground and throughout these neighborhoods as we go forward. We are going to be releasing, as we heard, reports as we go through, and we'll also be touching in and putting in milestone reports and coming back to council on a regular basis to give you an update on where we're at with this process as we move forward. Next slide, please. So in terms of some of those engagement milestones, we do intend to release a series of discussion papers over the summer that will touch on neighborhood zoning, that will touch on equity and diversity, that will touch on trees and climate change and how zoning proposes to approach each of these significant issues. And we'll be looking for feedback and consultation through that. Most of the time through the rest of the summer, we're going to have our heads down writing at our desks while the election process unfolds. And then we'll be coming back and moving forward as we go in the future. We are going to be looking at releasing a draft one of that initial, very preliminary for discussion zoning map and zoning text in Q3 2023 for public discussion. And then as we go forward along with that process, we'll be doing regular updates and another draft second two in Q3 2024 for further discussion. And then we hope to have this wrapped up Q2 2025 with a final draft submitted back to Planning Committee for adoption and moving it through under a new zoning regime. So a very extensive process, very long and detailed process, very complex process, and with a lot of consultation steps and touch points within it to move our way through. Next slide, please. So just in terms of the engagement activities that we have so far, we do have a website that's currently up and running, engage.ottawa.ca/new zoning bylaw. Residents and industry partners can go to that. We also have an email address, newzoning@ottawa.ca, that people can reach out and contact us. We will be having a slew of consultation activities as we go forward over the next 3-year process as we move forward. Next slide. So just in terms of just a reminder that we have a lot of other items to cover, focused on residential predominantly in this presentation because it's sort of the big giant elephant here. But of course, we have to deal with industrial, we have to deal with environmental, we have to deal with our rural and agricultural opportunities and looking at how our villages can maximize their economic opportunities as well. So we have a lot of material to cover as we go through, and we'll be taking those things in a stepwise systematic approach as we move our way through this process. Next slide. So in terms of that timeline, this really is the kickoff for what it is that we want to do. We want to make sure that council understands the 3 objectives: efficient, effective, and equitable, that the zoning bylaw will be operating under, as well as understand and be very clear-eyed about the strategies that we'll be using in order to move our way forward through this process as we go forward. As I said, we are going to be releasing some discussion papers and really focusing in on that quality piece over the next year in conjunction with our friends at Urban Design and the low-rise design guidelines to really understand how it is that we are going to design that form and design those zoning to achieve the quality objectives that council expects and that the community associations are also going to expect for how infill is going to land in their neighborhoods. Then we will be able to move forward with the community consultations and the on-the-ground drawing of the lines to indicate where those zoning changes are going to go and how we're going to make sure that we're accommodating the number of units that we need to accommodate over the time frame that we have, and then working our way through the remainder project. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to wrap that up, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. We obviously will have questions for you, and we do have already from Councillor Leitrim and Councillor Gower. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have a ton of questions. I appreciate the approach that you're taking, and I'm confident that it's going to be a whole city effort to get people engaged on something that is critically important. The frustration that I feel frequently is the need to have a larger number of residents engaged with the questions of intensification. During the official plan process, oh, somebody's calling me. Let's get off the phone. There we go. Sorry. During the official plan process, obviously, we made attempts to talk to people about the trade-offs that are necessary in order to build a city that is addressing the affordable housing crisis and the environment, the greenhouse gas crisis, versus intensification. I don't think a lot of residents still understand that. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of baking that into the process so that every step of the way we're developing a more nuanced and sophisticated understanding of the premise of intensification as we go through this over the next few years.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. I think that is actually going to be, one thing that we do notice that people don't really tend to pay attention to the zoning bylaw until something happens right beside them. And then they look up and they realize that. So that is going to be part of our communication strategy going forward. That's part of why we want to start rolling out those discussion papers and really making sure that as we go forward, that we're understanding and making clear the why of why we need to do this. Density is not the goal. Density is how we get to the goal of creating a livable city going forward. And that means that we do need to explain why it is that we need to do this in terms of meeting the housing objectives, meeting climate change objectives, but also meeting our urban design and quality of life objectives that we want to get through. Charmaine, did you want to add any other comments with respect to the consultation or engagement side?
Thank you, Chair. And I think we will build on the OP, the success. And I do have many email addresses of very diverse groups throughout the city. And it's time to start engaging them on the next phase. They were all throughout the process. They were saying, well, wait till we get to this phase of for a lot of their concerns. And so now it's time to, when we're getting ready now, and with the discussion paper saying it's time now. So a lot of the questions we're telling them to put on hold for not only the zoning implementation, but the TMP as well. And so now it's time that these are the new plans being developed and to get engaged. So yes, Councillor, I'll take your point. And at any consultation, the beginning of the slide will be why we're doing that. And as we know, it takes 7 times to say the same message for people to, for us to understand from a human behavior. And so we'll ensure that the why and what intensification is, and it is the outcome of how, as David said, of why we want to have, like we want to be the most livable mid-sized city. And this is what we have to do. So thank you, Councillor.
And the only other question I have is around the numbers. So we have intensification targets that we need to meet in order to meet our quality of life objectives, to David's excellent point on that. I think, I'm increasingly sympathetic to those who would assert that the numbers have changed even since the official plan. Population numbers, affordability numbers. I know that we've baked our growth numbers into the official plan. Are those the numbers we have to work with, or are we nimble enough to recognize updated numbers, more sophisticated numbers, numbers that reflect a new reality, even in however many years it's been since we did the growth management strategy, 2, going on 3, going on 4 by the time we're done this?
I think we have to be careful about that, Councillor. We do have the growth management strategy, which forms the underpinning behind of course, the official plan and the council approved documentation. But that growth projections numbers are also based upon the population needs that we have. We account for the migration pressures that we do have. We have seen a significant influx of migration pressures in Ottawa. We continue to expect that we will continue to see migration pressures across Ottawa. So in terms of those numbers and forecasts, yes, they get regularly updated once every 5 years. So we do have a research and forecasting unit that's constantly watching those numbers and seeing how this goes. But in terms of the planning exercise that we have going forward, those numbers are reliant upon by the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, by the Infrastructure Master Plan, by the Transportation Master Plan as they move forward. So those are a nested set of numbers that we do all use in order to create those integrated plans as we go along and as we go forward. Zoning is a bit of a different beast, though, because a lot of what happens through zoning is zoning just simply sets permissions. It doesn't build anything. It doesn't result in anything necessarily getting built. What it does is it provides the permissions for things to happen. So we always have to remember, and we'll have to, of course, continue to remind community associations that just because we change the zoning in a neighborhood, it does not necessarily mean that things are going to develop. That is all as well based upon those market pressures and upon that influx of supply and demand, and also private interest that people have as well. And so that's also going to be part of the official plan monitoring process as well. As we go along, we're going to change those permissions, provide that opportunity for new housing to occur, but then also we need to monitor and track and see how that uptake is actually progressing, and then feed that back in for the next iteration of the growth management strategy, the next iteration of the official plan as it goes forward. These plans are always living documents, they're always evolving documents as we go along. And so we do need to run with the numbers that we have currently right now and understand that there is a monitoring process that allows us to adapt and be flexible as we go along in 5-year increments and evolve the plan to get to where we need to go.
The permissions that we create are based on numbers that we have to hit in terms of intensification. And once you've upzoned, once you've done something, the R4, for example, we effectively doubled the allowed density in some of the R4 neighborhoods like Hintonburg and Mechanicsville in order to achieve official plan numbers. Once you've done that, you're not going back. We'll never downzone Hintonburg and Mechanicsville back to a 6-unit limit in a junior R4, for example. So it's important that we have the numbers right. I think the numbers are only going in one direction, which is probably more population than we anticipated in our growth management strategy, but that may change in a post-pandemic world. I don't think it will, but it could. With respect to the numbers that form the assumptions of our intensification needs, if we needed to change those as a mid-OP cycle exercise, is that just an official plan amendment, or do we have to wait until the end of the cycle?
I think that, and I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Chair, where Councillor Leeper's question is with respect to that. I think one of the things that we are recognizing is that there has been a shift in travel patterns, and that is why the transportation master plan has been deferred a bit to make sure that we're understanding what those new travel patterns might be. There certainly continues to be a change in employment patterns as well, particularly because we do have such a significant government sector in town. We're still awaiting to understand what the federal government is going to do with respect to their return to work place. With respect to our neighborhoods, the migrations that we have in terms of the population moving through, that is something that there is much less instability in terms of those population pressures and the movement forward in terms of the number of housing units that we're going to need. So as much as there might still be some instability with respect to some of those employment and travel patterns, less concern with respect to the housing pressures that we have. Now, with respect to that, though, there is the opportunity as part of that OP monitoring process as we go forward, that there's always a 5-year comprehensive review process that is a part of that official plan process that goes through, where we do look at those numbers and we do look at that OP monitoring process and see, are they matching up with our expectations in terms of where we thought they were going to be. That process can happen earlier if the monitoring process does show that there's a significant deviation in those trends. Thus far, I'm not convinced that we're seeing anything that would necessarily cause us to reopen the growth management strategy and the numbers that are within that at this time.
I just wonder, I mean, even at the end of the OP cycle, we were hearing from stakeholders that in fact our numbers were not aggressive enough based on some of the most recent demographic work that had been done. And that was at the close of the OP process. 3 years from now, when we go to introduce a new comprehensive zoning bylaw, there's going to be assertions on the part of some stakeholders that in fact we're not being aggressive enough with intensification, and that all that R3 that we're doing, according to Westboro rules, inside the Greenbelt or inside the inner urban transect, actually needs to have significantly more R4 built around it. And then there are going to be those who are going to argue that in fact the population numbers were wrong and we're being far too aggressive on intensification, and all those R2 upzonings to R3 should actually stay at R2. And I just want to make sure in a few years that we're working with a commonly assumed numerical foundation for this exercise that has been fairly rigorous, and that we have the ability to put into place into our official plan if we've seen significant change. I don't want to be obtuse about this, but it's a concern of mine that 3 years from now, the numbers may be very different from what we had in the GMS.
Cheers. Maybe I can tackle this one. I mean, we're watching this closely. We're hearing the province has concerns about you've seen with the Housing Affordability Task Force, the publishing, there was a brand new report the CMHC issued recently about the gap in housing in Ontario. Actually, it was just released today. We're watching all this very carefully, and as David said, we have a monitoring program. We monitor every single year, and if the lines start deviating between real and predicted and actual, we'll be back to council with recommendations on strategies. Province is also still the approval authority, and if they feel there's something they need to do, we'll hear from them, I'm sure, when they approve the new official plan. Council did adopt a monitoring requirement for us, and that's our check-in opportunity with council. And if, as I said, if the lines between predicted and actual start deviating, well, there is a process to deal with that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for the overview. I guess I have a few comments and a couple questions too. A suggestion to planning committee members or anyone who's interested in zoning. There's a document 1 attached to this report. It is zoning best practices review that staff conducted with the help of an outside firm. I haven't finished reading it, but I started, and it's a really, really interesting look at zoning and different approaches. Because I met with you, David, I think 3 weeks ago with you and the rest of the team on this. And my question was, where do you even start on consolidating a zoning bylaw and updating a zoning bylaw and meeting all of the goals that you have set out and presented in front of us today? And I think that background document does a really good job at, well, it helped me understand, how do you approach these difficult issues? I wonder sometimes if we're asking too much of a zoning bylaw. There's a lot packed into what we're looking for, but anyways, I guess that'll be part of the discussion in the next few years. I did want to ask about the OP, because the new OP has not been approved by the province yet. Is there a point where that delay puts our work plan into jeopardy? It does seem like a lot of it can happen even without that approval. But if the OP is not approved by this fall or by this spring, is there a point where the work would really get bogged down and have to pause?
With respect to the new official plan, there are a lot of benefits to having that new official plan in place. Certainly, there's a lot of policy anchors that the new official plan does provide the zoning bylaws moving forward towards implementation. At the same time as well, the current and existing official plan does also provide quite a bit of anchor points as well in terms of where we need to go. So there is an awful lot of work that we can do under the existing official plan structure as we go forward. The new official plan does nothing but help in terms of providing additional reinforcing language for the urban tree canopy, for some of the targets with respect to transportation and mobility, for some of the targets with respect to ensuring that we're providing for livable neighborhoods on a blockwise basis. So those are extras that certainly help our progress as we go forward. As Steve mentioned, Mr. Chair, we are still waiting for that provincial approval to work its way through the system. Of course, it was held up for quite a while there by the province through the election process. We're hoping to have that resolved in the next few months. We do have a process by which that if the province does request changes to the new official plan that do cause the zoning direction that we provided here to have to be reevaluated or changed, we would come back to council and explain the nature of that change and how it might affect the program and the delivery that we're doing. As it is right now, we think that the new official plan does in fact actually touch in a lot of those objectives that the Housing Affordability Task Force set out. There's a lot of commonalities there. And it is a very good document that's going to be able to move us forward in terms of that, again, that quantity, quality, and support strategy that we want to carry forward our way through. We're just going to have to wait and see. But at the same time, we also recognize that industry needs some certainty and some direction of where things go. And we also need to start laying that framework for how we are going to meet the growth management strategy objectives going forward. So city staff are certainly going to do what we can to get as much work as done as we can behind the scenes while we wait for that official plan process to unfold.
Okay, thanks very much. That's a very important project and complex project. So thanks for your engagement with council and looking forward to the next steps. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I don't want to keep people here too much longer, but I will say that all of this happened in so many of these discussions much before my time. But the community associations, whenever I meet with them, one of the things they refer to a lot, and maybe it's because I'm new, I'm not sure where you get the detail of this, but when they talk about 15-minute neighborhoods, they always talk about their lack of understanding of how it applies to existing neighborhoods where that just really couldn't be the case. And how does the city go about making 15-minute neighborhoods when those neighborhoods are really not 15-minute neighborhoods? And the other they always ask about is, what does that mean that you'd be able to walk to all the services you may need? Or is there a list of what does that include that you should be able to walk to within 15-minute walk? And then the last part is the parts of Canada North that are still somewhat rural. People ask, the 15-minute neighbors can't possibly apply to us, because 15 minutes walk would take you to another farm field. So how do you, where does that all come about that there's real clarity on what that really means?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chairs. There was a 15-minute study that was produced as part of the official plan process, and we can link to it and send you the link, Councillor, for that. That also, what it does is it provides a very analytical review of the services and the supports that are available within neighborhoods all the way across the city, and then provides a ranking methodology for how well that neighborhood is being served with respect to access to those necessary services and uses. The zoning will in turn look at that and be able to provide that direction from that 15-minute study in terms of looking at where neighborhoods are going to need to get a little bit of extra support to provide for some of those non-residential uses, personal service uses, like, for example, like daycare, like a small scale retail food store, or things like that, that could evolve gradually over time within that neighborhood as the life cycle of that housing stock is gradually replaced over time. Again, have to reinforce with this, the zoning bylaw does not build anything. What we do is we create the permissions and we create the opportunity for those things to evolve over time as they go. So in terms of going into some of those neighborhoods that are very, very, that have been designed in a very exclusive manner, only residential, we are talking about looking at those neighborhoods to see the opportunities where we might be able to expand some of those permissions to allow some of those very small micro non-residential uses to occur. But then it's up to the market to take advantage of that and to organically evolve where those make sense based upon the demand and based upon how the population wants and needs those things to happen. We do have some great examples throughout the inner urban area of the city of small coffee shops, little salons, hair cutting places, things like that just evolved organically over time. That's the thing that we want to provide that opportunity for throughout the rest of the city, for again, some of that evolution to gradually occur as these neighborhoods evolve and mature over the next 25 years.
Wow. Okay. Well, anything that you have that's information link, that'd be great if you could send that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, David. I don't see any further questions or comments on this. So the report before us is that Planning Committee 1, endorse the objectives and strategies included in this report, and 2, approve the revised dates in the project work plan attached as document 5. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Great. And I'll just scroll all the way through my agenda to get to the very bottom. This will take a while. It was a long agenda. I'm just scrolling right now. It's still going. It's still going. I'm here, finally. In-camera items. There are none. Notice of motion. Anyone? Notices? None. Inquiries? None. Other business? Never is. Adjournment?
Carried.
Good stuff. Our next meeting, as we know from the deferrals that we did 7 hours ago, is Thursday, July 7th, 2022. But don't forget, on Monday, there's a joint meeting of Agriculture, Rural Affairs and Environment Committee coming up.
Yay.
It's all a part of my never-ending quest to make all committees joint at some point. I explained that before, and this is the next episode in that series. Still got a few months left to figure it all out. Looking at you, Audit Committee. We're going to find a way to get you with environment.
Audit will resist.
No. We'll find a way, Audit. We'll find a way. IT too. IT, what can I do?
I was just thinking IT and audit.
IT and ERAC, get me better internet. Catherine's on board.
Our broadband approaches. We should have a joint meeting on that.
Good stuff. We've adjourned, so like you guys don't have to stay.
I will talk to Valerie. Let's make that happen. Joint IT, and then audit should be there watching how that goes.
And we should host it in the rural area with our rural internet.
Audit.
The meeting.
Great meeting. Who would not be at that meeting?
Exciting. Scintillating.
We used to host ERAC meetings in the rural area. They were phenomenal. They were exciting. People got pissed off though because they had to drive all the way across the city to get to an item that they're upset about, and they got more mad because they had to drive across the city for it. That's why we stopped doing it. But hey, good times.
It's all on Zoom now.
It is. It is, even though many people out here can't actually tune in. But forever encapsulated on YouTube. For when they finally do have internet in 16 years, they can go back and watch all these videos and these committee meetings as to what they missed back when they didn't have access to good internet.
So that's why there's a 42-story tower in Navan.
I've still got 4 minutes to kill before OCH starts, so I don't mind keep talking here, but I should probably log on to OCH. All right.
See you later.
Thank you very much, and Glenn, that was a really well-chaired meeting, and I certainly wouldn't try to replace you as chair, Scott.
No, and why should you? I'll rule you out of order.